Well. Welcome to the weekly live Q&A Inside the Lab live Q&A show. If you're here on the replay, welcome. If you're here now live with us, welcome, right, to our weekly live Q&A show. I see just want to say hi to Damon. I see Damon's in the house. Fellow creator. It's good to see you, D. But everybody else, welcome to the Inside the Lab weekly live Q&A show, where we discuss all things PC tech and all things PC gaming, and we engage in a conversation centered on a particular topic. And for today's live stream, or for today's show, the topic is the title. As the title insinuated, that the PC gaming, right? The superiority behind the platform, taking the good and the bad and throwing everything else out with the bathwater, right? Because there are pros and cons to a lot of things in life, and especially with wanting to be an enthusiast in any hobby, if you will, like as PC gaming or being a tech enthusiast can fall under the category of, a form of a hobby, right? Rather you're a casual gamer or you're a professional gamer or a professional streamer, or you create content, which most cases, most content creators like to use Apple products like MacBooks and Mac Minis because they're just, I mean, they're plug and play, and you can still get a little bit of performance from an Apple product. It's just there's going to be a higher uh, there's going to be a higher cost to entry because most of Apple products, you're paying a premium for that performance and also for the overall Apple aesthetic, if you will. But yeah, then this week's topic again is the good, the bad, and the ugly with the PC gaming, or the PC gaming as a platform, if you will. And we're going to talk about the good, the bad, and the ugly, and what how each category can affect your decision on even wanting to be a PC gamer, or maybe you're on the fence, you're not quite ready to switch over from consoles, or maybe from like a mobile device like a tablet or a cell phone, or maybe you're coming of age and you're getting ready to enter the work world, and you're going to have some disposable income at your within your hands, so you'll be able to build that computer, start your content creation journey, if you will, all of those good things. So yeah, I mean, so we're going to talk about what to expect in each one of those three categories, right? The good, the bad, and I really didn't want to use the term ugly, so I kind of used a hybrid form of it and just went with like awful, because I generally did not want to use the term ugly, but that's nor here or there. So while we wait for more friends, I see we have a few more people joining in. And again, this weekly live Q&A show is all about me answering your questions here in the community. If you're new here, if you're a first-time viewer here to the live show, feel free to ask questions at any point during the live show. That's very much a part of the experience. I don't like to say leave the questions towards the back end of the live stream. Maybe you have to leave. Maybe you forget your question, right? It's always like if you'll be at an event or something, you can have all these questions, right? And then as soon as you have the opportunity to ask them, you're like, oh man, I forgot. I wish I could have asked that question when I had the opportunity. So at any time during the live stream, please feel free, to ask any questions. But while we wait for more friends and fam to join on, we're going to do everybody's favorite segment, right? Let's just quickly go over everybody's favorite segment. And that's, you named it, our housekeeping segment, right? Because these things really help support the channel, really help support the brand, and really help support the mission and overall spreading the message. The first way you can do that is by signing up to our email list. Unity does start with you. It's totally free. And all I need is your email address and your first name. I'm going to send out personalized emails here to the community, and I really consider those of you who have signed up for the email list to be a part of the core community, if you will, and really going to help take this, take the brand and take the channel to new heights going into the future. All I need is your first name, so I know what to call you, and your email address. And you're also, able to unsubscribe at any time should you feel the need, or should I not be deemed worthy enough to grace your email inbox. So yeah, definitely check that out. Definitely sign up to join our newsletter, because any important and significant updates are going to come out here first, are going to be made public to email, all right, to our email subscribers first. So yeah, sign up for that. Don't do it now. All right, wait towards the end of the show. Like, don't leave now. Stick around because we got a lot of value, a lot of things to talk about in terms of the good, the bad, and the ugly with PC gaming. And then, of course, everybody's other favorite section, and that is merch. Do be sure to check out the merch. Whether you're a fan of branded merchandise, like, coming from a creator like myself, or you want to support the channel in a small and insignificant way, you can always check out the merch. There's something for everybody, I hope. And if not, I have really cool designs that I do plan on adding sometime, most likely in the beginning of March. I design all of the graphics myself. The Labware logo I've designed myself. So with that said, there will be more, more classes or more editions coming to the merch store, different creator editions, different gaming edition, meme editions, and what have you. So yeah, definitely check out the merch. Supports the channel in a small but huge way. Normally I have some merch on, but I don't. I do have our You Lift Me Up mug here, but prices are hyper flexible. And again, if you're an email subscriber, you may even see a coupon in your mail should you have any disposable income yourself and want to support the channel. And then our website, which is an extension of the content. You can always find that too at insidethelab.net. Our future and hopefully helpful blog is going to be a little bit more robust and more written, more content in the written form heading that way. Right? You can also contact me directly here. Like if you ever had a question about something I said during a live stream, or you wanted some clarity on, a subject that we talked about in a live stream, or a subject I talked about in a video. If you're interested in building a PC, you don't know where to start, and you maybe want to, consult with me, you can always reach me here over in the contact form. I check my emails every day, probably every hour. So it may seem like an old school form of communication versus to what most people are accustomed to, and that's sending direct messages on platforms like Instagram and Twitter, which is fine. But for a longer, more formal conversation, or any opportunities you may want to discuss with me in the future, do feel free to check out the contact section. You can always learn more about me and check out the whole entire videography over there. That is insidethelab.net. Do be sure to check it out. Again, the traffic and visibility really helps push the content, and really gets bumped up in terms of algorithms within Google search, in terms of the website, and also right here on YouTube. Let me jump over to the chat because I see we have a few new people jumped in. I see my daughter is here on the live stream. Hello. And Polecat123 says hi. All right. I believe Polecat, you were with us during last week's live show. It's good to see you both. And welcome to the Inside the Lab weekly live Q&A. And again, if you're here on the replay, welcome to the Q&A. Tell me down in the comment section if you made it this far, and if you had any questions about the topic. You see it in the title, and you weren't able to say watch this whole entire live stream and you've watched up to this point, leave it down in the comment section below. I love engaging in the comment section. But in the future also, excuse me, let me also make mention of this. When you see the live stream links go out, whether that be on like my Twitter or in the community tab post, or even in your email, inbox, if you see the link and say you're unable to make the scheduled time or on that scheduled day, but you may have a question about the topic we're going to discuss, or you want to add, your opinion or your voice to the topic and conversation, you can either leave it on the comment, right? Or you can either comment it on the video, right, before the live show even starts, or you can even, tag me over on Twitter, right? You should be following me over on Twitter at Inside the Lab YT. It's the same as the Instagram too, Inside the Lab YT. Both shameful plugs, but I really want to grow our Instagram here in the future. It's a really fun and unique platform to be on, especially when I follow other members here in the audience and the community, and I get to track, some of your daily missions and some of your daily experiences, and your builds and your struggles and how you overcome them with your own personal systems. So really fun over there. So if you're on Instagram, you're on Twitter, definitely give me a follow on either or both of those platforms, and I will follow you back, especially if you tell me that you came over from the channel and you are part of the lab fam. Then I will definitely follow you back. Also, we see we have Thunder. Thunder, is good to see you. Another one of my kids on the stream. Awesome. All right, so again, PC gaming, the superiority behind the platform. So there's PC gaming, and then there's everything else. Consoles, cloud gaming, mobile devices like cell phones and tablets all have one thing in common: their performance, respectively. Right? They're all custom. They're all running on custom hardware, custom software. It's what makes them unique and what makes them even affordable in terms of, in terms of pricing, right? In terms of how much those devices go for. Now, a while back, before cell phones really picked up steam, I was making mention that here, slowly and surely, cell phones began to cost more than consoles, and that's still very much the case now. If you set aside the horror that is of the scalper pandemic, but that is very much still the case. A high-end phone is going to run you, in some cases, twice as much as a console at MSRP. Does it mean that the cell phone is twice as powerful than a console? Not necessarily. I just believe you can do twice as much with your cell phone that you can versus a console, right? Like, your cell phone is a robust communication device. Your console can be a communication device. Like, you can connect with other people on the platform, right? And through social media apps. But your cell phone is a mobile, right? A mobile form of communication. It's a mobile form of entertainment, especially with, even in the terms of casual gaming, because, cell phones have become more computer-like, more than ever. We've talked about this numerous times on previous live streams. Cell phones have become more computer-like, and therefore the apps and the games that run on them have started to creep up on, say, I would say PS3-like quality in terms of graphic and hardware and performance hardware. It's truly amazing once you consider what you get in the package of a cell phone, right? But cell phones are expensive. They cost more than, say, an Xbox Series S. Now, what would you prefer to have? An iPhone 12 or an Xbox Series S? If you're a gamer, you're likely willing to answer that question. Say, well, I would definitely probably want a PC. I would I would hope you say I'd want a PC. Oh, okay. I want to welcome Planks. Planks PK says I'm back. Well, hello, Planks. It's good to see you. Planks is starting their YouTube journey out. They're a young creator. Um, it's good to see you, Planks. Welcome to the weekly live Q&A show. We were just beginning the warm up where we kind of glossing over today's subject, and we are talking about the superiority behind PC gaming overall, and the good, the bad, and everything else associated with it, and what makes PC gaming worth it, and then what makes PC gaming not worth it. We could call this a pros and cons, but not so much as like a list. Like, let's list three pros and cons, and let's list three pros and two cons, which would be definitely more than that. So let's say five pros and three cons, something to that effect. We're not doing that. With the mission behind this live stream, or the purpose behind this YouTube live stream, behind this weekly live Q&A, is to more so identify why that is the case, right? And in my opinion, there are two kinds of gamers, or three different types or kinds of gamers. You have your PC gamers, you have console gamers, and you have both. There are there are users out there who maybe say prefer playing some games on their Xbox, or they will wholeheartedly admit that gaming on a PC is the superior option, but they will still opt to choose to spend most of their gaming time playing on their console. There's reasons for that. One of the most common is that a lot of your friends could be Xbox heavy, right? Maybe they don't want to jump over to a console, although most games are becoming cross-platform, so that's a good thing. But for the most part, if a core of your friends are on one platform, you might be less reluctant to leave them to then go and have to build new relationships, say with your PC friends, or for those of your friends who only play on PC. Maybe they don't want to play on console at all, and maybe you want to play on your living room. Like, consoles definitely have a purpose, and we're going to talk about that, because I know for most of you who are here with me on the live stream, or you here on the replay, you've heard me say that consoles have a purpose, but PCs have character, right? Or PCs have character and consoles have a purpose. You're kind of going to hear me, repeat that multiple times during this live show, because it's very much a true statement, in my honest opinion, right? Why that is, like, why is it the superior option, right? For starters, I want to add that video games are made on PCs, right? Video games are made on PCs, and consoles are custom hardware. And this isn't a console bashing segment either. Like, I grew up playing consoles. Some of my finest gaming experiences came on a console. Some of my favorite games are console exclusives, right? What I believe on my Twitter, there was a question about, what game officially made you a gamer, or what game persuaded you that you were like, a gamer. And for me personally, that was Legend of Dragoon, right? Legend of Dragoon is a JRPG that released on the PlayStation, and it was just an amazing story. Like, I knew that I liked those kind of games once I completed Legend of Dragoon. Like, I wanted more, right? If you're here with me, tell me, what game is that for you? Like, what game did you play that you knew, like, what, this is something, this is a hobby I could find myself doing more. This is a hobby I can find myself investing money into, in terms of like hardware, or buying games, or buying consoles, or buying a high-end monitor, right? What game was that for you? Now, Legend of Dragoon isn't on PC, right? But again, at the time, it was one of the games that really made me say that, I want to play more games like this, or I could see myself playing games that have really strong focuses or emphasis on story. Those are the type of games I like. Like, for me personally, I like single player story driven games. Plans PK says, "What console do you have? Do you have a console?" I do not have a console. um, the last console I owned was the Xbox One, and it died in an electrical storm. It was plugged into the socket, and the power went out, and it never came back on. I didn't enjoy playing games on my Xbox One though. Okay, my Xbox One is what made me say, what, the heck with it. I'm ready to get back into PC gaming and get my hands, start looking to build a PC during that time, which was just Ryzen wasn't out yet, but the leaks were coming out, and AMD was preparing its launch. So I kind of came right back into it at a perfect time. And then once I discovered how much value could be had, especially on the Ryzen platform, it inspired me to want to create Inside the Lab about a year later, and create content, centered on that very subject. But yeah, Planks PK, yeah, I don't have a console. And if I did, to be honest with you, the only console I would own would be the Nintendo Switch. The Nintendo Switch. I do have a family of 4 plus, so it's a great console to play games with your family. Like, I enjoyed my Nintendo Wii, I enjoyed our Wii U. We played a lot of fun games on that console, and I am an old school fan, right? I'm an old school fan of Mario Kart and Super Smash Brothers and Mario and what have you. So, and Zelda. So playing on Nintendo Switch is likely like the console I would recommend. Like, that is the console to have, in my honest opinion. But I do not have a console now, because when I am able to game outside of doing benchmarks, I really would prefer to just play on my PC at a high resolution, high in resolution. Damon says Doom was the first PC game that got me. Awesome, yeah. The first Doom was really awesome, like on the PC. See, for me on the PC, I liked less demanding games on the PC. Like Oregon Trail, for example, I loved playing Oregon Trail on the PC. I also like playing Wolfenstein. Right, Wolfenstein was like, had me like, wow, this is really cool. Like, it feels like you're moving in a real life game, and the graphics are so obviously outdated in terms of today's standards. But just thinking about during those times, that was an amazing accomplishment, along with GoldenEye 007 is when I knew that I would want to, I like, say, competitive multiplayer games, because I'm on the record by saying this. It's in my honest opinion that the first GoldenEye 007 on N64, the multiplayer mode was essentially a battle royale, right? Like, like 4 people dropped on the map, and you rushed out. You found guns, you found body armor, and you slugged it out until the last one was standing, right? Or if you had golden guns, if you had the golden gun enabled, which for those of you who don't know, if you're a little young and you played Nintendo 64, the golden gun was one shot kill. So some people like to turn it off. Me personally, I'm like, I could get you. You could pick up the golden gun, and I would still get you before you got me with a one shot, one kill weapon. That's how much I played GoldenEye. But GoldenEye was, the multiplayer game, and I was like, you know what? I liked the competitive aspect. in games, and then there was games like Twisted Metal that kind of exacerbated that experience and would like competing with your friends inside of your room. Like we're talking about the wake up, go to sleep late and wake up midday eating a bowl of cereal next to you, and you're still hammering out in Twisted Metal. It was good times during that time. It was games like that that really identified, or where I began to really start to identify myself as like a gamer, right? Like I was not a casual gamer. Like that's when I start to really say, you know what? I do enjoy this interactive experience. I do enjoy playing games outside of like Mario and Sonic. I like RPGs even to today's standards. RPGs are one of my favorite genres, right? So yeah. Tell me, and I tell you what. Tell me what's your favorite genre, right? I'm very curious to know if you're here with me now on the live stream, or if if you're here on a replay and you're watching and you made it this far. Tell me what your favorite gaming genre is. For me personally, it's RPG. I do like sports games, like I do like playing Madden every once and again. But yeah, do tell me down in the comment section below. Thunder says, "What about your old PS4?" Yeah, we all know what happened to that. It grew wings. And Planks PK says, "I like Intel more than Ryzen." I like Intel more than Ryzen. Yeah, I mean that's perfectly fine. Everybody has their preference, and that's something else we're going to talk about here in this live stream. Planks, I see where you said you had to go, but that's one thing we're going to talk about here in this live stream is preference, and the beauty behind that the beauty behind having that choice of, like you just said, do I want Intel or do I want Ryzen? There is no default must go with option, right? There is no, oh, you must go with Ryzen, oh, you must go with Intel. That depends on two factors, right? How much money you're willing to spend, and what you plan on doing on your machine. Ryzen gives you this balance between both, right? Scalp prices aside, right? We're talking, when I say that, we're talking, components at MSRP, GPUs, CPUs. We're talking, components at MSRP. We understand that right now it's a little difficult to get components at MSRP, but the value is through the roof, right? The value is through the roof with AMD's Ryzen platform, excuse me, or the AM4 platform. Now, Intel though, with their pricing, it's almost becoming hard to argue against, say, going with a 10th generation Intel CPU versus a Ryzen CPU that you can't find. So if you wanted a 5800X or a 5600X and you can't find it, it's like, do you go with the 2600X? In my opinion, there's nothing wrong with that. But depending on how much the Intel CPUs are priced, especially 10th generation Intel CPUs, it may even be a better option if that's something you prefer. Like when I'm consulting potential buyers with wanting to buy a PC, I don't ask them what's their preference, right? I don't say, hey, what do you prefer? Who do you like, Intel or AMD? Chances are, if you're paying me to build your system for you, you may not have that much care in the world, especially if you haven't picked out your parts. It's one thing if you picked out your parts and you already know what you want. You say, hey, I've done the research. I want a 10700K because I want strong IPC and single core performance. I want a CPU that can overclock. I am interested in cooling it with air. I don't want, I'm interested in cooling it with water. I don't want to cool it with air, with an air cooler. You know what you want. That's one thing. But if you don't, and you're like paying myself or a system integrator, right? Like NZXT's BLD service, or you're going with, say, like an Origin PC custom system, right? Which we did a live stream. And if you're interested in that conversation, you can find it in the most recent live stream playlist down in the description box below. But don't go ahead there now, right? Check that show out after watching this one, right? Great conversation though. Great conversation. Plank says, I gotta go. My phone has 5%. That sucks. That's funny. We're at 5%. All right, go charge your phone. But thanks for hanging out. Planks PK. Plank says, that was your 10th like. Awesome. Yeah, definitely, if you're here and you haven't yet given the stream a like, definitely give the stream a thumbs up. It helps. It helps with pushing the live stream out to more people. And Thunder says, no, like, favorite game on PS4. Oh, okay. So if we're talking a PS4 exclusive LT, that's a good one. Like, I was so hyped for the order, right? Like, really hyped for that game. I pre-ordered that game, and we all know how that went. If you didn't follow it, I mean, the game was short. It looked good. Like you can almost consider it a PS4 tech demo, but it didn't play well. The story was like a little confusing at times. Didn't really know what was going on, and the characters, while had some level of depth to them, it just felt like their story was missing, right? Like you had this detailed character and you just had the facade. But anyway, I was looking forward to the order. But in terms of PS4 exclusives, I really like The Last of Us, the first one. Awesome game, probably one of the best games I played on the PS4, with the exception of Uncharted 2, I believe, either Uncharted 2 or Uncharted 3. But The Last of Us, the first one, I mean, that was an amazing experience. Again, I like story-driven single-player games, and The Last of Us checks both of those boxes off with a permanent green marker, fam. And that was probably the last PS4 game that I played that had me walking away like, you know what? This I haven't played a PS4 game in a PS4 exclusive like this that really made me say, wow, wow. I know Horizon Zero Dawn, I haven't played it, so part of my ignorance, one of my friends plays it and they stand by the game. The Horizon Zero Dawn and Detroit's Inhuman, that game, both of those are exclusives. I didn't play both of them, but I'm gonna go on the record and say, are they better than The Last of Us Part One? I doubt it. The Last of Us Part One has won numerous awards, and if you haven't played it, I almost recommend trying to pick up a used PlayStation 4, even if you can borrow one from a friend, right? And you can pick up the game on GameFly or go buy it at a GameStop for $20 or $10 or what have you. It's worth the walkthrough, even as old as the game is, especially when you play the remastered version. As old as the game is, it still looked really good, and the story is just incredible. I'm not gonna say too much about The Last of Us Part Two. I didn't play it. I mean, I didn't play it, and normally I like to read spoiler-free reviews on a game just to see if there's something that I know I don't want to invest my time in, something that I know may not resonate with me or I may not like. I mean, gaming, time is precious. Once you spend your time, you can't get it back. So once you want to spend your time and invest your time in a game, and you want to make sure you're playing a game you actually want to play and that you don't want to waste your time in. So that because on a side note, I started playing Assassin's Creed Origins, right? Another single player story-driven RPG game. I started playing Assassin's Creed Origins about 3 months ago. It's a very long game, and as I kept playing, I had to keep telling myself like, am I playing this for the side quest? Do I just kind of want to, see, get his story, fleshed out? But then I started looking into Assassin's Creed Odyssey reviews, and I said, you know what? This game is some over 100 hours long, and it's a lot of doing the same thing, and I can't see myself wanting to play a game like that. I would even much rather just play The Witcher 3, right? If you will. Like, I would just rather play The Witcher 3 if I'm going to play a game like that, because The Witcher 3 is just, it's fun to play, and you can do side quests like that, and time will fly, and by the time you literally turn around, hours have gone by and you haven't even touched the main story. I don't think I've really touched a lot of the main story. I've just been doing a lot of side quests and a lot of exploring in Witcher 3. Planks PK says, you know what, I'm watching till my phone dies. Man, appreciate the commitment. That's awesome. And Plant says, in my opinion, the Intel Core i5-10400 is like $30 cheaper than the Ryzen 5 3600, and it has the same cores and threads, and is better at gaming. Yeah, better can be subjective, but I'm not 100% sure if the i5-10400 comes with a cooler, right? I'm not sure. But if it doesn't, then you figure that $30 savings is likely going to go to a cooler. And even if it does, you may even want to go with an aftermarket cooler. But depending on the game, if the game favors strong single core performance versus multiple balanced cores, then you could see a slight performance boost. But the i5-10400 does have incredible value. It's just good that Intel finally, went with hyper-threading on their i5s and i3s. It took them long enough, and we have Ryzen to thanks for that. And Plank says, do you have a live schedule? We do. We go live every Saturday around this general time. I try to keep the time. I try to keep the times within, the same range, but generally it's every Saturday between this time. And Plank says, yes, it does. So, okay, but even then, Intel's coolers, not known to be the very best, and I would definitely recommend going with an aftermarket cooler. with Intel, because I mean Intel again, we talked about this, I believe it was 2 live streams ago, how Intel, rates their power draws. It's not based off boost speeds, it's based off, base clock frequencies. But yeah, Plank says, but I bought the 10500, so slightly better Bend i5. All right, awesome. So yeah, I mean, I'm more so really, I skipped over 10th generation. Right, I have a 9900K sitting here in the box that we're going to do an updated video on my editing rig. I skipped over 10th generation. I almost want to skip over 11th generation for 12th generation Alder Lake. Right, in my opinion, Alder Lake is where the chipset that's going to start to put Intel back on his mantle. And I favor no brand. Like I may do, most of my videos are on Ryzen. Most of my videos are on AMD products. That's because that's where the value is, or that's where the value was. We'll see how Intel responds, right? It's like, because for once, AMD, it costs a little bit more. It costs more for that performance. So Intel is in an interesting position to come in and once again try to steal, the fastest processor on the gaming market, or fastest processor on the market, as they like to try to coin it or pin it. But Alder Lake could be with it's at, or where it's at with 12 gen, 10 nanometer. So yeah, we'll see. But I tell you what, let's jump into the conversation. All good. Keep the comments going if you just joined us, because I see we have a few new people joining. If you just joined us, do remember to give the stream a like, give the stream a thumbs up. Do appreciate it, right? And if you're not yet subscribed here, do subscribe to the channel. We go live once a week on top of weekly videos throughout the week. Right, we're trying to find that balance. Is that something we talked about in the New Year's Eve live stream? We're not gonna go too much into it, but yeah, let's jump into it, because we're talking about the superiority behind PC gaming, right? The mindset of a PC gamer versus the mindset of a console gamer, right? If you're here on the live stream, maybe you haven't yet built, or you're here on the replay. I do not want to exclude our replay friends and fam, right? I monitor I monitor the views on the live stream, and they do pick up traction slowly but surely after they've already published. But again, if you're here on the replay and you're here on the live stream, you may be on the fence about building a PC, right? You may be on the fence about switching over from console gaming to PC gaming. Maybe you are aware of some of these things we're going to talk about. My mission, if you're here, if you have any questions about any of these things, do ask. Hopefully, I can shine some light on the situation or clear up any misconceptions about PC gaming. And then with that said, I also do want to very much identify and recognize that there are some downsides to going with this direction versus any alternatives, and the alternatives, most importantly, that we are going to discuss in this live stream. Okay, so yeah, at any time, please feel free to ask. If you're here during the live show now, or you're here on the replay and you have questions, do ask, because essentially we are discussing the good, the bad, and the ugly, where that is PC gaming. Now, I don't like using the term ugly, right? I didn't want to use the term ugly, and even in the title it says awful, because essentially that segment, when we get there, you'll see why. It's not so much it's ugly in the sense that it's awful, right? Like, you may have a favorite dish you don't like to eat. Maybe you don't like sour foods, right? Maybe you don't like spicy foods. To you, it tastes awful. You can't say, oh, it tastes ugly. But, you will resent it the same way as something that you find repulsive, something that you find ugly. So I guess more so in that content block, you could say that those are things that we may find repulsive about PC, or that may be repulsive about PC gaming, right? A pile of throw up is ugly, right? It's ugly and it's awful. It's awful it happened, and it's ugly that it's there, right? It's just as human bile. But we're talking about the good, the bad, and the ugly. I want to start with the good, because some of PC gaming strengths are some of the things I wanted to identify, from the bat, like from the jump, their strengths, because like most things enjoyable in life, there's pros and there's cons. There's things you have to enjoy, and there's things that could, dissatisfy you. It's a double-edged sword, essentially, if you will. So, we're going to talk about the good, the bad, the ugly. That is the pinnacle of gaming, or what I believe, what is the pinnacle of gaming, right? The good, the great, PC gaming, that is the pinnacle of gaming. And the idea of reaching the pinnacle of something, let's say Mount Everest, that is the highest point of a structure or object, right? And this point that the activity though is gaming. So we're referring to an activity, and the good behind it is the pinnacle of gaming. And what is it that makes it great? Why is it right? I had to bring my man in for this one, but why is it the way, right? PC gaming is the way. Why is that? For starters, one of the things that I think gives PC gaming its biggest advantage, and that is unlocked frame rates, right? Now, we talked about frame rates last live stream. Great topic. And this is one of the reasons why I like to have our live streams be topic focused or topic centric. So even if you weren't able to make that live stream, these are essentially, I mean, our live show kind of, they double as podcast, or what I like to call like vlogcast or vlog videos. You could just throw it back and listen to the conversation, right? A lot of talking, a lot of helpful cards or helpful information that's presented on the screen that you can always look back to your device or monitor. But for the most part, that conversation was rich in value, and the conversation overall was just amazing. I definitely highly recommend you check that out, because we dived deeper into the subject of refresh rates and response time, and how your monitor, your PC, right? Your PC as a whole, your monitor is the window to the soul of your PC. It's very important. Now, why is it one of the goods with PC gaming? Well, because for starters, you have unlocked frame rates on a PC, right? The PC platform presents you with the opportunity to have unlocked frame rates. And the higher the frame rate, the more smooth and interactive the game's going to be. The lower the response time, the quicker those pixels are going to fire over, and you'll just get nice dynamic scene transitions and color changes within your games, especially with action-packed scenes, or scenes that have a lot going on. Like if you like playing World of Warcraft, for example, you have so much going on. There's so many enemies spawning and so many people just coming into your view area that haven't unlocked frame rates. And you can't play World of Warcraft on the console. So maybe that was a bad experience, a bad example. But if we're going to use one of the still very much common consoles, that is PS4 and Xbox One. Yes, we know the PS5 is out. Yes, the Xbox Series S and X is out. Yes, they are very much still hard to find, regardless of frequent or sporadic, if you will, monthly supply drops from Microsoft and Sony, and they've gone like unannounced. They've been silent restocks, and journalists and publishers have made it known to the masses that, hey, for a hot quick moment, you can find a PS5 and an Xbox Series S or X at a Target or Walmart, but likely by the time you've seen that blog, they're already gone. So what does that mean? That means a lot of people aren't just throwing their PS4 and Xbox Ones away, or their Xbox One S, right? Which is a console, in my opinion. If you're willing to weather this storm, but you're willing to weather this storm, and you're still maybe say on an older hardware platform like the Xbox 360, and you're ready to make that jump to even maybe 900p, because that's about what the PS4 and Xbox One are outputting. But you're ready for 900p resolution gaming, slightly better frame rates. I mean, go with an Xbox One S, right? Under $200. Even if you want to build a gaming PC in the future, it's still very much a fine, media device to watch YouTube or watch some of your favorite shows. And if you're going to be interested in streaming, you can also use it to say stream your games from through your console and your PC and into your monitor. Right? You have to use a capture card, but you'd be able to repurpose the console and find purpose for it, as opposed to just throwing it in a bin or letting it collect dust somewhere. Then you can also pass it down, savings down to somebody else. But unlocked frame rates are, one of the reasons why I switched to PC gaming. We talked about, the consoles that I played on, the Xbox One, which was like the console. If it wasn't a PS4 exclusive, I was playing most of my games on the Xbox One. Mad Max, I use this example all the time, but man, it's a perfect example from the most recent experience I have of playing a console game. Mad Max ran horrible on the Xbox One. I'm talking single-digit frame rates, fam. It was just a horrible experience. It was breaking the immersion. It was breaking the fun. And I finally gave up. And I said I still wanted to play that game, and I wanted to play it on console. But once I beat it on Xbox One, I said I didn't really want to go back. I had a distaste for the consoles and a distaste for the Xbox One, and that's what made me switch because I realized that no matter what, most console games, especially on the Xbox One and the PS4, they are locked to 30 FPS, right? So the game, no matter what, will only output 30 frames per second, right? Even if you have a 60 hertz monitor, your game still will only output 30. Having a 60 hertz won't be very beneficial at all because the game will still, most PS4 games and Xbox One games even struggle to hit that 30 FPS mark. And most of the time, from what I've seen them, it's like 18 to 22 frames per second. Most Xbox One and PS4 games run at. So unlocked frame rates on the PC is what makes it good. This is what makes PC gaming the way. Frame rates play a very important role with how you experience games. And for a quick refresher, that's because you have to understand how frame rates work. So it's displaying that image a certain amount of times per second. Let's use a 60 hertz monitor, for example. So that monitor is displaying, 60 images every second. And if your PC can output, say, let's say your PC, you have a nice high end, a decent PC, you can put out 70, 75 frames per second. So your system is able to output that much, although your monitor is only going to be able to process and output 60 frames. You're going to feel the lower latency and the reduced input lag, right? It's going to make the game feel so much more responsive. You can't do that on a console, and it's one of the reasons that makes PC gaming good. It's one of the reasons that makes it great. Our last title said the good, the great, the pinnacle of PC gaming. The highest point, the best way, arguably, to experience a game. It starts with the frame rates. Most of the time, when most new builders or new convertees, if you will, if that's a word, most people who are ready to switch from a console, they ask, how many frames can I get in this game? How many frames can I get in this game? Will I be able to get over 100 FPS in Fortnite, or will I be able? I want to run Call of Duty Warzone max settings 144 FPS. They want to know the frames. Why? Because even for a noob, they know how important frame rates are. Right? Video games are what did we call them last week? They're a digital interactive book, right? How are they an interactive book? Well, because they're just displaying, images, a whole bunch of images, and it's giving you the illusion that there's, movement going on in the screen. So the faster those images can display, as your monitor is not displaying, screen tearing and stuttering, the better your experience is going to be. You can't get that with a console, and in my opinion, it's very gimmicky, even on some of the newer consoles, right? Because they use a lot of machine learning and AI to manipulate the game settings and the graphics settings to give you a higher frame rate. Not with PC, right? You have that option, but you can turn it off, right? You can disable it. Plank says, I joined in my iPad. That has 13%. Man, all right. Well, welcome back, Planks PK. Do try to hang around. Stick around, fam. We got a lot to talk about during this live stream. Planks PK says, PS4 can go at 1080p 60 FPS. Yeah, but it's not native though. See, it's not. That's the thing with the PS4. It's not a native resolution. It's 900p being upscaled to 1080p. So it makes it, it compromises the graphic settings. It compromises the resolution to be able to achieve that 60 FPS market, right? Or target. Man, I can't talk. Damon says, I need to see Halo before the upgrade. Yeah, and hey, I'm a big Halo fan. I know you probably can't see it, but I got my Master Chief helmet right here. Halo is a game that I was like, what? I want to play more first-person shooters. I see earlier in the live stream when I asked what are your favorite genres, I didn't forget about you. I meant to comment on that because first-person shooters would probably be my second favorite genre to get into. Right? Like I love single-player story-driven games. That could be in most cases first-person shooters and third-person shooters, which most of the time is a third-person perspective game, so that's over the shoulder, right? Like another one of my favorite games is Resident Evil 4. Loved playing Resident Evil 4. Wow, I mean, I had Resident Evil 4. I had just a memorable. It didn't even feel like I was playing a game. It felt like I was Leon Kennedy dealing with Los Plagas. Like I really enjoyed playing Resident Evil 4, and you could play that on at the time. I believe it was only PlayStation, but not PlayStation. I played it on the Nintendo 64, right? Or I'm sorry, Dreamcast. But yeah, I want to play Halo. I love Halo. the first Halo because it was a first person shooter, and I know the multiplayer is where it was really at. But Halo 2 storyline, the way the way Bungie did it at the time, which you play as the Arbiter and then you played as the Chief, and the stories branched off into separate plots, but at the end they converged and came back together. I mean, to me, I really enjoyed that part. Like I enjoyed the Halo 2 storyline. Now, here's one for you, fam. Let me switch back here. I I like Halo ODST, right? Halo ODST, I will I will admit and recognize it's not the best entry in the Halo franchise. Uh, their firefight mode was really dope, right? It was fun to play with friends, right? Where I believe, was up to a team of 4 people had to survive waves and waves and waves of enemy covenant coming in different intercals and different ranks and what have you. And firefight was real intense and real awesome once you got down to that the last rounds and they were dropping down the hunters and everything. Like ODST was fun, but ODST's storyline, their campaign, I really enjoy. Like I loved playing ODST's campaign probably more than I liked playing any other campaign, with the exception of Halo Reach. Like Halo Reach is another Halo entry that the multiplayer was grand. Like I didn't play enough of the multiplayer to give it a pass or a passer play or what have you. But I recognize it was very popular at the time when we were managing our game studio. We sponsored a professional Halo player, right? And he was fun to watch. He was awesome because we all liked Halo. I didn't play online, but I love the lore. I love the story. Halo Wars, for example, as an RTS, a real-time strategy game. For those of you who don't know, RTSs were a game, on a side note, that made me want to get into PC gaming, like playing Age of Empires 2 or 1 and 2 and Warcraft. Those games were amazing to me. Like I said, wow, we can build and you can strategize, and if you could play with a friend over LAN, it was also fun and good times. Oh, I see we have XLR Gaming. Cliff says, "Word up, homies. It's good to see you." Cliff, what's up, brother? Thanks for stopping by. We're talking about the superiority behind PC gaming, and you're an experienced vet, so I know you probably have a lot to share with us. But we're talking about the superiority of PC gaming, the good, the bad, and the ugly, right? We're throwing everything else out with the bathwater, and we're recognizing that there are good things about it, there are bad things about it, and there are ugly or distasteful things about it. We're talking about it all during this live stream, but we're starting with we were talking about the good, the great, the pinnacle of gaming, right? The highest point of gaming. Why is it good? We were dialed in and talking about unlocked frame rates, which took us to the next part of the conversation about Halo, because Halo, being a first-person shooter, it also had heavy multiplayer themes to it, right? But the story, the lore of Halo is really deep, and I read a lot of the some of the stories. Right, Forward Unto Dawn was an okay movie. Like I liked Forward Unto Dawn. I really wish the Halo 5 series would have kept going with Locke and everything. And I did play Halo 5. I didn't finish Halo 5, and that, with the exception of Halo Wars 2, Halo 5 and Halo Wars 2 were the only two Halo games I didn't finish. And if you're anything like me, I'm not a completionist, but I don't like starting games and finishing them. I know it's the trend now, especially with the younger generation that's coming into the world of gaming, which we embrace them. You got to embrace the youth. The youth are future. They are going to develop the direction of this industry, as these manufacturers and brands will start to realize that they are emergent as consumers in the market, and so they too would want to target them as consumers with disposable income. And also they will have more time than, like, say, myself, who's a full-time parent, right? And also create content here on the platform. But Damon says absolutely, ODST story was amazing. Yeah, I mean, the journey of the ODSTs dropping down into New Mombasa, at the conclusion of Halo 3. Just the atmosphere, the soundtrack, the despair, the hopelessness, the attack that just took place. Like it felt like you were down there on ground zero, like being a part of this futuristic city, New Mombasa, that was just glassed literally by an alien race that just took off with Earth's greatest defense, arguably, that being the Master Chief, on it and pursue. So yeah, ODST's story was just an amazing ride, and it's one of those games that come to mind that I think of that I play like from beginning, middle to end, right? I may not remember the narrative and like the lines and things like that, but I can tell you from just the over how the story was told, it was packaged very well, and you really don't see that in first-person shooters game. But here's an unpopular opinion, fam. Before we continue on, here's an unpopular opinion for y'all. I like the Call of Duty campaigns. I understand Call of Duty, you know, Call of Duty, Call of Duty, and Activision and what have you in their studios. They made their bread. They made their cake off of the popularity of Call of Duty's multiplayer arena. I will honestly admit that, but I'm here to tell you, I very rarely played any Call of Duty multiplayer. Like I played more Warzone than I played in any other previous Call of Duties. I played Modern Warfare and Modern Warfare 2 a lot because that was really popular at the time. But even then, I enjoyed those campaigns a great deal. But some of my favorite Call of Duty campaigns, just to come to mind and share with you guys and gals, Advanced Warfare, super unpopular, but I like the Advanced Warfare campaign. Really fun, and these campaigns feel like miniature movies, right? They feel like it's just action, it's explosion. It feels like you're playing a video game written, directed, and produced by Michael Bay himself, king of the explosions, right? But I really enjoyed Advanced Warfare's campaign. Excuse me, Call of Duty Ghosts campaign gave me that same feeling that Halo ODST did when I played it. Like it was really grounded. If you played ODST, then you feel where I'm coming from when I tell you this. And if you haven't, do what I do. YouTube is a great place to spend time and to have fun, right? Like, but search your YouTube and watch just the story walkthrough, if you will. But if you play Call of Duty Ghosts, you know where I'm coming from when I tell you this. That scene, that moment when Rourke floods the city. I forgot what city they're in, but when Rourke floods the city, and you're on that map, and all the water is rushing through, and people are in the water and getting washed away, and you got to make your way through the city as it's being flooded, and enemies are shooting at you. That was really intense, and I really enjoyed that, right? And Battlefield, their Bad Company games like 1, 2, and I believe 3, they had some really interesting and funny storylines that made them two really fun first-person shooter games to play. That while the focus might have been multiplayer, their single player was definitely, something worthwhile and, worth maybe what, 6, 7 hours. They're not long, and that's another reason why I like the Call of Duty campaign. It's like you get a lot for this short amount of time that you spend with the game. It's really, really, really fun. Cliff says thanks for the welcome. Yeah, definitely welcome, Cliff. Welcome to the live stream, fam. It's good to see you. It's good to have you here. And Damien says I've been doing more VR gaming these days. Yeah, so I watched your VR unboxing video, D, and I kind of figured I was gonna say, hey, D's gonna give us a follow-up video today. He's got to share his experiences and let us know, how you like in the VR scene. I messed around with VR very early on when it was like switching over to cell phones and things like that. And I know playing on a high-end VR system is is more ideal, right? It's the good, better, best scenario. But it's not personally for me. I would probably do it on a casual level to where I may just want to jump in and maybe just kind of walk around and just like almost in a tech demo like form. But that's awesome. And I think VR with the Rift and everything and VR technology becoming better, it's going to work its way out of an emergent niche audience, right? It's still kind of niche now, but I think it's going to pick up steam going forward. It has to start with the consoles, right? If we want anything to become more abundant and more available, it starts with the console manufacturers presenting them on consoles, because that's where a core foundation of gamers are going to be at, right? That's the ones that are going to want to spend money. XLR Gaming says, I'm a big RPG fan, so games like Baldur's Gate, Planescape Torment, awesome computer role-playing games are my jam. Great part of PC gaming. Yeah, that's what, Cliff, that's kind of like where I came up on, right? Some of the older PC games, Jedi Academy is another one that comes to mind, where me and my friends, one friend of mine, he would have more than one computer in his home, and we would be able to all get in a match, and we would all land and play Jedi Outcast for like, or Jedi Academy for like days over the summertime. Warcraft, if you will, Baldur's Gate. Yeah, I mean, especially MMOs. Like MMOs aren't what they are now. They just don't seem as popular, I guess to say the least. But yeah, I mean, shout out, more shout out to the RPG fans. I'm a big RPG fan. So I like story-driven based games. Like I like games with substance and context, lore. Um, Obviously side quests are great, but like if I had went down all the games in my library, most of them are all RPGs. And most games now, I mean that term can be used loosely. As I see Damon says, he's a big Battlefield fan too, because games have RPG elements more now than ever, right? Even if it is a first-person shooter, dedicated first-person shooters game, there's going to be some level of RPG elements involved. Now, that's an exception to say Resident Evil 7, which is another game here in modern terms, like Resident Evil 7, Dying Light. And more so, I want to use Dying Light as an example first, because Dying Light is a first person perspective game. Is it a first person shooter? Yes and no. But it does, you do play it from a first person perspective. So Dying Light has a lot of RPG like elements where you got to gain experience to unlock certain skills or certain abilities or level up weapons and craft weapons, and there's side stories and what have you. Dying Light was an amazing game, and Resident Evil 7 too. While it didn't really have those things, it was a linear first person game. It really didn't have RPG. It didn't really have RPG elements in RE7, which I'm really looking forward to Resident Evil Village, although it looks it looks weird AF, but I'm willing to give it a shot because I'm a longtime Resident Evil fan. Playing the first Resident Evil director's cut and being scared out of my mind at like age of 8 or 9 years old. It's hard to imagine a game like that scaring you as an adult now, outside of the regular jump scare. But when I was young, like playing that game 8 9 years old, I mean I was terrified to go walk in the dark or walk through woods. Like just the imagination ran rampant. And XLR Gaming says before you wanted to play games like Wizardry and Ultima, it was all PC if you wanted to play them. Yeah, that's very true, and that's something we talked about a little earlier in this live stream, to where some of those, if you wanted to play games, which were, I guess at the time we could consider them to be slightly niche based, but if you wanted to play games in that magnitude, you had to jump over, you had to play them, on the PC. You had to play them on PC, and that's why, again, growing up, we couldn't afford a PC. So for me, a lot of times it was Nintendo and Super Nintendo if I wasn't over a friend of mine, which this particular friend, who parents like computers. So they had more than one. So I was able to play on one and they were able to play on one. And there was this MMO we played. Tell me if you played it down in the chat. But there was an MMO called Prison Tale, and we played that a lot back in the day. And we would just party up and just be in the house playing Prison Tale. Good times. I didn't really go outside. I like playing basketball. I didn't really go outside as much. If I had the choice of playing basketball and like playing Prison Tale or playing Warcraft, I would have rather played Warcraft or Age of Empires 2. Like I really liked Age of Empires 2. I played Age of Empires 2 a lot. I would like to get back in and play it more here on the PC, but I need to finish Cyberpunk 2077. I'm like right there. I didn't realize how short that game is, how short Cyberpunk 2077 is. I had to stop myself. I was like, whoa, whoa, whoa. I can't go back. So as soon as I was able to stop and save, I stopped and save at the like Immortal quest line and went back and said, all right, I'll use one of these other saves to do like side quest and future benchmarking. But the game is still very much in a weird state of mess. It's hard. I just kind of want to see what the ending hype is and how the story concludes. But that's nor here or there. Right? Back to the subject at hand, and that is PC gaming. Why it is the way? For starters, unlocked frame rates. They make the game feel smooth and interactive. It's one of the core benefits to playing on the PC platform. That is unlocked frame rates. The next one, right, in my honest opinion, that makes it, the good, or what makes it good. The next one is dynamic native resolutions, right? We're talking about gaming at the resolution of your monitor, not upscale 900p or 360 upscale or 720 upscale to 1080p. We're not talking about upscaled resolutions or even deep learning super sampling, if you will. But we're talking about just native resolution, the benefit of being able to have, the right amount of pixels being displayed on screen, because pixel density is important, right? The smallest of details are drawn with the sharpest of detail, right? I know that sounds weird, but it's very much it's true, right? With a dynamic resolution. This is why in some, if you're still playing on the PS4, if you're still here and you're still playing on PS4 or an Xbox One or even a One S, this is why sometimes if you're standing still and you're looking afar, the image and everything may look fine, but as soon as you start to move, it looks a little blurry. Well, now the game's hardware is trying to re-render the resolution to compensate for lower frame rates. Well, you have that option on PC with DLSS. I know DLSS isn't a popular feature yet. DLSS 2.0 did improve upon DLSS 1.0. Like I wouldn't touch that. I wouldn't touch DLSS 1.0 with the stick. Like I tried and I was like, oh no, this is not good. I do not want the performance trade off. But DLSS 2.0 is starting to get better. But dynamic resolution is still very much where it's at, and you don't have the option to disable that. You can, change to 1080p 120 hertz mode on the Xbox, but it's still very much compensating image quality for frame rates, right? It's even more. This is definitely the case on the PS4 Pro. Like, don't even get me started on the PS4 Pro. I own a PS4, and I was like, Sony, what are you doing? No 4K Blu-ray support, and it's not even native 4K. It's checkerboard 4K. That's even worse. So, that's not even running. So even a PS4 Pro is still not a dynamic resolution, right? On PC, this is what makes PC good, is that you're benefiting from the full resolution of your monitor. If that's 1080p, some 2 million pixels. If that's 1440p, some 33 over 3 million pixels, and 8K, which is 4 times 1080p, you're getting the best possible image quality that your system or hardware can output. And by that I mean tweaking your settings, obviously, and staying within the hardware limitations of your system, right? And then there's your personalized experience that makes PC gaming good, right? Well, what makes it great? What makes it the pinnacle, once again, of gaming, right? And that is the personalized experience, and that is that no matter how much money I may have, right? Or how much money, say, Damon may have, right? Maybe Damon wants to spend 10 grand on his computer. And we're talking like 3 RTX 3090s and a 10980XE, 18 core CPU, right? Very possible. I know it may seem, wow, somebody, you can build a $10,000 PC. Yes, very much easily. But maybe D wants to spend in 10K, which is a bit egregious. So let's just tone it down and say 1,000, and I want to spend 5. His experience is personalized to what he may need and may want to do, and the games he may want to play, and the resolution he wants to play at. Let's say he wants to get into 4K gaming, so he may need a beefier system. Let's say I just want 1080p 60 frames, 60 hertz. I have a 1080p 60 hertz monitor, and I just really want 1080p 60 FPS max settings in most of my games, right? So a budget, I don't need the budget overhead that, say, if you want to go up to a higher resolution. Well, the experience is personalized. On a console, that's not the case. I buy a PS5, Damon buys a PS5, Cliff buys a PS5, our moderator buys a PS5. We're all getting the same experience. There's nothing personal about it outside of changing your wallpaper or changing your theme. Let's say on the PlayStation, on the PlayStation UI, on the user interface. But there's no personalized experience with the console. I buy PS5, you buy PS5, we're going to be able to run the games the same way. In fact, unless we turn on our consoles and go to the start screen or the main user interface menu, our systems aren't even, they're not even, they're not even, they don't have any distinctive qualities to them. To where if I take my PC and I take Cliff's PC or Damon's PC, we're going to be able to tell the difference from them immediately. I'm like, oh, hey, I know my mother. Well, that's Asus, Asus ROG Strix today Ti, or, he has a GTX 2060, RTX 2060, or GTX 2060, and RTX 2060. I mean, you'd be able to know your systems without even needing to turn them on. Arguably, even if they're built in the same case, there may be small nuances about your system that you would maybe be able to say, hey, we both built, in the Cooler Master Box 311Q, but you went, you have an Asus motherboard. I went with an MSI B350 motherboard. Or maybe you have, maybe you're using an AMD Radeon graphics card, and I went with the NVIDIA graphics card. The experience is personalized on consoles. Sparta Rules says, or Damien says, if only I had it like that. Hey, listen, me too, fam. I wish I could drop 10K on a computer and not have to worry about, I don't know, death from our moderator, or death from the utility people, right? They're important. But yeah, nah, it's again, spending 10K on a computer, I'd imagine like you're doing a lot of you have a very high end workflow. Like maybe you run in an animation based studio, or you're dealing with 8K footage or high end resolution photography. Man, but they're out there. But Sparta Rules says, "Hey, what's up, brother? Sorry I'm late. It's good to see you, Sparta Rules. It's all good. No problem. Never late, right? Always on time. Always on time. The conversation, we're still very much in the first segment, getting ready to segue over into the second segment. And we're talking about, the superiority behind PC gaming, the mindset of a PC gamer, right? The good, the bad, and the ugly with this hobby, or with wanting to game on this platform. Why is it good, or what makes it good? What makes it bad? And what makes it, say, ugly? And I said earlier, I didn't like using ugly. I more so wanted to say awful, right? Like those three things. What qualifies PC gaming to be those three things? We just wrapped up discussing what makes it good, great. Why is it the pinnacle of PC gaming? And for those of you also who just joined on, you can follow along as we recap. Excuse me. But we talked about that of one of those reasons why it's good, why it's great, why is it the pinnacle of gaming? Unlocked frame rates, for starters, right? We talked about that last week's live stream, the importance and significance of getting the maximum output frame rates your system can output or generate, and also coupling that with a decent, a decent monitor with a low response time and high refresh rate. But frame rates are important. We talked about that during last week's live stream. But unlocked frame rates are one of the reasons why it makes it a great platform, right? One of the reasons why it can take your gaming experience to the highest level possible, if you will. Hence the pinnacle of gaming. The second part we talked about was how PC gaming offers you the native resolution, right? Like you're gaming at the resolution your monitor is rated for. So if that's a 1080p monitor, you can run your games in 1080p. You also have the option of changing. You can even run them at 1280 by 720, I believe it is. So you have the option to run it even lower than that, but you do have the option of running it at your resolution, right? And you're getting a native resolution, a dynamic native resolution. There's no upscaling, there's no AI trickery and mastery going on. It is what it is, right? And then it's the personalized experience. Another one of my favorite aspects of this hobby, or being a tech enthusiast, is how that my experience and your experience, if we all got consoles, if we all got Xboxes, Series X's, and all of our Xbox Series X's will look the same until custom variants start to roll out, or you can modify it with plates, or face plates, front plates, or what have you. But for the most part, all of our consoles will look the same, right? But with the PC, that's not the case. It's a reflection of my personality. It's a reflection of your personality, right? Like we could be using the same case, but your system could very much still look different than mine, and even still perform differently than mine. So that's another one of the reasons why PC gaming is great, is that it's a personalized experience that you're not going to be able to capture on a console. So those are the three things we had talked about. What makes PC gaming great? What makes it good? Why is it the pinnacle of gaming? So if you're just joining in, strap on, put your seatbelts on, put your hands up when we drop down and descend down the hill, because this conversation, this ride is going on strong. We just finished up what makes PC gaming good, great, right? Unlocked frame rates, dynamic resolution, PC gaming. This is the way, right? If I had the time, I'd get me a little Mandalorian helmet so I could sound like Mando, right? We say that. But PC gaming is the way. This is my crude attempt at making a meme too, fam. Roast me in the comments after the replay. Don't roast me here on a live stream about it. But this was my attempt at making a meme. But PC gaming is the way. But it is not without its faults. It is not without its cons. But in this YouTube live stream, the focus isn't more so discussing the pros and cons. We're not here to list pros and cons. We're more so identifying that PC gaming is the superior platform, right? No matter how much flexibility a console will offer, PC gaming is the superior way to experience games. But again, why is it bad? We talked about the good. Why is it bad, right? Because you have the bad, the not so great, and this is when PC gaming is not good, right? In this segment, like this is it's in my opinion when you're talking to depending on the platform, some tech enthusiasts don't want to recognize the faults behind PC gaming, but as a even as a tech content creator, creator that's something, right? Content creator and macro influencer, if you will. But shout out, we did receive our first brand deal, right? So, no horns. Sorry, the horns late, but we did get our first brand deal. So that was awesome. So we are being recognized as an influencer in some degree. And that particular sponsor reached out to me. But super helpful video. If you're in need of a Windows 10 key and you like to do a lot of PC builds and you're a tech fan and you're like, man, I can't transfer a copy of my Windows from here to there. And use cdkdeals.com. So check out that video. It is you can find it in our most recent playlist. Even if you did install Windows, share it with a friend, share it with a fellow somebody who isn't as versed with the process of installing Windows. I know it's kind of like once you get to that point, everybody's like, I need a Windows key. It's $129. Why is that? That's another conversation because they are legit and they are perfectly legal. Bad Habit, what's up, fam? It's good to see you. Speaking of, I believe he was actually just talking on that particular video. It's good to see you, Bad Habit. I love seeing our regular shows. Let me switch back here. I love seeing our regulars come into the live show. It really shows me that you support the brand, you support the message, and you support the vision. And I'm gonna be honest with you, fam. The goal here is to maybe build a core audience of 500 plus, like a community of 500 plus. That's a lot of people. That's the equivalency of a subdivision or a townhome with like 3 or 4 roads, right? An average household family size of 5 to 6 is the size of a community, like a community, a neighborhood, right? That's what I would like this community to feel like, right? The channel being that neighborhood, and places like our Discord, it's coming, our Facebook groups, and those are places we can congregate and come together, while the channel, that is the neighborhood, that is the place where we see each other, engage, and what have you, and then we take the conversation further off the platform. But yeah, I love seeing our regulars. It's good, good to see Bad Habit, Thanks for stopping by. XR Gaming says, congrats on that sponsor. That's awesome. Yeah, definitely appreciate it. I was on the fence. I did a lot of research, did a lot of homework on them, and I had used a similar site too, one that came recommended to me from Brian over at Tech Yes City, but it's the same process, and I am an affiliate now, and they do want to do more. They do want to work with me more, so that's exciting. So, but I am not into. I do not want the content to fill off, start coming off and feeling real salesy, because I'm not with that. My mission here is to tell strong and vivid stories, pass off value, share helpful information, and in terms of one of the reasons why I even accepted that sponsored deal is because, and I shared this with the representative who contacted me, is that I said, first and foremost, I, accept your offer because I feel like this could benefit the community in a great way, especially with you being able to use that code to get even more money off your Windows 10 Pro key, should you need one. But yeah, Bad Habit, it's good to see you. It's good to see you. So, we're talking about the bad, the not so great, when PC gaming is not good. Bad Habit, I'm not sure how much of that conversation you missed, but to do a quick rewind, that was probably a horrible rewind sound effect, but to do a quick rewind, we're talking about the superiority behind PC gaming, the mindset of a PC gamer, and the good, the bad, and the ugly, awful truth that is on why it is, the better option. Why is it superior? Why is it a superior platform? So we talked about the good and a few reasons that we shared, that we said it's good. And at any time, friends and fam, if you want to add to the conversation, maybe tell us in a chat, What are some things that you like about PC gaming, right? What are some of the good things? Hold on to the negative, some things you don't like. But what are some of the good things that, in your opinion, what makes PC the superior platform? We talked about unlocked frame rates. We talked about native resolutions. We talked about the personalized experience or the personalization behind your PC, right? That is the P and C, right? It's personal computer, personal. It's you. It's a reflection of you. And now we're segueing off and we're talking about the bad, the not so great, right? When PC gaming is not good. Bad habit says always feels good to be here. Yeah, it's always good to have you guys and gals here. We don't have a lot of females in the audience, but I like to remain biased, and this is a family-friendly environment, and everybody from all denominations and nationalities are welcome to the conversation, man. This is an awesome community, and it's really you guys and gals that make it possible. I am nothing without the community. I do not exist without the community. The community is the voices of many. It is what makes this channel breathe. It's what gives life to the mission. But we're talking about the bad. So now we're talking about the bad, right? The not so great, if you will. The reasons that make PC gaming not good, and most importantly, why those options are better. Now, early in the live stream, those options quite naturally being consoles. I'm gonna say it, and I'm gonna say it in every block. I'm gonna say it probably in every live stream. It needs to be on some merch. It is coming, but consoles have a purpose. PCs have character. It's very true. But other devices like tablets, the high-end cell phones, Google Stadia, cloud gaming and what have you, they do have they do serve their purpose. And it is times where these things here about PC gaming or why it's not good that makes those options better, right? You're not getting more performance. We're not saying the performance is better, right? But the trade-offs, it's these reasons why going the direction of those other options are better. I would like to say that I wouldn't imagine wanting to say console bash somebody who's saying, but I really, really want to play on consoles. It just works for me. I like the luxury of just plug and play, and I don't want to, have to worry about updating Windows and graphic driver updates and, plugin updates and chipset updates and a few other things we're going to talk about in this content segment block. But, the bad. For starters, screen tearing, ghosting, stuttering can be expensive to countermeasure with adaptive sync technologies. We talked about this in last week's live stream where we talked about, hey, matter of fact, it was a duality because we talked about monitors last year, right, and last season, if you will. We talked about, what makes a good monitor great, and then we talked about the dynamics behind how your monitor refresh rate and response time affects your experience either as a PC gamer or as a content creator. Screen tearing, ghosting, and stuttering, those are things we've talked about that essentially if you weren't there for that live stream, and again, if you are here on the replay or if you're here now and you weren't present for that live stream, I highly recommend you check that conversation out after leaving this one. They are fairly lengthy, but even if you step in and jump in for, maybe about 30 to 40 minutes, right? Just throw it on. Maybe you have some chores to do, some household maintenance, or, you're working on your next content piece and you want to just kind of indulge in a conversation without having to be asphyxiated on your phone. Check that conversation out because screen tearing, ghosting, and stuttering, they could be serious nuisances. And I see you, D says gotta be out. Take care and be safe, everyone. Yeah, D, thanks for stopping by. I do apologize on the side note. The live stream did go out a little late. Experienced a little internet technical difficulties behind the scene. But I am trying to get them out later because I do understand you guys and gals have a lot of a lot of other things to do with your time. But D, thanks for hanging out and being here with us for our weekly live Q&A. But screen tearing and ghosting and stuttering, yeah, they can be really expensive to deal with. Right now, screen tearing is where your monitor is rendering frames on top of each other, and so you're getting that little blurred line to where you're seeing the last part of a frame that was rendering on top of a new frame that's being rendered, and it can just be really, it can break the immersion level of a game. And ghosting is where you get this slight blurring motion where the pixels aren't changing over fast enough. Maybe your monitor doesn't have a high response time. I mean, you need adaptive sync technologies like G-Sync most importantly, or FreeSync to help combat that. That can be expensive, right? Now, by expensive, I mean to get a, with consoles, just about any standard 1080p TV, 60 hertz, most of them are 60 hertz, or, maybe using some kind of behind the, under the hood trickery to achieve that refresh rate. But with consoles, just about any standard 1080p TV will do, especially on PS4, excuse me, an Xbox series or an Xbox, right? Because we talked about, all games, all console games are locked to 30 FPS. So this is why on consoles you can just take your Xbox One, hook it up to mom or dad's TV, or if you maybe got a TV, same TV that you use to watch Hulu, Netflix, and WandaVision. If you're watching WandaVision, which if you're watching WandaVision, tell me what you thought of last week's live show. Like, we don't talk, we don't nerd out on fandom here, right? Clearly, definitely don't. We don't. But I am a fan. Like, I am a nerd. You can't see all around, but if you watch some of the older content, especially like the 50 Facts About Me video, I did share some of that information. But yeah, the same TV that you're using just for your normal, to watch TV is more than enough for your console. But that's not going to be the case with your system, right? Like, even if you think you want to skimp and go with a basic 1080p 60 hertz monitor, because like you put all your money, here's what you wouldn't want to do. And let me switch over to the wide on this one because it's very important. But you don't want to put all your money into your system and be like, oh well, I just, I'll focus on a better monitor later, right? I just want 1080p 60, a 60 hertz monitor. That's all I need right now because I put all my money into my system, and I had a budget of $1,200, and I put 1,100 of that budget into my system. Like, no matter what, that all went into my system. And you didn't take into account of having a monitor that you would have been able to pair with your system. That could be detrimental to your experience, fam. I don't recommend you do that. In fact, I recommend you kind of shop for both of them hand in hand, especially when you're in the territory of picking out your video card. If you're going with a dedicated GPU, if you're going with a dedicated video card, right, like a GTX 1070 or a GTX 1060, which I've been seeing articles that NVIDIA is going to reintroduce new stock on the RTX 2060, and I can't remember what the other card was, but I mean, that's good. And the RTX 2060 is a card I was trying to get my hands on anyway because I felt like it had incredible value for a $329 graphics card at MSRP. Even if it was reintroduced back into the market at that MSRP level, I still think it offers incredible value, but it has to be at that MSRP. Accelerate Gaming Cliff says that I deleted 3 hard drives, then reinstalled Windows OS drive. The third M.2 isn't being recognized. Worked fine before, tried everything, still not recognizing. Going to try a different drive that don't work. I have no idea. Anybody? Wow, that's frustrating because when I first got my M.2, I had to go into the command prompt and I had to run diskpart. I'm not sure if you tried running diskpart yet, Cliff, but you try running diskpart to wipe the M.2 and see if you'll be able to install Windows on it. M.2 drives could be real finicky. This is a problem that I had with with the RTX 3090 build, which you're going to see. You're going to see coming up here this week. It's late, fam, that the RTX 3090 review. I do apologize. The benchmark review is late, but we also updated the build that I used for that video. So, but still, amazing video, and it's fun to produce either way. It's kind of like the graphics card nobody likes. It's the fastest graphics card that nobody likes, but still, amazing 4K performance and even 1440p max performance. I am going to test in both resolutions. I excluded 1080p because I just don't think it's a 1080p card. Even if for high refresh rates, like even for competitive gaming, you outvalued yourself, right? Like spending $2,000 on a graphics card for 1080p high refresh rate. There's a better way. Mrs. Amify says, "What up, all? Dropping in late." No, it's Mrs. Amify. It's good to see you. Just like we told Sparta rules, you never late, right? You're just not on time, but you're never late. You're here to the party. We're still going strong. We're talking about the superiority of PC gaming, the good, the bad, the ugly. All right, Cliff, you actually make an interesting point with your issue because it kind of is going to lead us into, right now we're in this segment, the Mrs. Zombified, of talking about things that make PC gaming, bad, right? Or the not so great behind PC gaming and the reasons why it's not good and why some of those options are better. Cliff's example for the with his issues with his M.2 and installing Windows. Hardware maintenance, right? Like we talked about, having to deal with adaptive sync technology to combat screen tearing and stuttering and ghosting, right? And needing to rely on needing to rely on adaptive sync technology like G-Sync can be an expensive endeavor to jump into, where as opposed to with the console, you can just plug and play, 1080p, 60 hertz TV will do you just fine, but you can't do that with your PC. In fact, you shouldn't do that to your PC. As I mentioned earlier, it could be extremely detrimental to your experience. XLR Gaming says, I did. It's just a bulk storage extra. The drive with the OS is fine. So is the extra drive. It's the third drive giving me troubles. Tried BIOS and Samsung Magician, nothing. Wow. So what M.2 are you using, Cliff? What M.2 is it? Do you think it could be, well, it's not the socket because the BIOS is recognizing the drive. So the fact that the BIOS is recognizing the drive kind of eliminates the possibility of it being faulty or defective. But still, very frustrating. I mean, Windows could be frustrating even with the aside of acquiring a key. It doesn't mean you won't run into any issues. For example, last year, I believe it was, or 2 years ago, I bought a used M.2 off of eBay. I had won it on a bid where like myself and one other person had bidded on it. It was a 500 gigabyte M.2 Samsung Pro, I believe it was 960 M.2, and I won it for under $60. Like with shipping, it came to about $60, but the seller's version of Windows was still on there. So when I had put it in to use it, like Windows immediately booted to the Windows sign-in screen to input that person's password. So I did have to do a little bit of legwork, and really wish they would have maybe made that clear that they hadn't wiped the drive before selling it, but it was no biggie. But it's just one of those things. The Miss Domify says the ugly is the retail sector right now, but I did score 5600X. Yeah, and we're going to talk about the ugly because it's, in my opinion, it's not the same as the bad. So right now we're trying to talk about the bad, but the ugly with a little bit of future insight as to why that is. The ugly could be something we're still willing to deal with, right? We're willing to accept it. But not everybody is willing to accept and deal with the ugly behind PC gaming. But we deal with the ugly because we recognize that it is the superior option. But it's the ugly aspects behind it that makes it a nuance at times, but still very much makes it worthwhile. XLR Gaming says that 500 gigabyte Samsung 970 Plus worked before, and yeah, it's recognizing the BIOS, but not in the OS. Is it a GPT or is it an MBR? So is it a master boot? Is it formatted under a master boot record format, or is it formatted under a GPT? Uh, depending on what it was before, I would try to actually change the format. That's worked for me before in the past on an older hard drive. Still, very frustrating to deal with. Storage is definitely a frustrating issue to troubleshoot and deal with, especially with trying to install Windows, because the problem should seem so straightforward because you run into a roadblock with the process. But again, this is one of the nuances to PC gaming, especially with us being in this content segment here, right? Us being in the bad content segment, or the segment that points out that it's not necessarily bad, it's just not so great. It's when PC gaming is not good. This example, or let's use Cliff's example for an example. Man, poor choice of words. But let's use Cliff's issue, XLR gaming, for an example with his storage drive. If that was a system he was dependent on or he needed up, that would be really frustrating to run into. And it just, if you were building yourself and you took out and you started with you put your foot forward and you said, I'm willing to take the risk, I'm going to build my system. Installing an M.2 is pretty straightforward. I don't understand the confusion and the issue with the one screw. It's one capacitive screw, and I see most motherboards are starting to release that don't even require a screw. but it's just you insert it into the slot, push it down, screw the screw in there, right? So installing M.2 is pretty straightforward. You would think that issue is, but it's not. So with custom hardware comes required maintenance. Even in the terms of, let's say you were upgrading your storage from an old hard drive and you had an M.2, right? That's still under the category of maintenance. Or let's say your hard drive failed and you want to upgrade to an SSD. Still very much a process that can be, painstakingly hard to deal with, that you don't have to deal with it on consoles. You don't have that issue. It's pretty much straightforward. Bad Habit says the ugly, the fast pace of technology that goes into PC gaming. There's always a new card or new processor, a new motherboard that doesn't work with old processors, so on and so forth. I don't think one ever finished building their PC. We just leave the old behind and continue it with newer parts. My current gaming rig now has been under construction for 6 months now. Yeah, and that's one of the sections that falls under the good, right, with PC gaming. That personalized experience. You can continue to personalize your build, even if it's taken 6 months to do so. Now, I have my own personal theory as to why, say, the fact, like you said, technology is constantly evolving and moving at a fast pace, right? Like Moore's law. And you said there's always a new graphics card, there's always a new processor, always something new, always something faster at a time where we thought the GTX 1080 Ti was like a graphics card that, you wouldn't need to upgrade no time soon. But then the 2070 came along. You're like, wow, here's a graphics card with less VRAM, doesn't cost the same and it's slightly faster. And here's my theory on that. It's not necessarily the hardware is changing to to improve performance. It's because the game technologies are changing. So it's requiring better hardware to be able to, output or take full advantage of the game's engine, or to render graphics. And if you notice, what's becoming popular with hardware now, right? Graphics cards are starting to hit their target in terms of pure rasterization. So now chip makers are relying on DLSS, for example, to now improve frame rates, right? That's because games are getting more and more demanding, right? This is why you can't run Cyberpunk 2077 on, say, a GTX 1060. You can, but it's not very playable. Does that mean the GTX 1060 is a graphics card that's obsolete and not worth, running, even if you could find one on the used market for under $200? Does that mean it's not worth giving it a shot? Absolutely, positively not. The 1060 can have a great value proposition, right? Now, just because it can't run some of these newer games at a playable refresh rate and like really good graphic settings, no, it doesn't make it not a good option. That doesn't necessarily mean you necessarily need to upgrade unless you, say, want to play that game in a high fidelity. So this is where we get this constant loop of, now I read a byline that said AMD Zen 4 is going to be 25% faster than Zen 3. I'm like, wow, why is that? Well, because games are going to continue to come out. They're going to become more and more demanding. Games are running simulating like effects more and more ever, in terms of like real-time lighting with ray tracing, and even using just baked methods and same space screen reflections, right? Even just using those, or other things like shadows. Games are becoming more and more demanding, and with 1440p slowly becoming more and more popular, games becoming more and more demanding, we need this constant loop of, we get graphics cards and processors almost on a year like level, or like a year every year and a half. So that it's, in my opinion, that's why we're constantly getting new graphics cards, we're constantly getting new CPUs. It's because we're constantly getting new games, and those new games like to improve upon its predecessor, right? If it's a sequel based game, or even if it's a new IP, right? That game will require it will require adequate hardware, right, to play, especially if you're trying to hit the minimum required specifications of that game, which we talked about a few live streams ago with Cyberpunk's recommended specifications. And they're just not accurate. I'll go on the record, they're just not accurate at all. Like, I wouldn't trust the developers' system requirements any more that we trust AMD and Intel's benchmarks, right? We all say wait for independent reviews, right? Wait from, tech people myself, although I'm normally late to the party because I actually have to buy my hardware. I don't get the free stuff yet, fam, but us getting this first brand deal, it's just the first of many. Hopefully, as the channel grows and the community grows, these brands will see, the relevancy in this community, and they'll see that we got a voice too, fam, and that voice should be heard. It deserves to be heard, right? But my reviews could come in a little bit late, but I also like to provide an alternative take, right? Try to hit on a topic that, say, a larger tech reviewer couldn't because maybe they weren't allowed to talk about certain things, right? My understanding is when they get sent this hardware, there's specific games they have to test in, specific numbers they have to share. It's like so many requirements behind it that I wouldn't even want that. I would much rather prefer to then buy it myself so that way I can give a clear and truthful review on the product, right? Show everything I can and show everything that I think is going to be important to you as a consumer. It's one of the reasons why I think CDPR is why they left a bad taste in my mouth, and that's because they just straight up lied and they limited reviewers with showing the game in its state that it was in. And even if they sent me a key, I would have just replied to the email, respectively declining to offer to review it, because I would have wanted to be able to share my experience, what I was experiencing with the audience, not with what CDPR would have wanted me to share with, like not being able to show your own footage or not being able to show this part of it or and not being able to talk about this. I mean, that's not okay. And that's not representative of, a voice for the consumer as far as being a macro influencer and trying to recommend products and services that I may feel is beneficial and helpful to your workflow or your gaming flow. Even if you don't create content, right? Even if you're not a content creator, but yeah. So that's my opinion. That's my take on why that is. Why hardware is constantly changing. It's annoying to me too, right? It's annoying. Arguably, we kind of do get new consoles yearly, like they get some type of upgrade or some type of upgrade, but generation wise, it's once every 7 years. But I would much have this format that we have now with manufacturers as opposed to getting, say, new, really performance enhancing, upgrades every 7 years. Like, could you imagine if we didn't get a new graphics card every 7 years, or if we got new processors every 7 years, right? Or new motherboard features every 7 years. Like if we had to wait 7 years for dedicated M.2 slots, or DDR4 and DDR5 that's coming up now on the cusp. Like if we had to wait every 7 years, like consoles have to do, that'd be a pretty significant reason to make me not want to be a PC gamer or be a dedicated PC enthusiast. I would probably just hang back on consoles because consoles are designed to be able to withstand that 7 year gap of not being able to interchange its hardware, right? That the same Jaguar processor that is on that Xbox that your son or child or you're gaming on, if you're here on the live stream, that same Jaguar processor, it was old in 2012, 13 when the console launched, 2011 when it launched to now, and it still is old, right? But obviously not the case with PC gaming or PC platform because you can upgrade your parts. But having that option to do it yearly is why I think, is good. Why is good? It's good and bad. And we're going to talk about that under the awful segment because it's not necessarily whole bad. It's a necessary evil, if you will, right? Like it's a necessary evil. You have the choice. Maybe you play CS:GO. Maybe you only play competitive games. So graphic fidelity isn't as important to you as frame rates are. So chances are, because CS:GO can essentially run on a hot potato out of the microwave, you don't need to say upgrade your system to the latest and greatest just to get more frames, right? Just to get an extra 10, 15 frames. It wouldn't be worth it in that point. But if you play at a higher resolution and you play at max settings, like I try to max out as many settings as I can and still target slightly above my monitor's refresh rate. Like 10% above my monitor's refresh rate is what I try to aim for in terms of trying to find a balance of gameplay and graphic fidelity. But yeah, you don't have that option on console. What you got, what you bought into with the PS4 7 years ago is what you're stuck with, right? That's the downside of the console, but that's an obvious downside. So we're not going to elaborate on it too much. It's quite obvious. But with PC gaming, we know we talked about this last week's live stream. Is that fixed, or in the eco-friendly live stream where we talked about economic e-waste? But it's that fixed upgrade mindset. You don't have to upgrade unless you necessarily need to upgrade, right? If you play games like The Witcher 3 and you're playing at 1080p and you're like, you know what, I want a 1440p monitor because I'm ready for sharper graphics, more detail in my games, then that may need a upgrade in the video department or possibly even in your monitor department, right? You get caught up in the chat that Mrs. Amfi said, and I know we're about on a 10 to 15-second delay too here. I do apologize for that, fam. But the Mrs. Amfi says, I hear you. Future proofing or having an upgrade path is critical. Yeah, I mean, imagine if cell phones operated in this way. Apple and them wouldn't make any money. Like, could you imagine if you could swap out that A7 processor chip or the Samsung Snapdragon 81030, whatever version of whatever Snapdragon processor version these Samsung phones or Android phones are running, or whatever Intel microarchitecture that the Apple chips are running on? Like, could you imagine if you could upgrade your phone like we can our computers? We wouldn't buy phones all the time. We would just buy new cell phone parts, right? So long as the chassis of the phone, which even then, if you can swap out the chassis of your phone like you can with a PC, imagine how cool that would be. But much like consoles, cell phone manufacturers don't want you doing that, right? Like, I would argue it's kind of pointless to make seasonal, yearly iPhone upgrades or yearly Samsung phone upgrades. There are people out there that do it, and that's no shade to them. That's on them. They have the right to do so, right? As a consumer, they have a right to do so. But it's arguably the same argument, right? With cell phone upgrades. Do you necessarily need to upgrade your cell phone to scroll faster on Facebook, right? Or even that mobile game that you're playing likely won't feel any more better by switching to the latest iPhone and having to pay more because they're running in excess of over $1,000 now. At that point, fam, build a PC. I tell people, hey, you're willing to drop over $1,000 on a cell phone? Don't tell me PC gaming is expensive, right? You may not have the flexibility of mobility on a PC, right? You do with a laptop though, right? Shout out to the laptop gamers. You do with the laptop though. Yeah, it's a little large and cumbersome. You may need a socket, connect to Wi-Fi, what have you. There's flexibility behind a mobile device, aka the cell phone. But over $1,000, fam, just build a PC. GPU market being foobarred as it is, still, that argument aside, build a PC. $1,000 plus PC can go a long way versus a cell phone to scroll faster on Facebook or to destroy Archer Towers and Clash of Clans. Who's that? Or Boom Beach? That's me. Or in Clash of Clans. I play Clash of Clans and Boom Beach. I play both. But, I mean, yeah, you don't need to upgrade your cell phone yearly. It's just not necessary. Same thing with PC hardware. Old, remember what we say around here, old doesn't mean obsolete, right? Just because there's something newer and faster and maybe even better looking, excuse me, that's what gets me, right? When something's better looking, right? When that new graphics card comes out, I'm like, oh man, this graphics card just looks better. The heck with the performance aside, like, I just like the shroud, I like the cooler, or I like this particular case. There's arguably almost nothing ever wrong with somebody's case. Let's keep it 100, fam. We upgrade our cases because we like the way something newer that comes out looks, right? Unless you specifically need a certain header, right? USB 3.2 or USB Type C. Unless you need a specific header or you need a specific form factor case, right? Your cases, unless they're dropped or you dropped the glass or something like that, they're going to be fine. You really won't need to upgrade them unless you want the aesthetic change. That's normally where I find myself in the forced upgrade loop is what we call it. Mostly because that new part, I'm not interested so much in the performance. Like, I don't need to upgrade for an extra set of a certain amount of frames, maybe double digit frames. I more so want to upgrade because I'm like, man, I really like the design of this card. It's one of the reasons why I went with the 3090, right? I held out for a 6900 XT, even a reference 6900 XT. I wouldn't have touched a reference, RDNA 1 graphics cards, the RX 5000 series graphics cards. Was not a fan of the single blower. I just wish that cooler style maybe be reserved for lower end cars, maybe cars with lower end TDP, just based off of how the coolest apparatus works on a single blower graphics card. But I would have went with the 6900 XT. But I really like the way the Asus ROG Strix RTX 3090 look, even the RTX 3080. But yeah, I mean, which is with PC gaming, you have that option, you have that flexibility. You can upgrade. It's a gift and a curse. Gamers, unfortunately, PC gamers, we have this mindset that we have to upgrade, right? Who wouldn't? Show of hands, like who wouldn't want more performance? Who wouldn't want more frames? But fam, it has to come at a certain, responsible expense, right? Ask yourself, is it worth it? Is $500 paying $500 more to whole platform switch or to up your graphics card? Is it worth, the performance increase that you're going to get? And getting caught back up to the chat. Said, excuse me. Bad Habit says so. In one's lifetime, you will spend $15,000 or more building gaming PCs, but maybe $5,000 on consoles, minus the games. Interesting. Well, I know for sure that if you, I imagine that number to be higher if you consider yourself an enthusiast, because you're going to buy like components for either more than one system, or you're going to make aesthetic changes like maybe buying custom cables or going with ARGB fans, or maybe you want to water cool your system, right? Like it can definitely scale up. And that's another good and bad with PC gaming. We used D as an example earlier, but I said maybe D will want to build a $15,000 computer, and I'd only want to build, or a $10,000 computer. I only want to build a paltry, $1K. I want to drop a smooth, grand on a computer. That number can keep going up though, right? His 15 can turn to 20, 20 can turn to 25. He can spend. It's a money pit. It's literally as much money as you can throw into it, right? You could just keep drowning. You got to know when to cap it off and stop, right? But you got to ask yourself, and that's something we'll revisit though, is that $10,000 average discrepancy Bad Habit share with us, is that worth it to you? Right? Maybe locked frame rates and not native resolutions, the inability to upgrade your hardware, is that worth it? Now, a reason why that is though, again, is consoles' new next generation hardware doesn't really come out every 7 years. So if you're like I had the first generation PlayStation 4, my wife got it for my birthday, and the year it came out. Now, I don't have my PS4 anymore. But if I still had it now and it was still running, like most PS4s are, like no issue, that's almost 7 years ago of not being able to upgrade that system. Now, that's a trade-off. I have to ask myself, is that $15K over lifetime, is it worth it being able to be in control of my experience? Arguably so. But yeah, with consoles coming out every 7 years, you're definitely bound to spend less. As Bad Habit mentioned, minus the games, which games subscription services are becoming more important, or more significant, if you will. Not more important, maybe more important, because they could, in the grand scheme of things, change the way video games are priced and the way we buy video games. I am a subscription nut. Like, if any platform offers a subscription, I'm signing up for it. Microsoft, Uplay, hey, wherever I can, I'm on it. I think the subscription service is a great idea and a great way, especially for parents and dads like myself who don't have a lot of time to spend $60 per game and to just walk away. You pay the subscription service, throw it on a credit card, you uninstall, play the game you want. It's an amazing thing. But yeah, and then Bad Habit, as it says, the gaming PC world is not equal. When you get a console, everybody is playing on the same level. But PC gaming specs plays a huge part. Yes, Bad Habit, and we talked about that at the beginning of the live stream, right? Like we talked about why that is. We talked about why PC gaming is the way. And one of the things we talked about is in the good segment, right? We talked about the personalized experience is one of the good things about PC gaming. And I said that, for the most part, I get a PS5, and Bad Habit, if you got a PS5, we're all going to play on the same level. Just like you mentioned, there is no discrepancy between my PS5 and your PS5 unless I throw some, stickers on it, which I don't like stickers on my equipment. Nothing against people who do, but not a fan. But You know, unless I put stickers on mine or you put stickers on yours, that's the only way we're going to be able to tell our PS5s apart or our Xbox Series X's apart, and we're both going to experience the same performance, right? There's no discrepancy in that. It can be the same monitor for the most part, 1080p, right? It can be the same 1080p monitor. We're going to have the same experience, but on a PC that's not the case. Even with building inside of the same case, if you will. Um, I could build in the RX 570. You could build in the RX 570. You may go on a Z490 platform. I might have went AM4, right? Our experiences are going to be different. They're going to be based off of, what do we say around here? Our budget, right? That's one of the ways that makes the personalized experience personal, is how much I was willing to spend versus how much, Bad Habit might have been willing to spend at the time of his purchase. But the beautiful thing about PCs is that the spending, well, hold on, let me clarify. It's a beautiful thing and it's not a beautiful thing. But you have the ability to upgrade, to put that money into your system when you deem, when you deem necessary. Or let's say you save up. Let's say you picked up some side work, or you got a raise, or you have some form of stimulus coming your way, and you're like, you know what, I want to get some, I want to add the LED strip, or I want to get some, high pressurized fans for my system, or I want some RGB DDR4. I want faster RAM. Whatever the case may be, you have that option. You can't do that on a console, right? And so you being on PC, you have the luxury of having your experience be personalized for you. This is one of the great things about PC gaming, in my opinion. We had our segment where we talked about, the good and the great, right? Both of those words being used interchangeably. But we talked about that, and it's one of the things that's it's good in my opinion, right? It's one of the things that makes PC gaming an awesome platform to be a part of. To just, even if you don't want to build your PC yourself, you want to front up that extra cost, save up for that extra cost, have a system integrator like myself, or a larger brand do it for you, or a local service if you're buying Micro Center or a mom and pop shop that'll do it for you. But yeah, I mean, PC gaming specs do play a huge part. It's all about what you want to do on your PC, right? Let's say Bad Habit is on their way of becoming, the next. For part of my ignorance, Bad Habit, I don't know if you do or don't. But let's say Bad Habit is on their way to being the next Fortnite, top player in the world, and they're grinding and they want to work their skills up. So clearly, a system that's going to deliver high refresh rates at 1080p, somewhere in the form of at least 144 hertz plus, is going to be Bad Habit's focus. So their budget is going to be centered around achieving that high refresh rate, not achieving, high graphic fidelity at a high resolution. The focus levels are going to be, different. In my case, let's say I wanted, a graphics card that's going to deliver 60 plus, FPS on average at 1440p high settings. So my video needs may be slightly different from Bad Habits. I may need to spend a little bit more to compensate for that higher resolution. And Cliff says, well, I recognize the crucial 1 terabyte P5 NVMe. Cool, getting somewhere. Awesome. So Cliff's making progress with his issues with his M.2 drive. That's good stuff. Do keep sharing with that, Cliff. Let us know how you're making out with that. And Bad Habit says, I hear it all the time. My PC is bigger than your PC, especially online. Yeah, and let me tell you something. Let me switch back. I I loathe those kind of arguments. I do not like seeing those kind of arguments. Even if I saw it on, a comment thread here on any other content that I publish on this channel, I would immediately deter that level of talk because honestly, I don't really care how much money one spends on their PC. In my opinion, that doesn't make it better than say my guy here that who wasn't able to spend $1,200 or $1,300 on a PC. That's a lot of money to a lot of people, and to be able to invest it as something and something as hobby focused as PC gaming is one somebody has to take with a hard trade-off. Maybe that's not available to everybody, but I absolutely despise conversations in that form to where it's like, well, I spent my graphics card, it costs more. Deep down inside, I really don't think it's about one component costing more than the other. It's about that individual's need and how they're going to utilize their system the most they can get out of it. I don't care that your CPU costs $1,000, fam, and mine only costs 300, right? But even still, $300 CPU is a lot of money to somebody who may want to build a PC. Maybe they might say, man, $300 for just, one of your parts costs $300. I want my whole PC to cost no more than five. Like I want a console-esque like price range of about $500 to $600, and your one part costs 300. That's excluding motherboard and RAM and CPU and cooling solutions to add on top of that, right? But I don't like those conversations about, I spent more so mine is better than yours. I mean, hey, if it costs more, I have an opinion. If it costs more, it should perform better, right? Rocket science, hello. Or you're going to argue with me that your part runs better because it costs more? Hello, fam. It should, right? If you paid more for this part, shouldn't it perform better than mine that I paid less for? Right? You wanted that performance. So that is the price you paid for it, right? That is the premium that you were willing to invest. You wanted to invest in your experience on that level, so that's what you invested, right? Those conversations are mundane. It's best to not even argue with the fool. And if I did see those conversations here on the channel, I would immediately try to deter it. I would. And I hope that if we don't get to the point to where I would miss those conversations, if you do, bring it to my attention because we have zero tolerance for that nonsense here in this community. All builds are welcome. There's no master race concept here. I understand the running gag of PCMR, but there's no master race concept here. Your system is as good as you are willing to, your system is as good that is as good as you're willing to invest, right? If that's $600, it's $600. If it's $300, it's $300. If it's $2,000, it's $2,000. Like ask that person, so you spent $2,000 on your PC. This person spent $1,000. So their $1,000 PC is, inferior to your $2,000 PC because it costs more. No, that $1,000 PC is still very much a powerful machine, especially once you scale it back to somebody who say only put up $500 for their PC, right? Their PC may be expensive to somebody who's on a console who might say, I bought my console used from GameStop for $169, or I bought my PS4 for $200, and your PC costs 3 times as much as that. So yeah, it's better to not even engage in those conversations. I definitely would. You wouldn't want to waste the energy, right? Tell them to argue with the floor or the wall because they can't argue back. And Bad Habit says that is the thing. Everybody wants to play at the highest resolution, but not everyone can. Yeah, and it's more so not necessarily about the highest resolution because the 4K might not be that discernible between somebody who might see 1440p. There is a big difference though going from 1080p to scaling the resolutions up in general, 1080p to 1440p, especially all the way up to 4K. I think most people want in my opinion, most people want the high frame rates. Without compromising the graphic settings. So they really want both, and most newbies don't understand that there's a price that comes along with that. If you want a non-compromising system and you don't want to have to struggle to find a balance between settings and tweaking the settings to find out, this looks good and this frame rates are acceptable, which is still very much hard to ascertain because depending on what you're doing in the game could determine the level of graphics needed to be rendered, which is then going to affect the frame rates being rendered and outputted from your system. So a lot of factors to take into consideration. But yeah, a lot of people want the max settings. I want the max settings. I want max settings 144 FPS, and it's just not practical. Like that's not practical. At that point, you should probably be at 1440p, 120 FPS, 100 on a 120 hertz monitor. But yeah, I digress. And Cliff says, I'm a case monger. I love a new case. I change like once a year just because I know I'm terrible. If you're terrible, I'm horrible because I have cases lying around that's not even being used. That I might have saw and said, man, I really like that case order. I will be just browsing parts and I'd see cases like, I like this case. Man, I like this case. I like this case, but I'm not getting no performance benefits from switching cases. Not even like would say like an improved airflow, which the case would have to be a dynamic shift. You have to be making a dynamic form factor shift to see a significant airflow change with a case upgrade. But I'm the same way. Like I think cases are the one aesthetic piece. The chassis, it's one of the core components of your decision going into building a PC. Now, if you're going with a pre-built, clearly you don't have as many choices in terms of what's going to come with the case. Maybe you might have three fans. Maybe it may be a ventilated, air mesh in the front of the case. Maybe it has tempered glass, right, or acrylic panels. But you can't you can't look at it in the form of, well, it's wasting money. In my opinion, your case, if you could change your console, right? Let me ask this question to the community here on the live, here on the chat now or in the replay. If you could change the console case like you could a PC case, would you? Much like we answered with the cell phone. It's like, would you even bother changing the PS4 case if you could, like, really switch it out? Maybe put a glass panel on top. Maybe change the specific color outside of just the plates you could that are interchangeable on the PS4. Like, if you could really change the chassis of your PS4, it's like, would you? Would you do that yearly, especially if it costs you? Because cases can cost as low as, a decent case, $50, $60, right? All the way up to like 500, 1,000 plus maybe. So, it's like, would you? And I too find myself in that conundrum where I like upgrading my case because I think, cases are, they're what dresses up the system, right? We talked about the monitor being the window into the soul of your PC. And your chassis is what holds it all together, right? And depending on your computer's placement, depending on where you have it, placed on your desk or table, you want to be able to look inside of that and admire your components. And if you built it, you definitely want to look inside of there and like admire your work, like, for sure. But yeah, let me scroll up here to get caught up on the chat. Bad Habit says Fortnite. The kids make me cry when I played Fortnite, so I stopped. Some of the Fortnite community is very salty. Yeah, I mean, for the serious Fortnite gamers, I understand why they'd be salty. But I play Fortnite casually. I don't play it competitively, and I don't play it to win money or for to clout chase. I was following the news where Ninja, was frustrated with stream sniping, and I'm just like, in my opinion, Ninja, don't stream the game then. But it's just that's a decision he makes. He walked away from the game. But I see a lot of the competitive community with Fortnite is not happy with Epic's direction with the game. So here's hoping to turn it around. But normally when I play, finish top 5 solo maybe. And the other night, me and my family played. It was my daughter and my oldest son and my wife, our moderator. And we got there was 6 straight victory royales. 6 straight. We only stopped because it was a school night technically for my daughter, and virtual can be a little draining on the mind, so we try to get her down at a respectable time. But we were going. We would have went for 7 straight, but 6 straight victory royales, and they were some clutch matches. I will say that. But I mean, it's fun to just jump on and jump in. When we do some pop-up live streams and I game live and engage in a gaming focused topic conversation, I promise it won't be Fortnite. I don't want to stream something a lot of people are playing. Unless you do want to see me play Fortnite, you could let me know in a future, over on social media, like our Instagram or YouTube, and I will be more than glad to show you my Fortnite skills. No problem at all. And Cliff says, hey, my daughter and I started playing Fortnite for the first time. She has a blast. Yeah, it's fun playing with the kids. Like, if you're a parent here watching, here on the replay of the live stream, it's definitely fun playing with the kids. I'll honestly admit, my kids frustrate me a little bit because I like to play serious. Like, I like to play on the objective. I'm like, let's move. They want to fly around and, get in a boat, and they're just like, just whatever the joint. So I'm like, come on, guys, let's play serious. I like to play serious. But playing with the kids, though, it's really fun. Really fun times. We're all mic'd up and everything, and we're all we're all communicating well, and we're strategizing well. It's just overall fun time. And Cliff says, yeah, it was actually pretty fun. She enjoys it. Awesome. And Bad Habit says, yes, Fortnite is a great game when playing with people who likes to have fun. Yeah, and I think that's key. And that's mostly with, most arguably all competitive based games if you're not playing competitively. right? If you're just jumping in, you just want to have some fun and let loose, playing with people, it could be a great time because you're all just it's just fun. It's just outright fun, and that's something that is reminiscent of my youth where we played games like Mario Kart and we talked about N60 or GoldenEye N64 where we played that, aka in my opinion the first battle royale game. Mario Kart, Super Smash, Power Stone. I mean, it's just reminiscent of those days where you just was able to play a competitive game with your mates, with your friends, and during that time, there was no competitive heavy scene yet. That didn't, come around to the Xbox 360 days, just about, right? But it was just dumb fun, right? Just dumb fun. And you're right, when you're playing Fortnite, it is fun. But shout out to those who play competitively. I do like watching sometimes. I can't keep up because I don't build. I'm not a builder. I'm not a what they. My son hit me to a new turb. Check out how noobish this is, right, y'all? So I didn't know what a sweat was. So we was playing. My son was like, "Oh, there's sweats. Disengage, disengage." I'm like, "Sweat? What's a sweat?" He's like, "What's a sweat?" He's like, "Oh, they're gonna build a lot." I'm like, "Oh yeah." I don't build in the game. I like to play aggressive. I like to assault, but I'm not a builder. So and I play with keyboard and mouse. Only game I play with keyboard and mouse. But yeah. And our moderator, Kimberly, she's getting better at Fortnite too. Shout out to our moderator. She plays Fortnite. It's good time. Again, if that's something you guys and gals want to see during the pop-up live stream where you can see me play Fortnite with the fam or something to that extent, I'll make it happen. But hey, keep on the lookout. Make sure you are subscribed. If you're not yet here, if you're here now, make sure you one, definitely like the video, and two, if you're not subscribed yet, definitely subscribe to the channel. Got a lot of fun content coming up. Especially, I do want to do a pop-up live stream. I just want to pop up. I want to see who has the notice enabled and who can we get on during a pop-up live stream, right? And then again, before we move on, let me get caught up in the chat really quick. And I see we had a few new people join us. And if you're just now joining us, welcome to the Inside the Lab weekly live Q&A show, where we talk or discuss all things PC gaming centered around a topic. This week's topic, we're discussing the superiority of PC gaming. The good, the bad, and the ugly or the awful, right? Taking the good and throwing out the rest with the bathwater, right? So we're discussing the good, the bad, and ugly with PC gaming. Early in the live stream, we talked about the good, right? Some of the goods was unlocked frame rates, dynamic native resolutions, the personalized experience in PC, right? Personal computer, right? That's the personal aspect, the personalized experience, how it's different than if Sony gave 10 PS5s away. Guess what? There's 10 gamers all getting the same level of experience. But if I build 10 PCs for 10 different gamers, even if they're all the same budget, right? Let's say they're all about $600. Chances are each one is going to look very different. So we talked about, how those aspects are what makes PC gaming good. It's what makes it great. It's what makes it the pinnacle of gaming as a form of interactive media, right? That's gaming on a PC. Planks PK says, "Good night, guys." All right, peace out, Planks PK. Just getting our friends who just joined us caught up to speed with the live stream before I finish out in the chat. Which also, if you're here on the live stream, and if you're a first time viewer, let us know in the chat. If you're froggy enough, let us know in the chat you're a first time viewer. And if you have any questions about this topic or any questions about your PC gaming journey, our goal and mission here is we try to convert gamers over to the PC platform as much as possible. So a lot of our live streams are focused on misconceptions about PC gaming, or like this live stream, for example, this topic is meant to clearly identify and recognize and accept that there are pros and cons to this platform, but there are reasons why it is, good or great, that it's bad and not so great, and also ugly. And by ugly, we mean awful in a sense that there are some trade-offs that once you're able to get over those things, we're willing to take into consideration. So welcome to the live stream. And yeah, definitely, if you have any questions about anything discussed so far during the live stream, at any point during the live stream, do feel free to tell us over in the live chat. I do like to answer the questions in real time. And speaking of, let me get caught up in the chat here really fast before we move on. Stick around because the next segment, this one's really true to the heart, and that is the ugly part, right? Like, I remember hearing the audience talked about it earlier, where there's some things that you just can't avoid with PC gaming. Even if you want to get into PC gaming, there's just some things you can't circumvent. There's just no getting around, right? So we're going to jump into it, but before we do, let me get caught up on the chat because I'd love reading your comments back and answering your questions and talking. And again, we don't here in the world, given what's going on in the world, having conversations without your mouth covered up and looking like this, you're like, huh, what you say, huh, what you say? You're pulling down, you're like, huh, right? Being able to talk and have a conversation and communicate this way is just a rarity we're not afforded as much. And to do it real time, to do it live, going live is one of my favorite aspects about being a content creator. It requires a little bit of prep time, but I knew integrating it into the flow, would have not necessarily dried up the regular VODs, because we still do VODs. And we got that RTX 3090 benchmark video coming up here in the middle, like about Monday or Tuesday. I would say Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday of next week. That video is going to drop. But yeah, if you're a first time viewer here, welcome to the live stream. Tell us down in the chat, because I'm getting caught up over here in the chat. And our moderator says to XLR Gaming that we have a blast on Fortnite. I'm such a noob. Yeah, she's good for support. We base it out that when we're playing 4-man, it's like my son, he's good as assault. I'm good for support and scout. And my daughter, she's like scout. And my wife, our moderator, she's good for like support and reviving. So long as one of us are alive to provide cover fire for the other person while we're reviving. But man, we play as a 4-unit team. We all know our roles and we all play it well. It is good times, but our moderator, shout out to our moderator, she is getting better at it. And XLR Gaming says, yeah, we're hardcore noobs, stuck out like a sore thumb. That's awesome. And I tell you what, again, if you guys want to see me play Fortnite with my family at during a live stream, let me know before the live stream. Actually, you won't be able to. What am I talking about? It'll be a pop-up live stream. So, I mean, we'll talk about it during the pop-up live stream with whatever game I play. Hopefully, it'll be something fun and something a lot of people don't play, just to make it interesting. And even the pop-up live stream, I have a couple topics that I just want to pop up, see who pops up, see who shows up, and is able to engage in the conversation. So do make sure that you are subscribed with the notification bell on. If you are subscribed with the notification bells on and you can confirm that you haven't been getting the notifications, what I recommend you do is unsubscribe, but immediately resubscribe back to the channel and then activate notification bells. But also do be sure to try to engage with the content as frequently as possible, because then that tells YouTube that you actually are subscribed to a channel that you want to support with your engagements. Either that's watching a video all the way through, or hitting like and comment after you watch the video, or even here on the live stream. It goes a really long way. But yeah, something we're going to do on the pop-up live streams, play some games. And Plank said that they had to go. I wonder if your iPad died. But again, Planks, it was good for you to hang out with us. XLR Gaming says, who's case shopping? Not me. No. Yeah, right. Yep. Nope. Yep. Nope. Not case shopping. I don't even be in the market. I don't even be in the market for a new case, and I will go case shopping. And I love the case that my editing rig in. I love the cases that I use now for dedicated systems. Right, the Cooler Master H500M. I love that case. When I first saw that case, it was my dream case. I said, that's the case. I want that case. I bought that case and the RX 570 case at the same time. But I like the RX 570 case too. Like, the cases I have are great, but it's cases. Especially when new ones come out. It's like you want that aesthetic change. It's amazing. It's amazing. Yeah, yeah, who's going case shopping? Not I. If you're not building a whole system, which I get excited even when I get excited configuring systems, even when it's not my system, fam. Just because I enjoy the part of shopping for a new case, especially if I already have the core components identified and earmarked in terms of a budget association, right? If I have the necessary budget already associated with, say, like the motherboard, so we know the form factor, we're going with, say, an ATX an ATX build, and so I know, and we're going with a beefy GPU. I know to start there, and I'm like excited. I'm like, yes, now let's shop for the case. I have an understanding of what the expected TDP might be, or what our maximum estimated wattage might be. So I have an idea of the form, with the chassis we might have to go with. Let's shop for the chassis, especially when the client hasn't, decided on the case. Or they might even say, hey, I just want my case to have, lights, like the last client I consulted with. Hey, I just want my case to have, RGB. I want lights, and I want to be able to see inside my system. I'm like, skirt. All right, say no more, fam. I got you. I already know what to look for. I'm like, I love shopping for cases. Normally when I do that with the client for future references, and if you're interested in maybe, me working with me in the future, or if you know somebody who may need a build, it's one of the things that, I try to pick out like 4 or 5 cases to present to you, to give you options, especially if you're not familiar with the process. If you're familiar with the process but don't want to build, chances are the kind of case you want, like you've already picked it out. But if you're not, if you're not so if you're not well versed with the process, then you're just gonna be like, hey, I just want these things. As long as it has these things, like these features, like I want a premium case, I want premium metals, I want, tempered glass, I want RGB, I need USB 3.0 because I'm a content, USB 3.1 because I'm a content creator. USB Type C is important because I use a modern phone. Unless there are features, specifics you want in the feature of the case, I love shopping with cases, and I will present the client with multiple options just in case, they may find themselves in our same trap, right, Cliff? Like you might say, oh, but I really like this case, but I like this case, and it's happened before where I've presented them with 5 cases, and they're like, but I like them all. I'm like, hey, fam, if you would want to pay me to build your 5 PCs, this is how I earn my bread. I will do it for you. If you want to build 5 PCs because you like these 5 cases, not economical, right? But hey, we're tech enthusiasts. That's one of the pluses to being a tech enthusiast. If you wanted to do that, you could, right? It's just an amazing, amazing, amazing aspect. But yeah, case shopping is fun, 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 right? If you have any questions about, what makes it a good case, I don't do case reviews because again, Cooler Master, Corsair, Rex Gear, Rose Hill, they're not sending me cases. I buy all my cases. So, but if there was like a specific case you'd want to see reviewed, and I did a poll in the community, I would definitely load the funds up and make it happen. But cases is a conversation that we will save for a live stream because there are some things you do want to look into for a case. All jokes aside, but yeah. And the Cliff says cases are a relatively cheap way to make your build feel new. Yeah, because I mean the best gaming PC to build in 2021 under $900. That video, that Cooler Master Masterbox 311Q, I believe, that's an under $60 case, and it has a lot of premium features in my honest opinion. It comes with 2 ARGB fans and an ARGB controller to be able to control the lights. And this is for a case that's under $60, and it comes with and it had a glass panel on the front, right? So you can see inside your window and a PSU shroud to cover the cable. So it was a really premium build, like a really, it had a really premium look and feel to it. It was an amazing thing, right? And I see, yeah, Planks had the rollout. So it's good seeing you, Planks. Again, thanks for stopping by. We're just getting caught up in the chat. And for those of you who are joining us, I am going to get caught up in the chat. But in this live stream, welcome to the weekly live Q&A. We are discussing, the PC gaming and its superiority. Why is it considered the superior platform, right? We are talking about it, but I want to get caught up in the chat here. Because Plank said it was 8:31 p.m. for me, but I had to go to sleep. I go to sleep at 2 a.m. Man, you got to miss those days when you were younger, right? You were able to do that. I can't really stay up past 2 a.m. Even if I'm playing a game I'm heavily engaged in. I can't stay up that late. I'll just start getting tired unless I'm like drinking coffee or something, which in that case, coffee would have the adverse effect and it would make me sleepy, right? Like caffeine could either make you, relaxed and calm, or it can give you, unnatural energy at the same time, depending on when you're taking it, right? And Bad Habit says, yes, would love a pop-up live stream. Bad Habit, I tell you what, you're going to love next week. Oh, I don't know. And Your Highness, it's good to see you, fam. I saw that you had joined us earlier. Your Highness, it's good to see you back during the live streaming. Another show regular. And I see our moderator added to the conversation and said, building is tedious but fun. Yes, it is. Building is tedious and fun, but cleaning your system, which is where we're going to go into our next content segment, cleaning your system is even, more straining and just a tedious task. It really is. And Cliff says the pop-up stream, some popcorn and get with it. Yeah, definitely. Bring your popcorn, bring your drinks. We're just going to play some games and, the topics, the conversation. I like it because unlike our weekly show here, like our weekly live Q&A, the topic before the show goes live. So you're able to prepare yourself for the topic and to be able to engage with the community. But with the pop-up live stream, it's just like there, you're going to see the title. You're like, oh, that's what we're talking about. Cool. Let's come in with Lab and let me jump in to see if I can even add value to the conversation, or I want to watch the game he's playing, or I want to ask him a question that I had that I couldn't wait till Saturday to ask. So like, yeah, the pop-up live streams, they're definitely coming, fam. They're definitely coming. I wanted to get some things worked out in the background prior though. And champion mode 314, which is John. John, it's good to see you. If you're still here on the live stream, John says peace, family. John, it's good to see you. John is one of the people I know in person who worked on the independent game studio. A lot of you heard me talk about in a lot of the previous live streams. we've developed independent games. Developing games is an expensive endeavor and definitely but fun times. It's good to see you, John. John, you finally made a live stream, bro. Like, wow, where you been? It's good to see you though. I hope the family and everybody's doing well. So, but yeah, with that said, let's jump back into the conversation at hand. All good stuff. But again, if you're just now joining the live stream, please feel free to ask your questions any point during the live stream. If you have questions, share with them about this topic, about question with your system, any issues you're running into with your system, or if you're looking to upgrade and you're unsure of the upgrade path you should take. Do feel free to ask your question anytime during the live chat, right? And also do be sure to give the stream a thumbs up and a like. It really does help tell YouTube that, hey, Labs live show is popping, y'all. Like, let's get this video out to as many people as possible. But for those of you who are just joining in, let's do a quick recap. So we talked about PC gaming, right? We talked about, why is it the superior platform? We talked about the good, right? The good, the great, the pinnacle. Why it is the pinnacle of gaming. Why is it the best way to experience a PC game? So we talked about a few reasons why that is. We talked about why PC gaming is the way, right? One of them is unlocked frame rates, right? Unlocked frame rates. The higher the frame rate, the more smooth and interactive your gaming sessions will feel. Games, like we called them in last week's live show, video games are digital interactive color books, right? Like I say color books because you want your game to be rich and vibrant in detail and color, right? So this is why it's important to have a gaming monitor with a low response time, high refresh rate. Why? You want the pixels to change over as fast as your system is outputting the frames so that your monitor can process it, right? To eliminate the screen tearing and the ghosting, and we'll get to that in a second because it's one of the few reasons why we talked about PC gaming is bad or why it's not that great. The reasons why it makes it not good or why the other options are better. The other options being cloud gaming based devices like Google Stadia, consoles obviously, which we say here in the community. Consoles have a purpose. Consoles have a purpose, but PCs have character. They're not the same. So we also talked about how PCs can provide you with a personalized experience, right? We use an example where if I got a PS5 and Champ 314 got a PS5 and Cliff got a PS5 and two of the five people got PS5s, we're all going to experience the games in the same exact way. But if we build 5 PCs, even with the budget of $600, chances are the parts aren't going to be the same, right? We just talked about cases quite a bit. And starting with the case alone, if you were able to pick your own chassis out, I can guarantee you, unless, there's a really popular case that 2 or more people would settle up on, chances are really high that each case would be very different, right? Each system would be very different. The internals would be different. The personalized experiences would be different. That's a good to PC gaming. The bad, which we kind of was in right now, to where we talked about, hey, why is PC gaming? PC gaming is the way. Like, this is the way, fam. This is the way, y'all. Right? But then we talked about, the bad, the not so great, the reasons that makes it not good. The reasons what makes PC gaming not good. That's the segment to where we were during this live stream as we talk about, again, PC gaming and the superiority behind the PC gamer mindset. We talked about briefly the running gag of PCMR, right? But again, we said there's no master race mentality here, fam. Not in this community. All budgets, all systems and sizes are welcome, right? It's not about I have a $2,000 graphics card in the RTX 3090, which again, that RTX 3090 benchmark video, the Asus ROG Strix, it is coming. I do plan on publishing it next week. If you haven't seen me unboxing the RTX 3090 video, you definitely can find a link in the basement, which is the description box. Give that video a watch after this one because the RTX 3090, I mean, it's a beefy card. It's a beast of a card. But, I spent $2,000 on that graphics card, right? Not even including taxes. Does it mean it's better than a graphics card that may cost $200? Absolutely, positively not, right? One performs better. But again, my argument is if it costs more, it should perform better. I'm not going to argue with that logic, fam. It just doesn't make sense. You're going to tell me, my CPU, it has more cores than you, or it has a higher, a boost clock frequency by 300 megahertz, because it's normally the case of like under 1,000 megahertz. But It doesn't mean it makes that the next person's CPU choice or purchase any less significant or inadequate. Like, that's just not the mindset we have here in this community. And I see Champion Mo says same, bro. I've made a few. Okay. I'm not sure what you're talking about, John, but you know what, man? We have to probably, you have to shoot me a text. We have to wrap and catch up. And XLRA Gaming says, Lab, you have a creator code on Epic. I don't. And if that's something, you guys and gals would like me to see, I definitely will get one. I believe I have the creator requirements to apply for one. At one point early on in the channel's lifespan, I liked giving V-Bucks away to the community. It helped competitive gamers buy the Battle Pass, and even content creators who wanted to buy the Battle Pass. If you create content specific around Fortnite, getting winning V-Bucks can be helpful, even if it's just a matter of retweeting a tweet, or checking out the Instagram page. They go a long way. And so that's something I do like giving back to the community, and I do like giving something back that it could be valuable to that person or to that gamer. So again, if you're a content creator and you can create new content on that Battle Pass, but you may not have the funds to acquire it, being able to win it can go a long way. And even being able to use even be able to use a creator code, to my understanding, is save money, with buying those assets. It just goes a long way. So that is something that I couldn't explore, but I do not have one as of now, Cliff. But I believe you are a email subscriber to our email list. So when and if that does come to fruition, our email-ees, not sure if I used that right, but we're gonna go with it. We're gonna rock with it. But our email-ees, you guys and gals, you lovely fan members, you guys will be the first ones to be notified first. And if you weren't here for our housekeeping segment, don't go there now. But in the pinned comment section on this live stream or in the description box, you can find the sign up to our email list. Totally free. Just need your first name and your email. It really helps the channel in a great way. And every time I see a new subscriber join the list, it really warms my heart, because I'm like, this person has decided to become a core member of this community, like a core, like a founder, if you will, to this community. Like, I compared it to a neighborhood earlier, to where I'm like, 500 strong is larger than most subdivisions, with an average family household of 5 and 3 or 4 more row homes. So it's like, being able to build a community that's strong, you want people along the way that's going to help you shape that community and build that community. And by being on the email list, you're definitely in that mold, as you will be notified of new content and platform extensions like our Discord and our Facebook group that we're going to launch, and channel memberships once we unlock those here soon. But awesome. Yeah, do keep a lookout for the creator code. And Champion Mo says live streams. I've tuned in for a few of them. Awesome. Well, I appreciate you lurking, John. You could have told me you was hanging, right? You could have told me you was there, but I do remember you was on some of the earlier ones. But I do like when those of you are here during a live show, right? When you're able to make the normal scheduled time. I like when you're able to share in your struggles, share in your victories. Maybe you achieved a high overclock. Maybe you snagged, a 5600, 5600X, like I believe was Bad Habit that made mention, which I do want to make mention that they are in stock in Micro Center, and they're still in stock. It's not like an issue. I was going to do a dedicated news video on it, but the sponsorship video had published, where, again, big up to this community. I couldn't have got that sponsorship deal without you guys and gals that are right now subscribed to this community. Like, that's the first thing that these brands see when they want to work with a macro influencer like myself. So the fact that brand was able to see this community, and they too watched our videos and watched our live streams to see how active you guys are, they felt as if I was worth their time and finances to produce that video for them. But yeah, I want to do a video on it, but then the brand deal video, I had to get that out. I had a deadline on that, which was very interesting, right? Normally, even when I ran the game studio, I was normally the one making the deadlines, trying to meet the deadlines, but needing to be on somebody else's deadline, it was very different, and just a large brand like that, but still very much a fun experience. And XLR Gaming says, why not? When we purchase games, help the lab and community. Yeah, absolutely. So I am a cdkdeals.com affiliate. I do not have any affiliate links here on the website, but again, YouTube gets a little funny with their links at times, but it's all good. But that's why I always point out the website blog, as there will be a written form blog posted over there about how to get that Windows 10 key. So again, if you know somebody in, in your community, if you're here and you're a creator, or you're here and you just have friends and fam that like tinkering with these parts and building PCs, and they want to be able to save money on these keys, and they're in those regions that they're available in, definitely point them in the direction of that video. It's going to help them save money on the Windows key. It's fast and it's instant, and I've never had an issue with doing it, like seriously. But they're not sponsoring this live stream, so we're gonna move on with that on the subject of that note. But yeah, definitely, it really helps the community when you guys use the affiliate links, and even just to be surprised just watching the video and commenting and liking it just really goes a long way with the journey here on YouTube. But the journey is being a PC gamer, right? And the bad, the not so great, and when PC gaming is not good. We kind of briefly talked about screen tearing, stuttering, and how they can be expensive to countermeasure, right? With using, when needing to rely on adaptive sync technologies like G-Sync and FreeSync. Stay away from V-Sync. We talked about that during last week's live stream. Let me plug that one again. I'll likely, if you're here on the replay, there'll likely be a card thrown up before earlier on the live stream where you can watch that live stream, as I tried to link last week's live stream with the next week's live stream, as they kind of build and stack upon each other in terms of topic. But we talked about screen tearing and ghosting, in that if you have a high-end machine, you have to take into consideration screen tearing and ghosting, because they are, immersive breaking. They can break the immersion with your video games. So, but with a console, you can just plug it into any standard 1080p 60 hertz TV, right? Even if the TV isn't 60 hertz, you can still get away with 1080p 30 hertz TV. Is if you're playing on a Xbox One and a PS4, that's perfectly fine for your needs. But, not the same thing with the gaming PC. This is one of the things that makes it bad, is because now you have to pay more for the performance you were already looking to target, if that makes sense. If not, let me elaborate a little bit more. Because let's say you had a budget, let's say Champion Mode had a budget, say John had a budget for $1,500, and John say, I'm gonna get the RTX, or I'm gonna get the RX 6800 XT. I want the 10900K 10 core 20 thread CPU. John put all their money, and then but now John doesn't have a monitor, and they're like, but I have like $100 left, $150 left of my budget, and I need a monitor. Should John just go with a 1080p 60 hertz monitor? No, we talked about that earlier in the live stream about not doing that. That's not a good idea. It's bad advice. It's you want to spend and allocate money for your monitor, and that way you don't have a high-end system with a low-end 1080p 60 hertz monitor. You will have screen tearing, you will have ghosting, and depending on how powerful your GPU is, it may not even be under 100% utilization, because 1080p is a very balanced resolution for both the CPU and the GPU versus, say, a dynamic resolution of 2560 by 1440p. You start to become more GPU dependent, although don't let that fool you, because the CPU still very much has to process those textures and what those textures are doing, and what the lights, say, any simulations in the geography and topography of the game, the CPU still has to process that information. So while you are GPU bound and GPU dependent at a higher resolution, your CPU is still doing something. It is still required to work. 4K, not so much is the case, and you'll see me talk about that in my RTX 3090 review that comes out next week, right? You're going to see me talk about that. But chances are you won't get full utilization of your parts, and at that point you're just wasting your money, because you're not getting the maximum amount of frames. You could even be in a reverse bottleneck situation, where in most cases your GPU should be the bottleneck, or you want your GPU to be the bottleneck. You want it to be 100%, and your CPU comfortably 50 to 60 depending on the game. For example, we use Cyberpunk 2077 as an example. When we went over the game requirements, the game specifications, and we said, well, CDPR themselves, although it's hard to take their word for anything here recently, and it's not fair what they're going through as a company in terms of their data getting hacked. That truly sucks, but it is what it is. It really sucks what they did with their marketing scheme, and how they how they tried to shift the blame from themselves and just onto the length of the game. It's just CDPR is in a really bad way. But the CDPR said Cyberpunk was both CPU dependent and GPU dependent, regardless of the resolution you was at. So that's just something to take into consideration. But with custom hardware, more importantly, with custom hardware like PC gaming, PC parts, or what have you. PC gaming is the platform, but with PC parts comes required maintenance. Now, dust is one of those things, right? I mean, dust is a system killer. It can cause sudden, it can cause like failure and just errors, and it can really give your system uh, issues, right? Sorry, I was reading the definition because it kind of, I'm not creeped out. I'm not a creeped out kind of person, but dust, literally, fam, like if you're next to your computer right now and you've got visible dust inside of it, this is what you're looking at. 50% dead skin cells, dust mites, pollen, dirt, hair, bacteria, clothing fibers, pollen, bits of dead bugs. And that's just some of the like worst things behind it. Like that's just some of the more grotesque particles you find that dust forms, that dust are made of. Now, dust can be a system killer because it blocks ventilation, and most importantly, it insulates heat. It builds up and accumulates. This is something you cannot ignore for too long, or it will give you headaches in the form of having to take your system to get repaired and possibly force you into some untimely upgrades. But this is what you're looking at in your PC. Everybody saw you guilty of it. Like I know my editing rig, she's good for a good, dusting. Although routinely I try to, just bring the blower up, which I was going to leave the blower I use. You might have seen it in some of my past videos that I use to like clean my radiators and things. But the blower I use, I'll bring it up and just run it in there every once and again just to kick the dust out between the fans and the AIO and behind the motherboard because it can really build up. And when it does, it generates heat, right? Like it insulates the heat. Contrary to the belief, it can be conductive if built up around the wrong components, right? Because if your dust has erosive elements in it, then that's an even bigger problem because you're breathing it in. So if it has tiny metals and things like that, then that's definitely not good. You want to consider some alternatives to help you combat dust because dust is a system killer. And that's one of the reasons why it's one of the bad, because you can't get around this. There is no escaping the need to eliminate dust from your computer. Now, depending on, if you're a tobacco user or depending on where you live, the humidity factor, your climate, those things will play a role and will play a part. But dust naturally accumulates just based off of what it is and how, matter forms all around you and in the air that you breathe, right? Most of it's dead skin cells, pollen, dirt, and hair and bacteria. Those are all, and household dust is definitely different from like, your environmental dust and dust you may experience outside and in natural habitats. Household dust, very different. They are an enemy's single worst enemy, or an enemy's single worst enemy. I told y'all I can't talk today. It's a PC's single worst enemy, and that is because it's the byproduct of what it brings along is a PC's next greatest worst enemy, and that is heat. Heat is a PC's greatest foe. The whole idea that your system has just raw unlocked power, but with that comes this trade-off of wasted heat, right? We talked about that in the PSU, the power supply unit live stream, right? We talked about how important power supply units are, and that's a topic that I'm also going to definitely going back because I feel like we could have talked hours and hours on the significance of power supply units, but just know that a lower efficiency rated power supply is going to output more wasted heat, right? So if you have a 50% rated power supply, a 550% rated power supply, it's going to draw 1,000 watts of power to be able to hit that 500 watt system requirement. The other 500 watts is wasted in heat, right? It's wasted in generated heat. That heat goes off to other components, right? So heat in general is just it's a computer's worst friend. It's a computer's worst friend. As Bad Habit says, every PC gamer should have an air purifier close to their PC. That's interesting. Like, yeah, if you can, an air purifier would definitely help you eliminate. Like, if dust is a real big problem for you where you live, like you live in just in a dusty environment or a dusty climate, consider an air purifier. It could help, remove some of the allergens and some of the pollen, some of the dirt, some of the fibers that is in your air around your PC. Now, it's also important to note that your computer is dependent on the ambient air around it, even if it's just outside of accumulating dust. Your PC will either get as hot or cold as the air around it, right? So if you're in a hot environment, your PC is bringing that air in, and it's still very much relying on that air for cooling, right? To cool the components. If that air around it is not, it's still very much hot, it's detrimental to the systems. It's detrimental to the hardware. It's detrimental to your performance, right? The hotter your parts get, if there's not a robust cooling solution, right, to dissipate that heat, right? If you don't have high pressure or high static fans to push the heat off and out of the case, or out of the case and onto your radiator, if you're using an AIO, or if you're using an air cooler, if you don't have, a decent air fan and a rear exhaust fan to exhaust that hot air out, the heat is going to accumulate, and it's going to start to cause your PC to throttle. And by throttle, we mean by, if you're not sure, it's going to slow your computer down, right? So even if you're not an overclocker, right? Look, let me switch back here, because you guys know I love overclocking. Like, I will kill a part overclocking. I don't care. I love overclocking. If it's my part, I will overclock it. I stand corrected. I don't want to scare any potential clients away. I don't overclock parts that aren't mine, unless it's requested by the seller to overclock. And even then, I have to give them full disclosure that overclocking, you're running your hardware past manufacturer limitations. So it definitely runs the risk of, premature degradation, silicone, quicker silicone wear and tear, things like that. But if you're let's say you're not overclocking, but let's say you have a CPU, say you have a Ryzen CPU that will that will use PBO, which is Precision Boost Overdrive, which is AMD's version of boosting the CPU to its max possible frequency, so long as that there's adequate cooling, and so long as there's adequate overhead cooling, right? The CPU will boost to its highest possible frequency. But if there's a lot of ambient hot air inside or around your case, the CPU is going to slow itself down, and it's only going to run at a frequency that's not going to allow it to, say, overheat and die. I don't want to say overheat, because there's a lot of fail-safes in modern motherboards that will shut the system down before that happens. So instead, what will happen is your CPU would just start to throttle back and just slow itself down. This is more common with GPUs, right? This is especially common with GPUs, more common with GPUs. Hence the popularity behind a water block, which I have a GTX 980 on a water block that I had plans for future content last year, but I do want to revisit once we get the new test bed version up. I'm telling you, we got a lot of good content coming here to the channel, fam. Do like the live stream if you're here on the replay, or if you're here now, do like the live stream, and definitely do subscribe if you haven't yet, because a lot of good content coming out in the future. But if you want to overclock, you got to take into consideration ambient temperature, even if you want your GPU to boost to its maximum frequency, right? Let's say that's 2 gigahertz, like 2000 megahertz, which is like most 20 series graphics cards can kind of target. But if not, if you're in a Pascal base graphics card, like a 10 series graphics cards, you're maybe looking at 1920 megahertz, like 1920 megahertz, 1.9 gigahertz is about the most the GPU will turbo, so long as it stays within like a respectable temperature level, right? And if you're using a stock fan curve, then that's going to be super dependent on how hot the air is inside the case. If you take the glass panel off, which is okay, it may not be a good long-term solution. I too am guilty for this, but if you take your glass panel off, it could help improve the the dispersion of the hot air, but you're opening your system up to more dust, and it's a trade-off you have to take into consideration. And I don't recommend it's something you do all the time. I see we get caught up in the chat, because Bad Habit says every PC gamer should have an air purifier close to their PC. Yep. XLR Gaming, who I says had to leave, said a data vac or a data vac. Yeah, data vac is Cliff says it's the best purchase they got ever. I agree. I use DataVac too, and I've used it. I've made money off my DataVac. I've cleaned systems. I've cleaned personal systems. I've cleaned tables. I've cleaned not computers with it. But yeah, especially helpful. I mean, it's something I recommend. And that kind of goes. I tell you what. Let's jump back into the conversation, because that's kind of goes hand in hand with what we were saying as far as the bad and the not, or the not so great when PC gaming is not good, and that is if it adds to the cost, right? Like we were just talking about having to maintenance your system. If you're not comfortable with the process, like if you're not comfortable with taking apart your system, putting your system back together, and doing it at least, once or twice a year, maybe, depending on how much dust your system accumulates. If you're not comfortable with doing that, it's just an extra added cost now that you have to take into consideration. That added cost being is now you have to take it to, a service provider like a micro center, or we talked about earlier, supporting small businesses like a local mom and pop store who may specialize in computer hardware services. And it's an extra added cost, and it's inevitable. There is no getting around this. You can't ignore dust accumulation in your setup. Even if you're not comfortable with the build process, like a few members here in the audience, Cliff and Bad Habit mentioned, get a data vac, right? Or any air blower, and just plug it in, turn your system off, unplug everything. Be sure, better to be safe than wrong, right? I don't want to say sorry, because in the world of PC, you break something, it's not a matter of sorry, fam. That could be like a $300 part replacement or a $400, part replacement. So it's like you don't want to get it wrong. You want to try to get it right as much as possible. Now, again, why is it bad, or why is it not great? Because consoles have no character, because they are all one and the same. But that commonality is why they all have a purpose, right? You don't have to worry about dust buildup as much as you do with the PC, right? Because consoles are designed to be a little bit more withstanding of dust accumulation, right? Yeah, with the console, I'd recommend is, a well ventilated area, right? So your console doesn't overheat, right? But dust is still very much an issue, even with consoles. But it's not as much of an issue with a custom PC, right? There's more entries for air and dust to accumulate and build up in versus a console, right? And even then, they're built for tougher, those kind of things. But again, consoles have no character, because they're all the same, right? That's what gives them their purpose, is that they're all the same. They all, you can play one flat rate. You don't have to worry about dust accumulation. Do I got to get an air purifier? I need a data vac to blow out the dust every once in a while. And, you got to take out your air filters. You want to take out your dust filters. You want to make sure those are free and not being blocked, or limited by the accumulation of dust. I mean, those are all important things. You don't want to limit airflow towards your system. It's very important, very important. So, it's one of the things that makes PC gaming not good is the maintenance cost, right? Even if you're willing to do it yourself, the maintenance cost that can be, with maybe your cooler failed, right? So now you need new thermal paste. You need your new cooler installed, the other one removed. Again, if you're not comfortable with that process, let alone if it's on the AM4 socket, and people say, "Oh, well, I pull my CPU up, and the Ryzen CPU comes up along with it." Listen, if you're not comfortable and or familiar with the process, it's going to feel extremely intimidating, and even it's something you have to do, right? If you would want your PC back up and running, if you're a content creator, your PC is, it's your moneymaker. Right? You're a streamer, you edit videos on it, or let's say you edit videos for other creators, right? For other YouTubers. You need your PC up and running stat, right? It's like the equivalency of a taxi driver's car failing, right? Or Uber driver needing a new tire or something to that effect. They needed it yesterday, so that their business, isn't impacted by them losing one of their tools. So, before we move into the third segment block, right? We talk about the ugly, or we talk about the awful, but what makes PC gaming worthwhile. Let's recap again the good, right? Like, what makes PC gaming good? In my opinion, unlock frame rates, right? 60 hertz, 75, 120, 144, 240. Doesn't matter. Being able to play at an unlocked frame rate really makes your game smooth and plays on the immersion factor with your games, right? Also, an area that does that as well is the resolution you play at, right? Consoles don't output at their native resolution, especially first generation consoles, more specifically the Xbox One and PS4. PS4 Pro uses gimmicks like checkerboarding and other AI features like that to upscale, but they're output 900p. But on PC gaming, you're getting the full resolution, right? You're getting the full detail. You're getting the highest possible graphic quality that your monitor supports, right? Rather that be 1920 by 1080p, 2560 by 1440p, my personal favorite resolution right there. Although I game an ultra wide 3440 by 1440p. And then you have 4K, which is okay, but you do need a beefy graphics card to run, a 4K panel, to run a 4K monitor. So then we talked about the bad. We talked about how system maintenance can be a real bone, right? You can't ignore system maintenance, much as like a car. Excuse me, a car is a perfect example. Why? Because a car is a machine, much like a computer, and most cars have characters too, or most cars have character as well. Even though you buy a blue Mercedes, I buy a blue Mercedes. Essentially, we're both driving a blue Mercedes, but you know, you have to maintain your vehicle in order for it to run properly, to run well. Change your oil, change your fluids, regular maintenance, spark plugs, new tires, or what have you. There are things you have to do to maintain your vehicle. The same thing goes with the computer. If you want to drive, if you want the flexibility and the luxury of just jumping into your car, jumping over down to Micro Center and spending $3,000 on some computer hardware, don't do that. There comes a level of responsibility with that, and that's making sure your car is well maintained. If not, it's going to break down on it. It's going to break down on you. Same thing with your computer. That is the bad with PC gaming versus a console gaming. Arguably, like owning a vehicle versus public transportation, which is fine. Maybe driving is not for everybody, right? But it's the same thing with public transportation versus driving, right? You want that luxury and that freedom. It costs, right? It costs a little bit of money. Tiger Nation 87, what's up, Zion? It's good to see you. He says, I'm mad late, but I'm here. Yes, you are, kid. You are late, but it's all good. You came in a good part because, we're segueing. We talked about the good, the bad with PC gaming, and we're getting ready to segue over into the third content block, and that is the ugly, the awful part of PC gaming, right? I had mentioned earlier in live stream that I was saying the bad and the ugly, in my opinion, or at least for context of this live stream, are not the same. The bad are some things you just straight up can't avoid with PC gaming, right? There's no getting around it. Screen tearing, ghosting, stuttering, those issues are going to be, present in, in a core of your games, depending on your hardware, right? And then there's dust and system maintenance or hardware failing and what have you. Those things are going to happen. Much like if you want to drive, you got to be prepared for those things. You got to pay car insurance, right? You got to make sure you're maintaining car insurance to protect yourself and others on the road, right? But with your PC, you're more so protecting your investment, right? It's one of the bads. Now, moving over into the ugly now, though. Now, again, not the same as bad. You got bad, which was the not so great, and when PC gaming is not good. But now you got the ugly. And the ugly, I didn't like using the term ugly, so I kind of hybridized it. That we're just making up words here, fam. But I more so like to use the word awful. But most things that are awful, we find ugly or repulsive. These things are more so inescapable as well. But it is things that we are willing to deal with as PC gamers, right? It's for those of us who do decide to stick around on the platform, taking the good with the bad and be in juxtapositions between costly upgrades and even possibly costly maintenance. I say costly upgrades because whether you're in that upgrade loop or not, but let's say, you're 3 years in, your system part's about 3 years old, you're a few generations behind. Maybe you feel an upgrade is necessary because you're starting to outgrow, the value with your parts. Now, just because you outgrow your value in your parts doesn't mean that can be, say, handed down to somebody else who's on a first generation console, or their first time builder, and they're not quite sure how to get into it. They just want a whole configuration. They want a whole system that's just ready to go. They said, I'll worry about learning some of the other caveats to PC gaming along the way. But the ugly, the awful, but the worthwhile. So immediately what comes to mind is I use this computer here. You may recognize this computer, but flashy lights, right? Quality metals and tempered glass. It is the character behind the machine. And let me tell you what now, fam. Those of you who are here live and watching the replay, it cost, right? That is the ugly behind it. That is the awful, that you want the RGB, you want the quality and premium metals for your case, and you want the tempered glass, you want, the character behind the machine. It costs to achieve that. But now the idea or the concept behind that, or what I believe, is that that can be attainable on even a modest budget, right? Modest or moderate budget, it's attainable. You can get into PC gaming. You don't need to spend $1,000, right? We talked about that so many times. You know, we're not going to keep resurfacing and bringing that up, but it's true. It's like you don't need to spend a lot to enjoy this hobby. It's one of the reasons that inspired me to create this channel that started from zero. And again, if you're here watching on the replay, remember to like the stream if you haven't yet, and subscribe if you stumbled upon this video in your recommended feed, right? If it was shared with you by somebody in the community. But yeah, even on a modest budget, you can get into PC gaming. Now, it is important to note the current scope of the market, right? And another ugly, an ugly faucet of PC gaming, right? The awful behind it, but still makes it worthwhile. Right? He's got to put that last part along with it, because yeah, it's the ugly part of it. Yeah, it's awful that we have to deal with scalpers and things like that, right? But it's what makes it worthwhile. It's what makes it reaching that pinnacle of PC gaming. If we talked about how the good with PC gaming, how PC gaming is the pinnacle, right? Or the PC platform is the pinnacle of gaming. So if you talk about reaching the highest point of a structure and object, there's going to be work required to get there. It's not going to be an easy route, right? If it was easy, everybody would go that direction. And by direction, I mean everybody would be building PCs. Consoles wouldn't have their purpose, right? They would be nigh extinct if everybody did that. But that's not the case, right? But it is what makes it awful. It is one of the things that makes it ugly, or, an eyesore. But market instability is largely in part due to what we can consider the PC market to be an unpredictable industry. Miners, and that's mostly, mining or GPU mining, becoming more and more popular with Bitcoin and Ethereum and those things, popping up here. And we're going to talk about that here in a second. But, with scalpers, you mostly have your CPU shortages, and here recently it's become GPUs. But even when scalping was an issue, it was mostly a supply and demand, like the GPU shortage of 2019. Miners and shortages and inflated prices are also things that we have to deal with. It is an ugly aspect of PC gaming. Yes, the platform is the superior option. Yes, it is the pinnacle of PC gaming, the highest point. But you do have to work. You got to climb, fam, to get there, right? And a lot of that is either doing the legwork to part out your system, right? If you're doing it yourself, consider that the hike. Consider that the ruck, right? Consider that part of the mission. Because if you wanted to climb Everest, right? If you wanted to climb Ararat, or if you wanted to climb Olympus, right? If you wanted to climb any of those large mountains, it's going to be a journey. It's going to be a hike. But reaching those pinnacles, reaching the highest points of elevation in that area could be worth it for hikers who take the risk, especially with climbing Everest. I watched the movie Everest and I said, fam, these ladies and gentlemen are like hyper committed to reaching the pinnacle of Everest, man. But shout out to them that do it. But the pinnacle with gaming, it takes legwork to get there, to reach that level, to benefit from unlocked frame rates, right? The good, to benefit from dynamic native resolutions, the good, to benefit from a personalized experience, knowing that I paid $1,000 for my PC, Tiger Nation paid $1,000 for his PC, XLR Gaming Cliff, who was here earlier, a Bad Habit, paid $1,000 for his PC, right? We all paid $1,000 for our PC, and each one of our experiences are going to be different. Each one of us, chances are extremely high that each one of us would have totally different configurations. To where if you took that money and you put $600 on a console, fam, your PS5, if I bought a PS5, 5 people bought PS5s. We're all 5 of us are getting the same experience. There's nothing personal about it. Fam, you have to slap some stickers on your console. Which again, I'm not a sticker person. Please don't put stickers on your stuff. If you do, it's fine, but I'm not a big fan of it. But there's no discernible features behind a PS5 that would give it any type of characteristics unique to its owner. With a PC, it's the exact opposite, right? Again, here we go. PCs have a purpose. consoles have a purpose. As much times as I gotta say, you think I get it right, right? Consoles have a purpose, but PCs have character, right? But market instability is largely in part due to this unpredictable industry. Mining, GPU mining, the up and down, right, of the popularity, the infatuation behind GPU mining. There's nothing wrong with it. In fact, I want to go, on record, right? I want to go on record and say as far as GPU mining, because I'm asked this question either on live streams, or a lot of times it's in private, like in like the DMs, or on a random social media post every once in a while. Like, I may feel like I'm being baited to want to bash GPU mining. And I'm gonna tell you right now, I don't necessarily bash GPU mining, but officially on the record, how I feel about GPU mining is this: I don't, and that doesn't mean you should or shouldn't. I personally wholeheartedly believe it is up to the manufacturers to meet the supply and demand for both consumer groups. We profit and enjoy the same hardware, it's just in a much different way, right? Miners use their hardware, to mine cryptocurrency. That is what they choose to do with their graphics cards. Now, is it frustrating that they're able to buy them up before consumers? Yes, but who are we frustrated with? It's in my opinion that should be the manufacturer. It is up to the manufacturer to meet the supply and demand for both consumer groups. It is not up for PC gamers to hate miners. Miners don't really care about PC gamers. They're like, we're mining anyway. But it's not up for PC gamers to put all this unwarranted hate and energy into GPU miners. I'm not saying we should hate the manufacturers either as well, but they should take on a core blunt of that frustration, right? Because again, who's making the graphics cards, right? Who are laying out these the fabrication process? Who are making these chips, right? AMD, Nvidia, Intel. You know what I mean? They are to blame. It's up to them, more so specifically the GPU makers, until Intel steps on the scene with their XE lineup of graphics cards, whenever that may be. All right, but as it stands right now, most importantly, the two largest GPU chip makers, and that's Nvidia and AMD's Radeon division, right? It is up to them to meet the supply and demand for both consumer groups. Who are the consumer groups? GPU miners. They want to mine cryptocurrency. Who's the other consumer group? That's us, fam. That's most of you who are right here, right now in this live stream, or if you're here on the replay. Which again, shout out to our replay friends and fam. I do appreciate the replay friends and fam. Again, I monitor the live show, replay views after they've already aired. Normally the first week, and we do get regular views on the live show. But that is you and I, gamers and content creators. Sometimes they can go hand in hand. If you are a gaming channel, then chances are you do most of your content creation workflow is handled on a PC. Even if you're still streaming from a console, you're likely using your PC as a stream, to stream the game, right? Or you do stream on your PC and you stream to Twitch, or you stream right here on YouTube, which is my favorite place to stream. We do have a Twitch at Inside the Lab, at Inside the Lab streams. We're going to stream more content in the summertime, but most importantly, for what matters, here is the collective voice of the YouTube community here, which we will branch out onto Twitch. But that is you and I. That is you and I who are right here in this community, right? Again, we profit. How do we profit? GPU miners, they profit through their trading of their cryptocurrencies from mining, right? Us gamers, we profit either if you're a content creator, you're profiting through a revenue stream, or you're winning through the form of entertainment, right? An entertainment outlet that you may need to help you escape from the harsh realities of life, right? Whatever the reasons why you play video games, everybody's reasoning is different. Me, I like playing story, like we talked about earlier in the live stream. I like playing single player story driven games, right? Why? Because I like to get lost in the game. I like to tune out reality as much as I can. Like, my kids are earlier excuse me, my kids are older, so I'm able to do it much more easier now than I could back when they were younger, and so they require a little bit more of my time. So I'm literally like, rocking the little bouncer and trying to prop the bottle, which don't bottle prop to the new parents. I'm learning I shouldn't have done it, but hey, my kids are okay, I guess. Tracy, it's good to see you. Welcome to the live, fam. But I'm trying to bounce the cradle and play the video games at the same time, and I'm like trying to pause. Some games you couldn't pause, and it was a mess. But we enjoy the hardware the same way. Now, how you enjoy it is definitely different than the way I may enjoy it, right? Triceon might be a competitive player. I'm not a competitive player, right? Or XLR Gaming may not even play video games. Maybe he just edits videos or works for a content creator that needs them to create thumbnails. So their system is going to have a different purpose. They will profit in a different way. But think about, respectively, if you will, it's almost 3 consumer groups, right? And we each profit and enjoy the same hardware. It's just in a much different way. No, I don't hate, no, I don't hate GPU miners. Officially on the record, I don't mind GPUs. At least, not right now. I don't necessarily have the space, and I wouldn't even want to dedicate the time. There's no value in me GPU mining unless would create a channel that was all about, mining, which I wouldn't want to do. So I have no reason to do it. I would much rather put that energy, effort, and focus into delivering valuable, high quality content for those of you that are here, subscribe here on the channel. Which, if you're not yet subscribed here to the channel, again, I welcome you to subscribe. I'm trying to talk, fam. I welcome you to subscribe. We go live every Saturday around this time, which I see Triceon said, when did the stream start? So the stream was flexed about 45 minutes out. It was a little late, but about 5 o'clock, 5:15. Again, I try to keep our live streams in between that general window the same day every Saturday, but because we have so many different friends and fam all over the globe, like I know Triceon, I believe, is in the Netherlands. I believe it's the Netherlands. And we got a few Californians in the house. A few people, Shlomo, I think it's Shlomo. Shlomo is over in China. So we got so many different friends and fam all over the globe. It's hard to find like a dedicated time to give everybody on. So on Saturdays, I try to pick a flexible window that's at least works if you're 6 hours early or 6 hours late into whatever time zone you are currently nested in. But Triceon says, I like both sides, but lately I've been playing Minecraft. And you know what? I talk to the kids a lot about Minecraft, and I'm like, fam, what is Microsoft waiting for? Like, get the, and part of my ignorance, somebody correct me in the chat, if this is just an ignorant statement, but Microsoft, come on. Like, where's the Minecraft Battle Royale? Like, how much fun would that be, for the Micro Center? I want to say Micro Center, Microsoft, Minecraft. How fun would it be for a Minecraft Battle Royale? Like, that would be pretty interesting and pretty dope, even if it's just to watch. Like, look how much popularity, games like Among Us has picked up on. It's not a graphically demanding game, but it's the nature of the sport that makes it interesting. And Minecraft would be no different. It's like, instead of running out looking for loot, it's like you gotta run out, gather resources, then build your loot, and then slowly start to decide how you want to approach somebody, right? Like, you craft your weapons as you fight. Like that'd be interesting to me. As I see Triceon says, bro, that there ain't no way. I mean, one could hope and dream, right? I mean, like, I just said it'd be interesting. Like, they take Minecraft to the next level, or some type of seasonal content. It was good that it got ray tracing, which I do want to do a dedicated video on that, because ray tracing is a feature that I stand by, and it's one that should be more adopted. Consoles haven't yet seen their first level of ray trace games yet, but that's okay. But it will need to be adopted on consoles before it's widely adopted even on PC. There are a lot of games that support ray tracing now, but developers are going to look at it. They're going to be like, whoa. A lot of gamers still play on consoles. This feature they won't be able to use. We don't want to put a lot of development resources into a feature that won't be, accessible to a wide range of consumers. We'd rather put those developmental resources and time into, say, optimizing the game, or maybe adding more value to the game, or adding, and by value, we know by value, come on, I'm going to say it. No paid DLC. Say it with me. No paid DLC. That's how developers can add value to their games, by giving us an extension of the story without having to pay for it, right? I'm not a fan of DLCs because I feel like it's cut content. It's something that could have made its way into the game, but it's manufactured to be, accessed through a paywall, right, if you will. But yeah. And then Triceon says, we got Hunger Games at least. Okay, so I was unaware of Minecraft Hunger Games, which sounds interesting, which Hunger Games essentially what same thing as battle royale, right? Everybody's going to drop into a map and last man standing wins. Loot, find your weapons, right? But in the spirit of Minecraft, just putting an idea out there. I thought it might be a good idea, but I don't play Minecraft because I'm an old man, and I'm like, what do I need to make this? And I would need like cheat sheets here. I'd have to have my how to make a Minecraft furnace, this and that. But it's still very much a fun game though, especially once I had the revelation when I played when I played serious, and it was one of the time when the Minecraft beta released for ray tracing. I said, you know what? I said this is like Skyrim. It reminds me of Skyrim being an open world game, except you have to, build everything you need to use, right? Whereas RPGs have crafting, which is the equivalent, but Minecraft takes it next level and makes you actually use recipes to cook food and to make things like beds and glass, and it's just really interesting, really interesting. And Triceon says, well, I don't like the ray tracing in Minecraft, made by NVIDIA at least. I prefer third-party ray tracing, shader, and DLSS remake. Minecraft Hunger Game has been out there before. I couldn't even read, so I think that might have been the first battle royale ever, or at least a big one. Well, it's funny that you say that because early in the live stream, for those of you, I see we had more people join on. If you did, welcome. You're coming in towards the little back end of the conversation and topic, but we still got a little bit more to dive into. So definitely be sure to stick around. If you haven't yet, do be sure to give the stream a like. But it's in my opinion that GoldenEye, the Nintendo 64 version of GoldenEye, 007, fam, that was the first battle royale. Like everybody's, 4 players started off in the map. You started off in the corner of the map, and everybody rushed to get the guns and the body, the bulletproof vest for armor, and you rush out to get the guns. And it was literally you shoot to the last man was standing. That's essentially a battle royale format, and that game was what came out sometime late '90s, early 2000s, I want to say. But yeah, I consider GoldenEye, the original GoldenEye 007. Shout out to, if you're an old head like me, if you're an 80s baby here in the chat, tell me if you play GoldenEye with your siblings or some of your neighborhood pals, right? Like, you made bets in GoldenEye. You might even lost some friends playing GoldenEye if you activated that infamous golden gun. But Tricion's modest opinion that, yeah, GoldenEye 2 is a battle royale. Hunger Games a form of it, and any other games that want to incorporate that style. Even Power Stone. Power Stone was like a battle royale fighting game, right? You were on a 2D plane with 3D models, and everybody just fought on this large plane. Like Power Stone was another fun game that you might have made friends or lost. You likely probably lost friends before you made friends, but especially if everybody picked the Goku yellow hair looking character who borderline was a imitation Super Saiyan. He had the Spirit Bomb, the Kamehameha, and everything. But Power Stone was like a fighting game battle royale, or Super Smash Brothers, right? OG Super Smash Brothers. I'm talking about Nintendo 64. Trecian, I know you're young, fam, so it's all good. But if you're 80s, 70s, baby, you know what I'm talking about, right? But Super Smash Brothers, arguably another form of a fighting game battle royale, right? You and I believe it's up to 4 people, 5 people, or 6 people, something like that. 7 people, 8 people. You can have a lot of combatants on this 2D plane. But you can either have teams, squads, or you can run solos, every man for themselves. And in Super Smash Bros., everybody would drop down. And literally everybody fight, and you fight until you can eliminate that person off the map, or eliminate their health, or eliminate their lives. So even Super Smash Bros. Can be considered like a fighting game battle royale, to where Fortnite popularized the third-person perspective battle royale, and gave birth to many more others, Apex Legends and PUBG, if you will. But which PUBG's been a little quiet, right, fam? Like PUBG's been quiet, and I played PUBG when it was in beta for the longest time, like before it even like got popular. I was like, oh, what's this? This is kind of like, at the time I wasn't feeling Fortnite's graphics, right? Like they're at the aesthetics of their graphics. It wasn't for me. At the time I kept getting smoked for this too, but at the time I kept comparing it to like Disney graphics. And I would say, oh, I don't want to play that game with these Disney graphics. I want to play something a little bit more modern, something a little more grounded. So PUBG came around, and I was playing PUBG. I'm like, oh, this is an okay battle royale. Same concept, Start with X amount of people on the map, and then, last person standing. You get that chicken dinner. I just wish there was more of an incentive outside of competing, say, in a competitive arena, that you would benefit from saying, going number one. But that term battle royale, it's been interchanged loosely, but you can one could consider that a lot of those games that I mentioned, if you haven't, Triceon, again, I know you're a little young fan, but YouTube is a great video library, if you will, right? Like, yeah, libraries normally they store books, but YouTube being the largest, if not the only, you got Vimeo, you got Vimeo, but YouTube being the largest, even with YouTube having a catalog of videos, YouTube is the largest, and you can consider it a library. Watch some of them games, Triceon, if you haven't seen them, and you'll see exactly what I'm saying, to where they play almost like battle royales. So Bad Habit says, I bought PUBG for $30, only played it 2 times. So yeah, I resonate with that, because at first when I bought PUBG, I played it not 2 times. But I didn't play it enough. Like, I think I played it under 2 hours. Like, I would get in a match and I kept losing quickly. And then I come to find out I liked playing more so when I could play with somebody I knew. So if you were here in champion mode 314, for example, as somebody I know in person here where I live, and me and him would play PUBG together, and that's because we could like talk on the phone, or we knew each other, we could communicate, and that's the only time where I would really have any quote unquote fun playing PUBG, to where we weren't dying instantly, and unlike Warzone, which is probably the battle royale I'm like the least good at. That's why I don't like benchmarking Warzone as much. It's difficult benchmarking Warzone because you got to stay alive, and you got to kind of stay alive, objectively and subjectively. Like, you have to play to capture benchmark figures that will be representative toward the end users, and you also have to play in a form to play to stay alive. Like, it's just not a matter of, let me just run straight here. I benchmark I do 4-time benchmarks and compare, the 3 out of the 4, so long as the 4th one is consistent with the 3rd run. So you imagine staying alive and playing in that way. Like, it does take a little, you do got to get good at Warzone. I'm just not that great at it. So also, further note, when you're looking at the benchmarks, like when you see I didn't benchmark Call of Duty Warzone in the RTX 3090 benchmark, but in some other benchmarks you see, especially with 1080p focused systems, I'm not that good at it. Full disclosure, but battle royale, Fortnite, to me is now a casual battle royale more than ever, right? Again, we talked about how Ninja has a disdain for the community now, not just the game, y'all, for the community, and that's telling, because he made his career on the backbone of that game, and now he's grown resentful to it and to the community and what it represents and what it stands for. And then Triceon says, yeah, fair enough, but I didn't play either when they were new because I didn't think I would like it. Yeah, and I thought the same thing too with Battle Royale. So early in the live stream, we talked about, the mentality of a PC gamer, the mindset of a PC gamer, and how my mindset of a PC gamer is I enjoy single player focused game, single player games, story driven, single player based games. And so battle royales, any any multiplayer based game, especially if it had no campaign based with it, I almost was like, I think it's going to be a hard pass for me. Like, it took the longest time for me to get into Halo's multiplayer, for example. And I think I didn't start playing Halo's multiplayer until Halo Reach, right? I played a lot of Halo Reach's multiplayer, but prior to that, I really just liked playing the campaign. Same thing with Call of Duty, with some of the previous Call of Duties, Advanced Warfare, Call of Duty Ghost. Like, if you experience those campaigns, you know what I'm saying when I tell you that those campaigns are dynamic and they're fun. They're fun for me. But I didn't touch the multiplayer. And here recently, I only just started playing battle royales. One, because I had to start testing, Warzone due to its popularity, and Apex Legends, which was picking up steam. But hey, y'all, where's Apex at? It's been a little quiet. We haven't really heard as much, new content that we did prior couple years when Apex, where EA was dropping like new characters and new legends or what have you. But and then you got PUBG, which I haven't played PUBG in a while. Like, kind of like Bad Habit. I haven't touched PUBG. It's probably been, wow, maybe since when I was playing on a GTX 1080. I think I was playing PUBG in 4K, and I realized how dumb that idea was. So the time I stopped playing, and especially couldn't play it for no more other than just straight fun at that point. As you don't play competitively at 4K. That's not a competitive resolution. It's just not. And Triceon says, Halo and COD on Xbox 360 were amazing. Yeah, I mean, that's where I played most of my COD multiplayer. Like, during the time Modern Warfare 2 was, the status quo, right? If you had an Xbox 360, if you had an Xbox 360, you were playing Modern Warfare 2. Like, I wanted to play with my friends, so and that's what they all were playing. They weren't playing single player games. They weren't even playing like co-op based multiplayer games, which I don't even not a big fan of even co-op games. Like unless I'm playing with the person that's next to me, like old school, like Saturday morning, bowl of cereal next to you, system on the carpet, which is another thing you shouldn't do. System on the carpet, TV on the carpet, antenna on the top, right? I'm talking about those days. I'm talking about playing, co-op games like that. But Modern Warfare 2, as Bad Habit says, Modern Warfare 2 was the shiznit. It was like so many people played it. I prestige so many times. I spent a lot of time playing Modern Warfare 2. Like I truly enjoyed it. I even found myself playing. Check this out, fam. I know how much I preach this, so it to be true. I found myself even playing with randos, complete strangers, which I normally don't do. And one of my favorite game modes was domination and capture the flag. Like I love playing domination and capture the flag. And you can kind of play the objective and not need to communicate heavy with your team, right? But still kind of know what you need to do. And I've really enjoyed it, on the strength of that Modern Warfare 2 is just a really evolving multiplayer game. I don't know. Activision really struck gold on that one, but then what happened there afterward is a little debatable. but but yeah. And then Triceon says my Xbox 360 came with a Modern Warfare 3 and Modern Warfare 3 controller, but I never played Modern Warfare 2. Interesting. Well, I believe it was that part with the the no Russia and I believe it was Modern Warfare 2. I think that's in Modern Warfare 2. Guys, somebody correct me on that one. But the airport scene, the highly controversial airport scene, where you're Russian, you're a Russian spy, you're American agent, but you're working with the Russians, and they tell you in the elevator, they turn around, they like, hey, no Russia. And I first played the game, and mind you, there wasn't a YouTube, there was nowhere you didn't see trailers. Game Informer was one of the still very much popular ways to find out about new games and to see what games look like before you bought them, or to read reviews before you bought them. This is back, and here's a little bit of old man test, little Quivia test. This is back when IGN was Game Sages. How many the show fans who can remember that? When IGN was Game Sages, right? When IGN was Game Sages, that is when you could go and get information on the game before it came out. And Game Informer, you had your screenshots and the journals wrote about the game before it came out. But but yeah. And then Triceon says, well, I don't know which COD that was, but I remember playing that. Yeah, I believe it was Modern Warfare 2. In that segment, but you're on an elevator, like no Russia, and you turn around and you just, you commit mass murder. And it was a very big deal, right, Triceon? I know you might have been either young or not born yet, but those of you who are also here young. And for those of you who are old enough to remember, you remember how big of a deal that was, that certain countries banned the game and Activision actually ended up taking that part out just to get the game put back on the shelves in some countries. Some countries literally took the game off the shelf for that scene. We're not going to talk about the scene in too much detail because it is extremely graphic and it's unsettling depending on how strong of a stomach you have. It is a video game, but it's the concept, and it's worth important to note that it was still very much a sensitive subject because school shootings at the time was an unfortunate occurrence. Okay, so to have something like that take place in a video game and to be as mainstream is the way it was very much like it was shock value, right? It was shock value. And if you don't fire your gun, they shoot you. So Activision at that scene, Activision, forced you into partake into that act, into that gruesome act, and that is to commit mass murder in this airport full of just women and children just minding their business. You get off, you're disguised as cops. And spoiler alert, whole spoiler alert, they end up then killing you at the end of it to frame you for the for attack. And now that I think about it, I want to say it was Modern Warfare 3 because actually what happens in that campaign is Russia ends up sending a nuclear attack to Washington, D.C. And I remember that part of the map in the campaign. It was like really, really hard because like the nukes flying, it's like all destroyed around you and it's just chaos. I believe it's Modern Warfare 3 now that I think about it. But yeah, I mean, it was a lot of shock value. So again, can't campaigns, they have their strong points, especially with COD. The Tiger Nation says, yeah, that was Modern Warfare 2. So I stand corrected. I thought it was 3. But you say it's Modern Warfare 2, I take your word for it. Unless somebody want to fact check, but don't leave the live stream because then you're gonna mess up. You're gonna miss what we got coming up here next. But it was a lot of shock value, and it just was really hard to sit through. And again, you can't skip it. You can't not fire your weapon. You have to shoot these women and children patrons, and you kind of ask yourself. It's one of them things like Ian said in Jurassic Park, right? Just because you could didn't necessarily mean you should. You should have thought about it, right? Activision, just because you could put a level like this in a game probably didn't mean you should have. And they did receive backlash for it at the time. So yeah, Tristand says, nah, I didn't hear about it. I didn't hear a lot about it. Yeah, here in the States, it was a very big deal, especially with here in the States. Regardless of your preference on American gun laws, whether you're in favor of them or not, like I said, it's a light or dark army, right? It all depends on whose side you're on with it. There's no right or wrong argument to decide. The only right or wrong statement behind it should be that it's wrong that the outcome or the shooting. So for Activision to perpetrate that in the video game, it was like, why? Like, why would you do that, right? It's almost like this live stream, which I see we had a few people join on, but it's like this live stream, right? Like the good, the bad, and the ugly, the awful. It's the same thing with video games, right? You got the good with them, you got the bad, and you got the awful. You got the mix. You got the violence, and you got the sexual content, right? The graphic nudity that isn't for all eyes and for all viewers. This is why you got to be over 18 to even buy some of those games, right? You can't be, you're 13 years old. You can't walk into GameStop and walk out with GTA 5. If GameStop would get in very big trouble. I worked for GameStop years ago. We're talking like 2007, fam. I worked for a GameStop, and that was one thing that was made very clear. It was a clear terminable offense, right? If you sold a video game to a minor and it was like a secret shopper and you did it, like that was immediate termination. You could really get in a lot of trouble. And even then, we had to tell adults, even parents that were clearly overage, what the game still consisted of. So, that's the good, the bad, and the ugly, even with video games. But more so, with PC games, right? So let's recap. For those of you who just joined us, let's recap, because during this live stream, we had talked about the superiority of PC gaming, right? We talked about, the PC gaming mindset and taking the good with the bad and throwing everything else out, right? So the good, we talked about what are some things that makes PC gaming good? What makes it great? What makes it the pinnacle of gaming? What makes it the highest level, right? You could achieve to enjoy a video game. One of those things was unlocked frame rates, right? Another one of those things were that you have the luxury of you have native resolutions. And then another part was you have the benefit of a personalized experience, right? My PC is different from your PC. But guess what? My PC has a CPU. Your PC has a CPU. My PC has a dedicated video card. If your PC has a dedicated video card, I'll put 100 on it right now. If somebody wants to. They're not the same, right? I'm on the bet. Nobody in this live stream right now has the same graphics card that I do. I'm not even going to tell you what I have here right now. But chances are, I guarantee you don't. And it's not even the RTX 3090, right? That's still, in the testing environment. But, we talked about the good. What is the good? The good are those three things: unlocked frame rate, dynamic resolution, personalized experience, right? Those are the three things that make PC gaming the pinnacle of, the PC platform, the pinnacle of gaming, right? What makes it worthwhile, what makes it dope, what makes it special, what makes it cool. The bad, we talked about a few things that makes it bad. And by bad, we mean not so great, right? And by bad, we mean when it's not the better option, right? So when it's a time when consoles or cloud-based devices may be the better route for you. Google Stadia, for example, you want like Uber plug and play. Like you want the accessibility of a laptop without the cost of a laptop, right? And the power requirements of a laptop. Maybe you want Google Stadia. Google Stadia's controller and the dongle. You plug it into your TV, you're good. Cloud gaming. That's all you got. No updating Windows. Maybe you need to update the firmware on the Stadia device. But, no graphic driver updates, no installing Windows, no installing new chipsets, those things. It's just plug and play. And the same thing applies to consoles as well, right? Same thing applies to consoles. You don't have to worry about screen tearing. You don't have to worry about stuttering. You don't have to worry about juddering and those things. You don't have to worry about ghosting. You know, a standard 1080p 60 hertz TV will suffice for plug and play on a console. But with a PC, that's not necessarily the case, right? That is not necessarily the case at all, right? With the PC, you don't want to just say invest in a high-end system and turn around and plug it up to a subpar monitor, right? And by subpar, I mean you're either going to indefinitely run into one of those four issues, or immersive breaking, um, technical difficulties like ghosting, right? Like stuttering, like screen tearing. I see Tricion mentioned no mods, which is that's a very good point, because I kind of left out mods. I more so don't use them, but I wholeheartedly respect the modding community and how they improve and enhance the experience on games. Because as an indie game developer, I spent 8 years as an indie game developer, and even the game we published was called Magnus Operation Hard Drive. If you do a little homework, you could find it. I bet you if you even Googled it, you can find it. Magnus Operation Hard Drive, the only title we were able to publish. We had a lot of titles in the developmental pipeline though, but Magnus Operation Hard Drive was one of the ones we were able to, bring from concept, to conceptualizing to actually delivering it as a playable executable, right? But game development is expensive. Game development is expensive. So, when you have the modding community who's able to enhance the gameplay experience through mods, you can't achieve that on a console. It's very important. There's also no getting around with that. If you want to run mods on your games, you need to build a PC. If you're here on a live stream, listen, fam, like this stream, give this stream a like. If you're new to the community, definitely subscribe to the channel, because this is the place where you're going to be to get all the helpful information you need to overcome that mindset that is hard, it's expensive. Insert any other excuse, right? And it's just not the case. PC gaming is the superior platform. Mods can really improve the experience. GTA 5 is one of the first ones that come to mind that have some of the most robust, has one of the most robust modding communities. Cyberpunk 2077, although again in a very rare place, was on its way to getting heavy mod support, but I really think that source leak or that hack likely might have had something to do with it. Once CDPR opened up, the code for modding, maybe that modding community found that hacking community found a back door, and they were able to hijack CDPR source code. But yeah, see, Tricion says mods are the only reason I switched to PC. Yeah, and that's totally respectable. I could see that. It's like, if you're stuck on a console, and what's the next step? It's not hanging on to that console, fam, for 7 years. That's for sure, right? Like we talked about this. I believe it was Bad Habit pointed out that you'll spend more on PC platform than you will on the console platform. He averaged $15,000 in a lifetime versus like $5K in a lifetime. Versus, that's for console with the latter, PC for the former. But like I had added to what Bad Habit was saying, and that's because consoles drop every 7 years. So you imagine sitting on a console for 7 years. It's like you're ready to take it to the next level. What is that? That could definitely be mods. Like mods can really enhance the experience, add new features, new models. I know I wanted the Cybertruck mod in Cyberpunk, and CDPR is really missing out on an missed opportunity, fam. Because if the Cybertruck was paid DLC, right? Like 10, even $20 in Cyberpunk 2077, and it was outfitted, sculpted inside like the actual Cyberpunk, and it can go off-road, like it had features of the actual Cyberpunk, bulletproof, or not bulletproof. Well, Mr. Musk claimed it's bulletproof, but we saw what the round, marble did to the window. I wouldn't want to be shot at it driving it. But I would pay for that, for that DLC just to be able to drive the Cybertruck in that game. So, but not necessarily a mod, be more so DLC, which would be available on, a console platform. But let's say that was a mod, or there were other vehicles that were added to the game, I would only be able to take full advantage of that on the PC platform, right? That's one of the hidden features that makes PC, or one of the hidden aspects that makes PC gaming good. What makes it great? What makes it the pinnacle? And that is mod support. Indefinitely. Yeah, we talked about unlocked frame rates. Everybody should strive within their budget to achieve high frame rates, right? The higher the frame rate, the better your experience is going to be. I guarantee it. The lower the response time, the better the image quality, right? The quicker those pixels are going to change over. So, you know, it's just one of those areas that really improves your experience, and that's mod support. Yeah, I mean, Triceon, thanks for adding mod support. I should have, that's something I should have touched on and even added, because again, while I don't use mods, I know like my son, he's really into playing his games using mods. And I understand the modded community is well dependent on and well respected within the PC community. And I tip my hat off to them, as they are essentially creating, free content in the form like we do here on on YouTube, but in a much larger, greater sense, because game development, creation, and asset creation, those things require a great deal of time. And so they're providing value to the gaming community by, at enhancing the game. And a game like Cyberpunk 2077, if you haven't played it yet, everything you heard about it is true. Okay, it definitely could benefit from enhanced mod support, right? In my honest opinion. Again, if we're talking about one of the good things that make PC gaming great, what makes it the pinnacle of that form of interactive media, right? That is gaming. It's got to be had there. It's got to be had there. Triceon says, I'm playing Minecraft modded right now. Haven't done it in years. Yeah, and Minecraft is another game that has a lot of support for different mods. I saw it too one time, and I was overwhelmed. In fact, to add to what Triceon was saying, and this might be the reason for you, and if you're here on the live stream, tell me right now in the chat. Like, I'd greatly appreciate it. I want to hear back from you. I see we got a few people here. Tell me, tell me what made you want to get into PC gaming. Was that mod support? Was that higher resolutions, the higher frame rates, better games functionality? Tell me what made you want to get into PC gaming, right? Was it mod support? For me, and definitely, I tell you now, it was the graphic fidelity. Sharper graphic and higher frame rates had me like, you know what? I want to get into this. Excuse me. But most importantly, I told myself, you know what? I want to play Skyrim heavily modded. I bought Skyrim. I have over 300 plus hours in the Skyrim Ultimate Edition on PC. And I downloaded I spent a whole day going through mods on that game. And the game just plays so much different than the vanilla version on the consoles. Where I played it, unfortunately, I played it on the Xbox 360. Ugh, right? No disrespect to those of you who are still playing on Xbox 360. But considering leveling up your gaming experience, fam, the time is nigh. Maybe not with hardware supply shortages, but the time is nigh. I played on Xbox 360. I told myself I want to play Skyrim fully, graphics, max settings graphics, 4K, heavy modded. I want to add as many mods as the game can support. And I did. I downloaded a lot of Lord of the Ring weapons, added extra dialogue, enhanced weapons, environment changes, dynamic weather patterns, sharp, higher res textures. So many different mods you can download for Skyrim that even after playing Skyrim heavily modded, it's a shame that the game is locked to 60 FPS. The frame rate is tied to to your monitor's refresh rate. And so it's a shame, because I really, at the time, I could have got more out. But since we were locked at 60, at 60 FPS, wouldn't get full GPU utilization, but the CPU was going to work as it was processing all of those different, modifications in the background. I had a lot. Like, if they were dope, one of my favorites is the Lord of the Ring mod, because it changed a lot of the weapons in the game to some of the Lord of the Rings weapons from their lore. So that was really dope, as I'm a Lord of the Rings fan. I love Lord of the Rings. So being able to do that was like, wow, this is cool. And like armor changes and different types of capes and abilities. Skyrim heavily modded. It's heavily modeled, all right, but Skyrim heavily modded is worth buying twice, and I bought it twice. I bought it again for $50 just to be able to play it in that form. I waited for The Witcher 3 because I knew I didn't want to play that on console. I said, you know what? This game, after my experience with Mad Max on Xbox One, I said, this is a game I have to play this on PC. I do know. I had it in my hand in GameStop. It was one of the times GameStop was doing a buy two get one free, and I had The Witcher 3 and something else and something else. I'm like, should I play The Witcher 3? I should probably play this on the PC. I don't know. I heard even the war stories around that time. So, I put it back and I didn't pull the trigger on it. I waited to play The Witcher 3 on PC. I played it my first experience with an ultra wide monitor. I ended up buying an ultra wide monitor a few days later, and that's when I went to Micro Center and they had The Witcher 3 up on it was 2560 by 1440p monitor, but I knew that I wanted to dive into a more niche resolution, and that was ultra wide 3440 by 1440p. So I played The Witcher 3 at 3440 by 1440p max settings, and it's mind-blowingly good. You couldn't touch that on a console. It's one of the things, again, that makes PC gaming good. It's one of the things that makes it great. There's a downside to that, though. There are some caveats to it that makes it bad, right? There are, like costly upgrades and maintenance. It does pay to be on this platform. We also, right? Again, this is my statement on GPU mining. Yeah, I don't GPU mine, and that doesn't mean you should or shouldn't. It's up to the manufacturer to meet the supply and demand for both consumers groups. I'm not here to be like, oh, I hate GPU miners. It's not healthy to hate anybody or anything, fam, unless it's heat inside of your, affecting your computer's internals. That's the only thing you should be hating, cuz is how heat affects your PC, right? Other than that, I don't hate much, and I don't hate GPU miners. In fact, I think in my opinion, the frustration is misguided. We should be frustrated with the manufacturer. Fam, they produce the chips. The miners don't produce the chips. They don't produce them for the major chip makers. The manufacturers produce the chips. It is up to them to meet the supply and demand for both consumer groups. Not for us to be warring, back and forth with, with the mining community and say, oh, I hate them and I wish they all die and rot off, and that's just horrible things to say. I don't recommend that. Tricion says, so that's why I bought it up, talking about the Minecraft being heavily modded or mods, because he's referring to he's currently playing Minecraft. And let me use Tricion as a perfect example, because Tricion's enjoying his computer right now, right? He is getting an experience that is only attainable on a PC, and that's playing, Minecraft heavily modded, or let's say they were playing Skyrim heavily modded. The example I had just used, that is only achievable on PC. So the very fact that he was able to say, hey, yeah, see, what made me think of it right now, because I am doing it right now. It's almost the equivalency if we had, somebody here on a live stream, which I know, Tricion, you create content, but let's say we had a creator from a channel that's instead of playing a game like you are, Tricion, let's say they're editing their next video, or they're working on their next thumbnail, right? They're planning out their next video. They too would say, oh yeah, you know what? I'm on my PC right now, and you're right. Like, I can't use my console as a productivity device. I can't create content in a rich and valuable format that I can, like, on my PC. You just can't do it on a console, right? A console could be an extension of your creation tool, but deep down inside, your PC is that tool that's going to make all the magic happen. Bad Habit says Battlefield 4. That is the game that, I guess, Bad Habit saying that is the game that they were looking for. They want to play on PC. And I agree, because I remember when that game was demoed at E3, when they were walking through the abandoned building, and you open the door and a bird flies through and you see the lockers. At the time, I was really, really, really blown away by the graphics. I remember saying, like, holy cow, like, these graphics look so incredible. They look so good, and I would have probably played it on PC at the time, but I wasn't into. I had just got out of, PC gaming, and even at the time, I was a hybrid PC gamer. Like, I played PC exclusives on the PC. Like, I was really into playing MMOs, so I was playing Warcraft and the Matrix Online and Star Wars Galaxies. I was playing a lot of an Age of Empires. Like, I was playing a lot of PC exclusive games on my PC at the time, and I was playing your casual games like that on my consoles. But yeah, I remember being blown away by Battlefield 4's graphics, right? And even I had recently was watching a benchmarking video where the creator was playing Battlefield 4 in 2021 in 4K, and it's, in my opinion, the game still even looks really, really good. It's aged really well, especially at a higher resolution. Triceon says, yeah, I'm also running a server on my PC for mates. Couldn't have done any of this on a console. Right, absolutely. And again, your PC is that tool, right? Like a car. I'm pretty sure you don't drive, Triceon. You might be a little young. But like your car can be a tool, like helping your mates out. Hey, I got a car. Hey, you guys need a ride to get to work. You need a ride to get to Micro Center. You need a ride to get to here. Your car broke down. I got a car. I can come help you out, right? I can help you out versus a way that I couldn't if I didn't drive. So the same way, like you just said, you can't do that on a console. You can't even extend your hardware, if you will, by creating a server to your friends. And again, and it doesn't matter because say it with me. Consoles have a purpose, but PCs have character, right? Consoles, cloud-based devices, tablets, mobile devices, cell phones, what have you, they are all one and the same. They all share commonality, right? That is what gives them their purpose. It's because your mates, right? What's the purpose of if they got a PS5 and you got a PS5? What benefit could you possibly provide to them that they already aren't, provided by with their PS5? But if you have a higher end PC, they may be on a PC, but let's say you have a higher end PC, you may be the likely candidate, right? Your personal experience is then it could benefit them, even though you're all still playing on the PC platform. Triceon says that too, yeah. Since I can't find an official job because of my age, all of my work has been done building PCs and edited videos because of my PC. Yeah, and hey, listen, I never knock your hustle, right? Or another person's hustle, another man, another woman's hustle. At a young age, when we was young, T or Triceon, with us, for people my age, it was doing things like mowing lawns, cleaning cars out, going grocery shopping for people. It was doing things like that, shoveling. And that's how you kind of had to earn your money when you were like 9, under 10 years old, right? But you still wanted money to do. One of my favorite things was to earn money and go to the penny candy store. I grew up in Wilmington, Delaware, and in the city, in the center city, there was a penny candy store, and we loved walking down to that penny candy store. Man, we would just load up on candy, just little small candies, and you feel like like you came out of like you thought you robbed the joint, like you got away with murder. But it's good that you're able to use your PC though as a tool to earn revenue, as a revenue generator, as a way to make money at a time when you're young. And let me tell you now, Triceon, you're still going to develop good work habits for when you are ready and prepared to enter the work world. This is applicable to any young individual who may be just ready to enter the work world, and you might have had a similar digital hustle or a digital come up, Uber Eats, editing video, what have you. You may not want to create content on the platform, but you best believe there are content creators who are willing to pay people to help them create their content. Okay, fam? So it's not all about, oh, well, I don't want to make YouTube videos, and I don't like being on camera, and I don't know how to be as cool as Lab. No, I'm not cool at all, fam. But, there are other creators out there that would be willing to pay, right? So it's not about you having to be a creator to want to profit. There's arguably more money in outsourcing your skills. But this, again, Triceon and anybody else that's here, that it's good to start with developing good work traits before you're even ready to start working. That'll go with you. It'll still stick with you for when you do enter the workforce. You're going to know how to deal with people. You're going to know how to deal with the job when you don't want to be there. That's very important. Dealing with the job when you don't want to be there is very difficult, right? Because if you're not having fun at your job, then you're not going to want to be there, right? I have fun going live. This is why they run for as long as they do. I like going live. I like this conversation with the audience and the community, and possibly seeing new people join on and get to share in this topic, like today's topic being the superiority behind PC gaming, right? Taking the good with the bad, the ugly awful with it. But I really like going live. It's what I enjoy doing. It doesn't feel like work. The planning process may feel like work, and everything that goes on behind the scene as far as setting up the live stream, getting the lighting, video, and internet and everything else ready. Excuse me, I use essentially 3 different programs to go live, so a lot can go wrong. So just the legwork, the legwork, it's there, but like we talked about, wanting to reach the pinnacle of anything, it's going to require you to work to get there. You're going to have to climb. You want to be a self-made millionaire, it's not going to happen overnight, fam. You're going to be tired. You're going to, be broke before you, get rich. It's going to happen. You need money to make money, right? Things get worse before they get better, right? But but yeah, I mean, with this hobby, you have, you have the pros and you have the cons. But like Tracian says, using my PC, I've built PCs and I've edited videos because of my PC. The PC is a tool. Are consoles a tool? Let me challenge you with that question. With a why or no in the chat. Do you think a console is a tool? Right? There's no right or wrong answer to that. It may not seem that way at face value. But do you think consoles are a tool? Can they be used for a tool? I think they're an extension of the tool. They're an extension of the process. But on their own, they have a purpose. Remember, consoles have purpose. PCs have character. They have a purpose because they have a reason to exist. They're great plug and play devices. You just plug and play and you go, right? You download some games, install Windows, make sure everything's updated and good. Or I'm sorry, I'm referring to PCs, but with consoles you just plug and play. With PCs you have to do all those things, make sure everything's updated, and it's legwork. Again, fam, that's just legwork. It comes with it comes with the PC gaming as a platform. It's just one of those things that comes along with the benefits of having that superior, experience with playing your games, with running your games, and even being able to create content. You'd be surprised that even from the conversations I have with a lot of people in the community, they want to create content, right? If you have a voice and you have a message and it needs to be heard, it needs to be seen, right? You're going to put yourself out there. You're going to go on camera, right? You don't stand for something. No, there's nobody's going to stand with you, okay? But how do you achieve that? With a console? Not so much. The PC? More than likely. It goes beyond the gaming experience, okay? Animators, game developers use PCs to make games, right? Before in the past, it wasn't always disclosed, but a lot of the demos that we saw from E3 games, they were all running on PC hardware, fam. They were captured on PC hardware, not on the console. Only really with the PS4 Pro and things like that, where they only started to show, hey, this is gameplay captured on the PS4 Pro, right? Let me jump over to the chat really fast because Tracian says, nah, I got no driver's license, but I can drive, no problem. Manual or automatic, both are fine. Just gotta learn those traffic rules. Fam. Learn the traffic rules first, bro. If that's good, you can drive. It is a skill that one should have. But yeah, man, learn the traffic rules. And that in Tracian, all seriousness, that way you're safe and you're keeping the good people of the Netherlands. I believe you're from the Netherlands. You're keeping the good people of the Netherlands safe on the road, fam. Oh man, get a hold of those traffic rules. Learn. Get a firm grasp on those. And I see you say lawns are very rare here. Yeah. So again, so could be snow. For most people, you might not even get snow, right? Here in Florida, it don't really snow down there. So it'd be like, oh yeah, I shoveled snow when I was a kid. Floridians be looking like, psh, you did what when you was a kid? They may be more accustomed to cutting grass or getting rid of wild gators in the pool, but not up north, fam, and maybe not even out west. But here in my state, in Maryland or Delaware, where I grew up, cutting grass was very common, man. It made up to like $300 in one day just cutting grass. We hit so many houses, we just couldn't stop. You start 9 o'clock in the morning, you end 6 o'clock at night. We split $300, and boom, it was the easiest money we made. Me and my mate, we took turns, we alternated. It's all about the hustle. You can use your PC to hustle too. Tracian says, yeah, I know, man. I've put a lot of practice into staying in flow state and getting motivated. Making that bag starts with good habits and motivation. Absolutely. That is a good start, having the motivation to do something, because you need the motivation to even get going, right? If you want to get up and run a marathon, guess what? You got to get motivated to even get up to start the marathon. So good habits and motivation are definitely two good feats to have, Tracian, right? And again, I know we have some older people here in the chat. You may have an extensive work history. you may have several jobs. I've had so many different jobs, right? Loss prevention, security guard, teacher or aide assistant, what have you. So many different jobs I've had, and I've learned from each one and just applied good habits. And even though they might not have been jobs that I wanted to do, right? I still made sure I had the motivation to get up and do it. Most of the time, that motivation was my children when they were very young. Because childcare, if you're not, I don't want to deter. Let's get back on track here. But childcare, for those of you who don't know, very expensive. So when my kids were young, it wouldn't matter if I liked the job or not. It was a matter of I needed to be motivated enough to do the job. So they're very different. Tiger Nation says, depending on what you may use, it's like you said a few minutes ago. You could use a console for gaming, but the PC to stream the game. Absolutely. But then even I would argue, fam, just stream from the PC because it's likely more powerful than the console. Unless you have a specific reason why you would want to stream on the console. When I normally get questions and consultants and sessions about that, I'm like, do you really want a game on the console? Because you could probably flex your budget a bit more and just build a dedicated gaming rig, monitor, headset, mechanical keyboard, mouse, quiet system. You could probably benefit from that and just stream from your system, right? NVIDIA's encoder NVEC is extremely robust and could get the job done. Better than maybe a console gaming PC solution. But hey, if that's what the consumer wants to pay for, I'm not going to argue with, taking your money, essentially. That's what you want, that's what you want. But, I would argue that the PC would probably perform better than your console anyway. So just play from your PC. Unless it's a console exclusive game, right? Which most of the fan favorite streamed games aren't console exclusives. But I digress. Tracion says, yeah, bro, no worries. I don't have a car, of course. Yeah, definitely. I mean, I don't know, Tricion. You behind the wheels, fam. So either way, just learn those traffic rules. In all seriousness, again, what God forbid something happened to you, or the one thing that happened to you. So, and anybody else for that matter. So learn the traffic rules. Driver safety is very important. Bad Habit says red means go, green means go faster, yellow means go anyway, right? And our moderator says, love cutting grass as a youth. And our moderator grew up in a large country area, so she would have had more, my wife, she would have had more grass than I would have because, I grew up in the city for the large part of my life, and then we moved a little up north in Delaware, in the state of, or south in the Delaware into Newcastle, because Wilmington is the northern part of the state, and, you got, like, Newcastle County, which is in the middle. But, anyway, when we moved up down to Newcastle County is when I came across these people who were too lazy to cut their grass. Fam, I recognized the hustle. We came across a lawnmower. I told the person, hey, we come back, we gave you $20. Can we borrow your lawnmower? Sure. Gave him $20, took the lawnmower, went and made $300. Right? And that was one day. Some days, you make 80, some days you make 70. When we were 11, 12 years old, that was a lot of money. All we were going to do was go blow it at, McDonald's or, GameStop was a thing, or Funko-Land, more importantly, was what it was. Those were things, but no, that was a lot of money at that time. But again, your PC can be used to, launch your content creation journey, even if it is either as a creator or as a virtual assistant. By virtual assistant, that's just not, I go get your coffee virtually. You can't do that. I'm not talking about, but virtual assistant, answering emails. That also falls under the category of making thumbnails, editing in that creator's video or helping them out with search and optimization. Those are things you could very much make a decent coin on. And that's not what we specialize in this channel, so we're not going to talk about it a lot. But consider that as a hustle, ways you can make money with your PC. You know what, fam? Thank you guys. The community, you guys are so awesome. That's a topic for a live stream that we're going to discuss in great detail, because that's not what the folks of this live stream on, but I think it's a necessary and relative discussion and conversation, because PC gaming is expensive, and when you're not PC gaming, you're not, you don't, maybe, let's say you have a full-time job, you're not working, if you have a family and, your family isn't your immediate, doesn't require your immediate attention, and you have that free time in the middle, it's like, man, I got like 3.5 hours of disposable time a day. I could spend that time, $20 an hour making thumbnails, or, editing a YouTuber's video. The possibilities are limitless. And there are ways you can make money with your PC, right? And we'll save that conversation for another time. Bad Habit says, I love bad habits. Yeah, I mean, hey, running red lights. If we got, I don't know if you got them in your state, but here in Maryland, the red light traffic cameras, man, they are abundant. They are abundant. You got to look out for those red light cameras because they're so sensitive. And here in Washington D.C., in our nation's capital, and some parts of the outskirts of D.C., they have drones. They have speed detecting drones, and they will send you a speeding ticket based off where you are. If you're in that drone's covered area and you're speeding, they will send you an automated ticket in the mail just for speeding. So yeah, hey, if you're here and you're stateside, or you want to visit the states when and hopefully everything returns back to some level of normalcy. Will it be 100% normal? I doubt it, but to some level of normalcy, I think we'll slowly get there. The human race as a species survived the Black Plague, so I do believe we'll survive this. But but yeah, you can make some serious coin off your PC. Tiger says, I just recently researched everything about the flow state, and I've pushed myself to activate the flow state more while making music and teaching myself more about music theory. So again, that's another avenue to where PC gaming could help you achieve that. Even if you were to create content, Tiger Nation, based off of that philosophy alone, music theory, the art, the science behind making music. I mean, there is science to sound, right? There is. There's literally science to acoustics and how the physics behind audio and how it makes humans feel and how we resonate with that. It's interesting stuff. Triceon says, the Tiger Nation, I want to learn music theory too. Feel like it would make me understand better how and why music sounds good or bad. Now, I know Triceon has a SoundCloud with a few songs, and Tiger Nation does play. He plays piano. Tiger Nation's really good at the piano. He's my son, so I can confirm that. But he's played pretty good. He plays samples really well, and we talked about being motivated and practicing good habits with your side hustles. Being passionate about the side hustle is very much important too. Yes, I like creating content. Don't get it twisted. I love editing. Most people loathe, like a lot of the quote unquote YouTube experts and gurus that even I follow. They all share the sentiment. They don't like editing. I love editing. Fam, I'll throw in like Run the Jewels or old DMX, maybe some NERD, some old Hove, Jay-Z, and I'll just edit and just be rocking into it until of course I have to hear the audio. But I like editing and I like designing thumbnails. I like listening to music while I do it. I read a study that music helps you focus more and helps you be more productive. So, take that for what you will. But yeah, I love editing. I love editing. And you got to have a passion for it because I love editing. I love creating content. I love engaging with the community in this live format. I love sharing into the topics like this one that we had today, which was, PC gaming and the superiority behind it. Getting into that PC gamer mindset or getting into the mind state of a PC gamer and why it is the accepted notion that PC gaming is a superior platform, right? We're taking the good with the bad and everything else, right? And to get jumped up and to get caught up in the chat here, as I see we had a few new people join us. And if you're just joining us, feel free to drop your questions in the chat about today's live stream topic. We were talking about PC gaming and why is it the superior platform, taking the good with the bad? We talked about the good and we talked about the bad, and right now we're getting caught up in the chat. We also talked about the ugly, awful. It's like you gotta hyphenate that word. It's the ugly, awful. I loathe using the term, hate, and I hate using the term hate, and I don't like using the term ugly, right? It's more so what is awful about PC gaming. Some things that are you can't, there's no getting around it, right? But Tiger Nation says, yeah, I just recently researched everything. Okay, we read that. Triceon says, I want to learn music theory too. Tiger says, I feel you. I'm in a group myself, and I need to teach myself more about music theory because we are supposed to be putting out an EP, hopefully soon, but I want to learn more before we do. Okay, that's interesting. It's good to learn more about anything new before going into it. We talked about that in a segment of the good with PC gaming. And that's or I'm sorry, the bad with PC gaming. And that's familiarizing yourself with the build process. We talked about this in a couple live streams before. Rather you're building it for yourself or you're relying on a system integrator like myself or NZXT or Origin PC or what have you, any of insert those or mom and pops, whoever's building it for you, you still want to research the process. One, you want to make sure you're not getting overcharged, right? I'm not sure how everybody else do it, but fam, I charge a percentage based off the total build, right? Because I feel like you shouldn't pay somebody whose build costs $400 shouldn't pay the same for somebody whose build costs $1,200 to, to assemble. There's going to be more work required with the $1,200 build versus the $400 build, right? Maybe the $1,200 build has M.2 drives, which aren't hard to install, but maybe they have an AIO, maybe they have more fans, maybe a larger case, or what have you. The steps are the same. You got to put the CPU in the socket, bruh. But the process is the same, right? The process is the same as what I'm trying to say. But you want to research, you want to know what goes into the process before getting into that hobby. Like Tiger Nation said, they want, and Tricion, they want to understand music theory. So Tiger Nation wants to, advance his understanding and learning behind music theory to do more research in it before they dive a bit further into it. That's actually a good approach. Again, Tiger Nation is my son. I believe he has his dad to thank for that because that's exactly the approach I take with most things in life. Even when I wanted to start a YouTube channel, I looked at the pros, I looked at the cons, I looked at the risk of putting yourself out there. And at the end of the day, it didn't matter because I said, no matter what, again, if you don't stand for something, nobody's going to stand with you. And I know deep down inside, I wanted to stand for something. What is that something? That PC gaming is the superior platform. It is the best way. It is the pinnacle of gaming, of interactive media. All right, the digital flip book is what I referred to. Video games is what they essentially are. Video games are essentially a digital flip book, even on a console or a PC. Okay, they are both rendering a certain amount of images in certain intervals, right, at certain limits per second. Okay, or so many frames per second. But they're very much how they are achieving those frames are being handled in two totally different ways. So you want to understand the process, familiarize yourself with the process in its entirety, right? It's very important, especially with PC gaming, because we talked about some things that makes PC gaming bad. What makes PC gaming bad? One of the biggest issues I think that even myself, and I have a lot of systems here to maintenance, and that's maintenance in the system. Systems are going to accumulate dust, right? We talked about what is dust. Dust, 50% skin cells, 50% skin cells, bacteria, pollen, dust, hair, plastic, microscopic fibers, all of those things. Dust is an accumulation of microscopic fibers that are just, accumulated around the air you breathe, right? So dust is going to accumulate so long as there are humans. If you have a pet, especially if you have pets, hair dust is going to accumulate. There's no way around that. But PC maintenance can be real intimidating, knowing that if you take your system apart to thoroughly clean it, if you don't put everything back together, that can really cause some future headaches. Right? I've seen it. I've seen hardware. I've seen parts for sale to where the person listed and they're like, oh well, it was running perfectly fine, when I took it apart to clean it, but now I installed it and now I'm getting a black screen. I don't know what happened. Right? It happens though. If you don't, I've taken apart computers and putting it back together multiple times. Sometimes just because I wanted to do it on some systems, just to familiarize myself with the process. And this was very early on, which I'm still a firm believer. It's like practice doesn't make perfection. Practice makes progress. Okay. There's no such thing as perfection. You can do the same thing over and over again and you could be doing it wrong. I could be building PCs and trying to document the experience and the process from conception, from picking the parts out, which we're going to do a dedicated guide to that here in 2021. So again, if you're not here, if you're here on the replay and you're not yet subscribed, like the stream, which I see we're up to 18 likes. That's awesome. But like the stream, definitely subscribe if you haven't yet, because I do plan on doing a dedicated how-to guide to where I walk you through the process from picking out the parts to ordering your parts, buying and building them, benchmarking, and how to set up the PC. It's either going to be one long video or a series of videos. Really haven't quite decided yet. I like long form content. We create long form content here on the channel. So again, you definitely want to get subscribed for that. And Tricion says, that's great, man. I honestly just produce music sometimes because why not? Because you enjoy it, Tricion. You know, it's the same reason why sometimes, while I want to make sure the video is going to provide value, I can just sit down, jump in front of the camera, and make the video, or just make the video, which I enjoy that part, but then jump back and sit down and jump into the editing process. Which, if I wasn't comfortable on camera, if I didn't want to be more than a brand, if I wanted the brand to have personality, and I didn't want to show my face, I would just go off and do that same thing. I would just go be a virtual assistant somewhere. I like editing. I like creating thumbnails. I like designing thumbnails. Sometimes I will spend more time designing the thumbnail than I will editing the video, or let alone shooting the talking head segment parts of the video. I'll spend more time and focus on the thumbnails. And if there's any creators here in the house and you want direct, if I can give you a good advice on where to start, to say improve your content, it starts with your thumbnails. Look at the science, research the science behind creating, a thumbnail, because it's deep. It's so much more to it than just, oh, I want somebody to click my video. No, there's triggers that you need to, take into consideration and account for, right? To trigger the psyche of the viewer. Here, I like to make content on PC gaming. So, what do you think? What do you think most of my thumbnails are going to have in them? Obviously, something related to PC gaming, right? I'm not selling myself. The brand personality, yeah, but what the thumbnail is selling, what the package content is selling, is the idea that this story revolves around, PC hardware, because that's what this channel is all about. And then Tiger Nation's getting caught up in the chat and moving on. Tricion says, yeah, I feel you, bro. It's not a bad habit to pick up. And Tricion says, PC gaming really helped with that. Competitive gaming made me find out about flow state in the first place. And Tricion, are you still involved in the competitive scene, right? Do you still play, Fortnite competitively? Do you have any aspirations of going back to Fortnite? The competitive community is a community I want to talk more, especially more so if we have, competitive players in this community and content creators who make gaming related content. I want to reach out and talk and network and fellowship, with you more as a creator to help your creation journey. But that's going to be in separate content form, especially when we do members only live streams, where we're going to talk about, just leave the floor open and we will talk about whatever the members want to talk about. Fam, I'm telling you, this channel has a lot. We have the end of year recap. If you were here for the New Year's Eve live stream we did, fun times. We talked about the future of this channel and the different things I look forward to doing. And I tell you what, on that list, getting a brand deal, my first brand deal here on this channel, that wasn't even one of them. Brand deals is something I said, I won't be in pursuant of them. If they come, that's awesome, but I'm not going to pursue them. They have come in the past, like I have gotten other brand deals, but I felt like it didn't necessarily align with the content or the message that I want to present here on this, in this community. So I passed over them. But when this one, when the representative from this brand reached out to me, I was like, oh, yeah, this is fun. This is amazing. But then they were like, skirt, deadline. I was like, oh, okay. All right, let's get to work now. Now, we got to get to work. Let's do this. But like I said, that the value behind that video, right, is being able to save up, like I said in the video, 90% off of a Windows 10 key. If you haven't seen that video, it's the the best way to activate Windows 10 Pro. You can find that in our most recent playlist. Watch that video after watching this. It's very short. Even if you may not have the issue now, but do know it's overcomable. There are ways, legit, and by legit, by legit I mean legal, fam. You might hear that again, but there are legit ways you can circumvent that costly price of when you're getting a Windows key from Microsoft. Highly recommend you check that video out. Share it with a buddy. Share it with a fellow tech enthusiast friend who may want to build their PC. And I don't recommend you spending $150 on a Windows 10 Pro key from Microsoft unless you plan on using your system on a enterprise like level and you're going to crunch data, or you're going to be responsible for holding sensitive information from consumers or what have you. But other than that, you can save a lot of money going with the Windows 10 key. So yeah, awesome that we got our first brand deal. That wasn't even on the list for 2021, but it happened. So and that was awesome. Triceon, I guess you guys are laughing at my bad dad joke. And Tiger Ninja says, I sure do, honestly. Yep, I know what's up. Triceon says, yep, put 20 red arrows on a thumbnail equals 1 million views. Yeah, hey, what is the thumbnail pointing at? If it's pointing to something that's, that resonates with the title and the description, it may work. Maybe if I say, hey, I blew up this graphics card overclocking it in the cave, and I'm like, I have 20 arrows pointing to a cave inside the graphic card system inside of a cave. Everybody's gonna be like, what is going on? So I mean, it can work, and then again, it might not. But experimenting with thumbnails, it's a constant struggle. I honestly don't have the end all do all answer. I still very much experiment with my thumbnails. I just found out, what works for me, what works for this community, what works for this niche, right? As far as being in the PC tech niche. So I had to find out what works for this industry, what works for the content, right? And Triceon says, ain't playing Fortnite no more because competitive isn't stable anymore, but I'm looking for a new game to get hooked by. All right, a lot of interesting choices out there. I think Valorant being one of them. And then he says, but in Kovacs, I'm currently trying to get in top 1,000 of Kovacs scores in one specific map. Okay, not familiar with the game, but it's good you found another game you can kind of compete in because I know when I met you, you were on the competitive scene, and I always like engaging with the competitive gamers. Although I'm not a competitive gamer, I do like spectating. Right? It's like I like sports. I like watching NFL players compete. I ain't out there trying to, tackle nobody, fam, or throw 80-yard touchdowns to the wideouts and the tight ends. But you know what I mean? Like I like spectating. I do like watching. I will say. So that's awesome. But yeah. All right. So but jumping back to what makes PC gaming awful, or not great. And this is that was my statement on GPU mining, or what makes GPU mining what it is. But looking back again at the ugly, the awful, but what makes PC gaming worthwhile. We talked about there are for those of us who stick to the platform, and we're forced in between costly upgrades and maintenance. We understand that there are a few downsides to PC gaming, right? There are none that automatically makes it like a nope, that's a decision killer. Like, I gotta dust my PC. Nope, that's okay. I don't want unlocked frame rates. I don't want dynamic resolutions. I don't want a personalized experience. I don't want a personalized machine. Give me that bare looking PS5 that looks like his PS5 or her PS5. We talked about if you're willing to accept the downsides, right? You're dealing with the ugly, you're dealing with the awful, but you're dealing with what makes PC gaming worthwhile, right? We talked about flashy lights, RG. When I say flashy lights, I say RGB, right? If you like RGB, really fast. If you like RGB, I know we're on a delay, but tell me if you like RGB. Tell me in the chat with the yes or why or and. I know we did a poll, but it's a fascinating conversation. Some people hate it, some people love it, some people are like, I'm not paying extra for it. There's nothing to gain by it. I think there's nothing perfect. There's absolutely positively nothing wrong with wanting to pay a little bit more to make your system a personalized version of your overall setup. There, I said it. I did. Now, should you compromise for it to get it? Absolutely, positively not. You still want to strive for, say, the fastest possible CPU you can, to couple with the fastest possible GPU you can. Then your budget kind of flows to everything else. Most importantly, maybe your power supply thereafter, right? But flashy lights, RGB, quality metals like aluminum, right? I'm here in the States, so we say aluminum, like aluminum and steel and things like that. Quality metals and premium metals, but also tempered glass, right? The character behind the machine costs you money. It's going to cost you money. But like we preach in this community, you can obtain that. It's attainable on a modest budget. You don't need to spend $1,000 on your system to play your games. You don't need to, right? But you can, to get the most out of your experience, if that's how much you want to invest in your gaming experience or your content creation workflow, right? Let's say you want to edit videos faster for your clients. Let's say you want to process music files so that they're a little bit more accurate tonal wise. You may be willing to say, you know what, I want a faster CPU with more cores, right? I need one with more than 6 cores because I don't game, or maybe I game and create music, but creating music is arguably just as important to me as it is gaming, right? So you can drop 1,000 if that's what's important to you. Sorry, hitting the mic. um, if that's what's important to you, doing both, creating music. It's about balance for me. I am fortunate enough to have picked a niche that allows me to enjoy the games and enjoy the hardware while also working with the games and working with the hardware. So I get a little bit of best of both worlds, right? But creating content, most importantly, delivering value for the community. That's more important to me is gaming. So the systems I invest in, I try to make sure that they are going to improve or enhance that message or that mission. Improve delivering the value proposition, right? That's what's important to me. So my systems going, achieving that is what I focus my money into. But I also here recently not so much because I have different systems to choose from that will depend on what I want to do. But as far as my main driver, my daily driver, like what I use to create thumbnails and edit videos on, I mean, you know, that's that's a rather expensive system. Even for at the time when I built it, it was over $2,500. But that's because I wanted to get into creating content, and I knew at the time I was using a Ryzen 5 1600X, and I knew that just wasn't going to cut it. So I upgraded, and I upgraded the video card. Tresian says, yeah, I played Valorant a lot. I became Diamond. Was Immortal for a while, actually, but it's not my type of game. Wow. All right, so I only, tested it, fixing the system here for a client. Again, I can't really allocate too much time playing multiplayer games because, in my opinion, you actually got to, and dedicate time in that game to actually get better at it or to get good at it. You have to play it enough. You just, like, in my opinion, I can't jump into Valorant, play it for 20 minutes and be like, oh man, I'm not good at it, I'm gonna go play something else. I have to play it, long enough. But I didn't play Valorant enough, so I imagine that's their form of prestiging. Tricion says, Bad Habit, that's a good game, referring to Titanfall 2. That's right. Yeah, Bad Habit mentioned Titanfall 2 last week's live stream. Bad Habit's a big fan of Titanfall 2. And again, I like Titanfall's graphic aesthetic. It gave me like a Modern Warfare vibe, but with large mechs. Same developer, by the way, for the first one. Not sure for the second one. I believe the second one too. And Tricion says you have played Valorant a lot. Oh, we went over his comment. And Tricion says, or Bad Habit, Tricion says, the best first person shooter ever. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Now, Bad Habit. That might be a little, subjective there, fam. Titanfall 2, great first person shooter. Now, if we're talking competitive first person shooter, maybe. But again, I consider games like Dying Light and Resident Evil, those are first person games, first person perspective games anyway. They have shooting elements. Do they make them, first person shooters per se? Not necessarily. I digress. And Trician says, I have RGB, so I don't have to use my room lamp. That's funny. Great source. I mean, it is a great light source, right? RGB can definitely cause that light show. I'm all right with the rainbow puke. Most people don't like the rainbow puke. I'm okay with it. It's not that bad. And Bad Habit says, LOL. Trician says, I think he means Team Fortress 2. I will feel bad if you mean Team Fortress 2, but I believe you're referring to Titanfall 2. But yeah, Tricion says CSGO is the best competitive shooter. No debate. Let me tell you something. Steam survey, which, full disclaimer, it's not completely indicative of the PC community in a whole, but CS:GO is the #1 game by double-digit millions of active players. It's incredible, and it's held that top position for a very long time, like a very long time. But yeah, you're right. I mean, it is probably by the best. Is it the best in terms of looking? No, but in functionality, like precision and accuracy, yeah, definitely. Is it the best in terms of popularity? Oh, yeah, absolutely. There is no question. There is no debate to that. Uh, I more so respectively wouldn't debate if it's the best in terms of what you're getting in the game, but the community has spoken for itself, and it's so well played that it's really no debate. It's the best, most popular competitive shooter, and it's held that mantle for a very long time. Tricia says Quake ain't even close. No, and then Bad Habit says nope, not Team Fortress, but Titanfall 2. And Tricia says, well, both games are good. Yeah, Team Fortress 2 was an amazing game. But I know from last week's live streams, Bad Habit was referring to Titanfall 2. We talked about Titanfall 2 a great deal on last week's live stream. But I agree, both are solid games. Even though I didn't play them, I fully recognize they are both solid games. But again, the ugly, the awful, but worthwhile. We talked about GPU mining, we talked about scalpers, we talked about the instability of the market. It is unfortunate, like it really is. But I gave my statement on GPU mining and how I feel about miners, right? I'm not here to tell you that you should or shouldn't hate them, right? That's entirely up to you. I'm just telling you my influencer statement on it is that it's in my opinion, and you should maybe consider this too, is that I don't, maybe you don't either. And that doesn't mean someone else should or shouldn't get into GPU mining, right? Just because they're frowned upon, GPU miners are frowned upon. I believe it is up to the manufacturer to meet the supply and demand for both consumer groups, because we both profit and enjoy from the same hardware. It's just in a much different way. Miners has to use graphics cards as much as I would have to use graphics cards to fire up and play a game. Or when I'm encoding video, I'm still very much doing it on H.264 encoder. But if I'm firing up some games or what have you, that's what I use my graphics card for. A miner may use it for other way. We profit and enjoy from the same hardware in a much different way. So that's my take on GPU mining, right? But it is part of the ugly and the awful, because it does affect your ability to either upgrade your system, build if you want to get into PC gaming. You picked a very bad time now, arguably, but we're going to talk about that too in a VOD, in a video on demand. But it's mostly GPUs and CPUs that have this, that are affected by scalpers and miners. But you have the used market, which we consider ourselves used tech enthusiasts around here. So you have the used market to kind of help alleviate that stress, and the market should stabilize. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. We had the GPU shortage of 2019, and the supply constraint woes of 2020 all the way up until now, right? They were abundant, they were evident. And I tell you what, check this out. Listen, fam, listen. If consoles weren't experiencing the same supply issues that the PC market is right now, then this conversation could have very well been different. Like, that is true. Let's say you could walk into a Target, you see 5 PS5s on the shelf, you see a couple Xbox Series X's on the shelf. Let's say they were attainable, they were affordable, they were right there within reach. Let's say, on the other hand, the PC market, the silicone wars we're still going with. There's still, the Ryzen 5000. Although you can, even as we speak right now, Micro Center, you can pick up a 5600X, right? Even as we speak now, you can pick up a 5600X. It's very possible to pick up a 5600X, right? Or a 5800X. But, you have to ask yourself, because I wanted to jump over to Micro Center here, because I had checked the other day, and I just want to double check again. And sure enough, there's 25 plus in stock, and I'll show you here real quick. Look at that. 25 in stock, 5600Xs. So are they still being scalped? Yes and no. I will say 25 in stock is a lot compared to even when I was like, oh man, that CPU, that's a happening CPU. I got to jump on that. 19% IPC uplift and some of the other features that came along with it. Fam, that's an incredible deal. And the fact that Micro Center has 25 in stock, like, I don't know if I've seen 25 anything in terms of our Ryzen 5000, being available on retailers. But again, the downside is Micro Center doesn't ship, so you would have to drive there. Okay. And then the same thing for the 5800X. The CPU that I think, top notch, top quality for gaming and a little bit of the content creation, if you're looking to be on the B550 or X570 chipsets, but 25. So Micro Center has in stock right now 25 plus, because you got to take into consideration that plus, fam. They want to make sure, like, look, check this, check this out, fam. Let's look at the Ryzen 7 3800X. 18, they have exactly 18 in stock. But Micro Center is going to make it their business to let you know they have 25 plus Ryzen 7 5800Xs in stock, though. Like, that's important to note. They have 25 plus in stock. See, that's not the same with the 3950X, the 16-core 32-thread CPU. They just got 11. They got one third-generation Threadripper 3960X and 3. Not 3 plus, but just 3. And we talked about how can you build a $10,000 PC? Fam. Imagine what you would need to, first of all, cool this CPU with. Maybe, you know, a 360mm AIO with a thick rad. But $4,000 just for the 64-core Threadripper CPU. So a $20,000 CPU is, you know, feasible. But yeah, so again though, no 5900Xs and no 5950Xs. But the article I had read a couple of days ago was pointing out that we will see, you know, the 5800Xs and 5600Xs in, you know, in abundance before we see the 5900X and the 5950X. Bad Habit says, I was so pumped to getting a PS5 this year, but for some reason, I'm just not into consoles anymore. I agree with you, and I wouldn't want to say I was pumped. I was excited with the prospect of the hardware that was coming into a console. I'm like, wow, you know, I wish we would have had this maybe. This is a few generations late, but so was I. But then they came, and then, you know, they were too affected by scalpers, and then the enthusiasm, I had to curb the enthusiasm. But I'm like you, I wouldn't want to get one other than just for testing and comparison reasons why. Unfortunately, it would probably, you know, kick up and collect dust. So if I was able to buy one, chances are there's somebody out there who would put it to much more use than I would. So at least for the content here on the channel, and definitely for myself, you know, I have no immediate future into looking at a PS5, especially with the much rumored PS5 Pro to be coming with the summertime. We know they're coming, fam. It's coming. They gave us the PS4 Pro, right? You know, and the different variants of Xboxes, so it's coming. You're going to get Xbox Series S Pro or Xbox Series X Deluxe. They're going to come. Bad Habit says AMD Ryzen is now very popular, so Micro Center has more. A few years ago, you wouldn't see this many Ryzen CPUs in stock. That's true. I mean, that's very true. And even then, like for example, when I did that best, if you're interested in a gaming PC under $900, you know, the GPU pricing is what it is. You're going to pay more even for that. We paid like $20 or $30 more for the 1660 Ti used in that video, right? We didn't pay MSRP for it, which is like 169 or 269. We paid like 329 for it, 349. So I mean, you just got to take into consideration with your budget, at least for now, if you don't want to wait and you want to build a PC. But when we built that PC, 3600s weren't even in stock. I mean, I'm more so just shocked to see these many Ryzen CPUs in general. It's still very much not a lot. Missing, I mean, you don't see any 2600Xs, which I imagine you wouldn't when they have 25 plus 3600Xs or 3600s to sell. But yeah, but then if you go over to, you know, Intel CPUs, they have way more. Look, 25 plus in stock, 10700K, 25 plus in stock, 14, 25 plus in stock. Credible value, right? I picked up mine brand new for $329, right? But $300 again, not bad. 25 plus 10900Ks in stock. That's the 10-core 20-thread CPU. So I mean, you have a few Intel CPUs in stock, Core i5s, Core i3s, a lot of lower end CPUs that we didn't see over on the AMD side. But yeah, so I just wanted to point that out, that I did see that they're slowly becoming in supply, right? Bad Habit says, when will that $4,000 Threadripper lower to $500? Will that ever happen? Let's say 10 years from now. Will it be $4,000? No, because the value just won't be there. The chances are, if you have $4,000, say 2-3 years from now, you could probably get a CPU that'll be a little bit more efficient. AMD has been quiet on the Threadripper series, but I imagine we will see fourth generation TRX on the TRX 40 chipset Threadripper CPUs. But it's like 64 cores. You know, what is your workflow like that would deem that many, you know, cores and threads necessary? Because that's a lot of power, and then there are other components now you have to take fully consideration. Like I can imagine the TDP on that 64 core, 128 thread CPU. right? And how much power it's going to draw and how much heat is going to dissipate. But yeah, I strongly believe if consoles, weren't experiencing the same supply issues as the PC market is right now, this conversation would be different. We'd be talking about how, PCs and possibly pre-builts are better options right now than custom desktop gaming. But I tell you what, the used market can definitely still very much help you achieve that pinnacle of PC gaming. Trisan says, "Oh, sheesh, it's almost 4 a.m. I'm asleep. Minecraft got me losing track of time." Right. So I tell you what, speaking of losing track of time, let's segue in here into essentially the wrap up, because essentially there are pros and cons to many things in life, right? Expensive, time consuming. If not this hobby, then it's another, right? If you're a metal detecting enthusiast, the cost of traveling, gas, metal detecting equipment, just logistics behind it all, it's going to cost you money, right? Now, what's may be deemed expensive to you may not be expensive to me. Maybe $800 is not expensive to a metal detective enthusiast, but $800 is expensive to me, right? For a metal detection machine. But I don't do metal detecting. But it doesn't matter what the hobby is, right? It can be expensive, it can be time consuming. There are pros and cons to many things in life, right? With PC gaming in particular, you get out in performance terms what you put in, aka the amount of money you're willing to invest in your experience. Is that $1,000? Let's say you got a nice come up, right? Let's say you had a nice come up. Maybe your family came into some money. Maybe maybe you got stimulus or something like that, and you're able to afford a PC, or maybe you're willing to launch a lucrative business, animation business, right? And you got seed money, you got capital, and you say, hey, we're going to need equipment, guys. We're going to need equipment. We're going to need at least 2 high-end machines. We're talking 15K a piece. Ooh, a lot of money, a lot of money. But if that's for enterprise use, it's not the same as like what you're willing to invest in your experience. If we thumb it down and let's use Triceon and Tiger Nation's experience as music producers, how much do you want to invest into your production career? How much do you want to invest in your game streaming career? At all is up to you and your budget, which again, building a PC can be attainable with even a modest or moderate budget. That's the good, fam. That's the good. That's what we've been talking about this whole entire live stream, right? Building a PC, it's attainable, right? Entering the PC market, being a PC enthusiast, it's attainable with a modest or moderate budget. I wanted to repeat myself because that's so important. That is the good. But with that level of raw power, unlocked power too, in most cases, like a K-based CPU or any Ryzen CPU that's overclockable. With that level of raw unlocked power comes great responsibility. I hate to be a cliche or sound cliche, but it's very true, right? With that raw unlocked power comes a great level of responsibility. Your PC has both purpose and character, right? It is reflective of your personality, right? It has a soul. System maintenance, internally and externally, costly upgrades. That is the bad. Because your system is essentially alive. You it has a soul, it has purpose. You have to nurture that. You have to take care of that. That can cost you money, right? More than it would a console. As Bad Habit pointed out earlier in the live stream, more than it would a console. That is the bad. That is what makes PC bad and not in most cases better than the other option, right? But consoles and the alternatives. Let's just call them the alternatives. But consoles, the alternatives, they exist for that opposite reason. But the trade-off is not worth the price of admission, fam. Not in my opinion. And that is what makes for the awful truth. This is what makes it ugly. This is what makes it, again, awful. It's an awful truth, right? But hate it or love it, it's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing, and it's the best way to experience modern video games, right? That's both an opinionated statement and a borderline fact just based off of some of the different things we went over during this live stream. Bad Habit says pros and cons. That is the life we live. TSA Pro might avoid a bomb from getting on the plane. TSA cons, you might get an unwanted hand down your down your pantalones. There you go. I mean, with here, we're both here, we're stateside, and we know with most of American freedoms, if you will. The concept for most outsiders is Americans, we have a lot of freedom, but we sacrifice a lot of privacy for those freedoms. Sometimes it's warranted, like Bad Habit pointed out. Maybe you can prevent, a catastrophe like a plane crashing or a plane crashing into a building, right? It's god awful, horrible, horrible, horrible to imagine. But it's like you said, it's pros and the cons. You're taking the good with the bad. In that case, you got to take the good that they're the TSAs. That's the airports here in the states. That's their screening agency. They check for weapons and contraband before they go on planes. But it's really intensive. It really deters a lot of people from flying. It really does. Much like building a PC, right? Some of the cons prevent people from wanting to get into PC gaming, right? Some of those cons we talked about in this live stream. Some of those cons you likely heard about yourself from some of your peers in your different groups. But you know, it's just you got to take the good with the bad, right? Throw everything else out with the bathwater. Take the good with the bad. There are pros and cons to everything in life, right? You got to find out what makes it worthwhile to you. We talked about that with PC gaming with a few things. What makes PC gaming worthwhile? But all right, now I think it's time for the slide. This ride is slowly coming to an end, fam. Whew, I think we broke a record, but I want to say shout out. I want to shout out to everybody who stopped by. Excuse me, who stopped by today, especially those who I still know who are present here on the live stream now. That's Bad Habit. Bad Habit always showing up and adding to the conversation, helping prevent value and providing real time engagement with the community. It's awesome. Bad Habit, appreciate you being here. Tricion, who I think left. We had a few people left, and I do apologize for running much longer than probably what a lot of your schedules are probably even allotted. But for those of you who hung out for the whole entire show, Terrence, Lab, fam, listen, I appreciate you wholeheartedly. I really do. The live shows, they really help the channel in terms of engagement. YouTube sees this live engagement, and they really put other videos out into people who aren't subscribed. But Tiger Nation, not 87. Shout out to our moderator Kimberly for keeping the conversation in the chat nice and positive. Champion Mode 314, John, who stopped by earlier. Planks PK was here and had to leave in and out a couple times. Your Highness also was here. Your Highness, another show regular. XLRA Gaming, aka Cliff, aka RTX1, but he says call him Cliff. Cliff was here, another regular show. Another viewer here in the community, awesome person that you can always ask to here in a live show. Feel free to ask anybody in this community questions. We want to help. Again, the underlying mission here is to convert as many people over to the PC gaming as possible. Nothing wrong with consoles, but you got to accept and realize that PC gaming is the superior platform. It's the pinnacle of interactive engagement, of interactive digital media, the digital flipbook. The better experience is had on a PC. The Mr. Zombified, who is another regular show attendee. It was good to see you, Mr. Zombified, man. I know you had to check out too, probably, but it was awesome seeing Mr. Zombified. Damon Warren, also too, another fellow creator. It was good seeing him. Sparta Rules, 1993, another member here in the community, longtime member here in the community. He's been around for a while now. It was good seeing you too, Sparta Rules. Likely not here now, but it's all good. Thunders, one of my children. Thanks, Thunder, for stopping into the chat. And yeah, I mean everybody who came out. And again, even if you're unable to make the live streams, when you see the link go out, which if you're a part of the email newsletter, you should sign. If you're not and you're still here, do sign up for the newsletter. Please, please, please do sign up for the newsletter. Right, information is going to feed out to you guys and gals here on a more frequent basis. But yeah, definitely sign up for the newsletter. And Bad Habit says it's always a pleasure to be here. Yeah, and the feeling is double mutual. Before we check out here, I just want to go on and say for the record, the feeling is certainly mutual. I enjoy presenting the content in this in this format as much as the community likes to consume it, right? Like you said, being a part here in the live shows, it's more than just like a live stream where I'm gonna sit down here and I'm just gonna talk for an hour or whatever. Like I want it to be more so a live conversation. between myself, the brand personality, and you all, the community, because that's you all are the important, gears that makes this channel and really that makes this platform. You want to know the secret? There is no YouTube without you, the audience, right? It may say YouTube because the original concept was we are broadcasting our message, but it's in my opinion that you because it starts with you, the audience, right? You come to the platform. You come to Tube on the platform, right? Not the other way around. YouTube itself finds videos for viewers and not viewers for videos. They're not promoting, content creators' videos to go find because they want you to get, views or what have you. They're trying to find the right videos to pair with their audience because they know the audience is important. They know that their platform cannot exist without the audience. Therefore, I will humbly admit that this brand inside the lab, this media brand is nothing without the community. The community being our community, not the large PC gaming community, because we all may like the hobby, but we all don't share in the same interests and values as we talked about that earlier. Some people want to argue, well, I spent, $800 on my graphics card. You got a 1650 Super right here. You only spent, I guess you can't see it. You got a 1650 Super right here, and you only spent $169, right? Or a GTX 1080 at the time you spent 500 and I had an RX 570 or an RX 580. It doesn't matter. All that matters is that you enjoy this hobby the best way you can and that you can fellowship and congregate with like-minded individuals. I think that's the power behind this platform. It's one of the reasons why I operate on this platform. It's one of the reasons why I chose YouTube to be the dedicated host to our weekly live show. Although we do have a Twitch we had a strong following. I believe it was closing into over 1,000 Twitch followers. So haven't been able to make affiliate yet there because I don't live stream enough consistently enough over there, and I didn't want to multi-stream because I really feel like you, the YouTube audience here, should be deserving of the exclusive content first and foremost. Like there's nothing wrong for those creators who multi-stream. But I'm like, fam, if you're going to build a platform, you're going to build a community where you think the message could be the most helpful and the most beneficial. If that's on Twitch, build your community strong and fervently over on Twitch, and then expand it to your social medias and maybe your YouTube as a supplementary video, platform for your content. But for me, what's important to me is creating value for this community here. So this is why I chose YouTube. And while, again, I am nothing without the audience and nothing without the community. So, yeah. Again, if you don't have any more questions, again, we're going to stop the ride. The ride's slowly coming to an end. It's been a great time, as always. And we already shouted it. We already did our shout outs and thanked everybody who stopped by. Again, if you're here on the replay and you made it this far, I'm still waiting for that challenge. I may even send you a gift. If you're here, you're exempt. But if you don't make a live stream and you say, you know what, I'm a whole lab up to his offer, and if you're able to tell me, if you're able to share in the conversation and it feels like you made it this far, or maybe give me a cue or a signal that you did, maybe I'll send you a virtual gift. I don't know, but shout out to our replay viewers. You ladies and gentlemen are just as important to those of you who are here on a live chat right now. You are important as well to this message and to this brand. And if you're unsure of when we go live once a week, every Saturday, with a few pop-up live streams scheduled to happen in between. So definitely be on the lookout for those. And subscribe if you haven't yet. Please do subscribe with the notification bell on, because you will still be notified of that pop-up live stream, although it's not scheduled. Like YouTube loves sending out that live notification. So do be sure to get notified or turn notifications on. And I also want to add that quick shameless plug, make sure you're following me on Instagram. I know for those of you who are still here, I know you are following me on Instagram, but make sure you follow me on Instagram at Inside the Lab YT. Also follow me on Twitter at Inside the Lab YT. I plan on doing more stories, more on both platforms, and getting jiggy with it a little bit more over on the gram. If you're still allowed to say get jiggy with it. If you were if you were a 90s baby, if you grew up in the 90s, you know that term, that was a really popular term. But I digress. But yeah, Bad Habit says, have a great night, everyone. Yeah, absolutely. Listen, fam, thanks for hanging out here during this YouTube live. I hope to catch you all on the next one. So until then, be easy and remember to hang around for the for our end show to engage in the comments or just kick it, have a good time. But again, I do appreciate you all being here. See you in the next one. Be easy. Tiger Nation with the emojis coming in hot and fast with all the emojis. Our Streamlabs, our AI moderator reminded me that's a no. But Tiger Nation wants to know Fortnite tomorrow, maybe. And you know what? Maybe we'll live stream. I don't know. The community said they'll be all up for a pop-up live stream. So you never know, fam. That may be one of the games we pop up and play. So again, if you're still here and you're hanging out, do feel free to come hang out in the live chat. And if you haven't quite yet, do remember to give the video a like. Even share the replay, right? It could go a long way and really help somebody that's on the fence with getting into PC gaming. And like I said, as always, I do appreciate you guys, as always.